Boys, good morning. The most terrifying part of my day is successful. Playing on PTR, switching to my live screen, and not getting fucking banned. That is, that's quite literally the hardest part of my day right now. Most stressful thing that I gotta deal with. Because holy shit, if those scenes fuck up, I'm cooked. I'm back to New World for Season 9 at that point, boys. So, mission accomplished. No need for New World today. Hope you're all having a beautiful day. We've got a banger of a VOD prepared for you guys on the visual end of things. And we've got some very good focus testing ready today in the ANVILS. I will probably end up making another new character for it and going through like the first time user experience there. But we essentially got a list of each of the pocket dungeons and their intended level range. So it seems like it'd probably be some pretty smooth progression, at least up until like the level 10 range, maybe? So like, hey, yo, Zop. What up, goat? I appreciate the raid, brother. I was lurking this morning while I was taking my morning poo. I hope you had a good stream, dog. I hope it was a blast. I appreciate you coming through, Raiders. If you haven't been here before for whatever reason, I appreciate y'all being forced upon me today. My name's Dusty. I do stream every day, as you can see, starting around 2 p.m. EST. Just threw up the stream today after a nice day of soaking up sun and bong rips. So it was a beautiful one outside. I have these 2 pigeons that basically like on cue. I think I've trained them at this point. But basically around 11 a.m. I usually go outside for a little bit and just chill. And wake up, do my thing, get all ready to get going for the day. And I go outside and bam, they just fly down every single day. They're like chilling on a nearby roof, and so I throw them some birdseed. So my goal is to train these pigeons and have an army of pigeons at my disposal should I ever need them. But they're at the point where they're not flying away when they recognize that it's me. Sometimes they don't recognize it's me and the door scares them though, and then they come back when they see that it's me. So we've been cooking over here. Anyways, I'm a full-time Ashes content creator. Stream Ashes every single day, like I mentioned, over 760 days in a row now. So I'm quite literally always here. Everyone keeps trying to get me to go back to New World, including the devil on my shoulder. But I'm not fucking leaving, boys. Season 9 this, Season 9 that. I don't give a shit. So, Snow Elf. Wait. Somebody other than Leon got a first in chat today. That's fucking crazy. I'm so used to Leon first in chat instantly. Snow Elf sniping the first today. That's crazy. Sudeski, how you doing, my friend? Phase 3 star on the 26th. Yeah, depending on your time zone, it might be the 25th, but for me, it's the 26th. So if you do exclamation delay in chat, you will get an article that brings you through a lot of the things that they're trying to get implemented, like in that delay time. So it'll be a lot better of a start because of that delay. The things that they are shoring up in that 3-week period it's a large list, and it's definitely going to make the P3 start substantially better. It just kind of sucks for the people that took their time off work and stuff. That's a big yikers, but we'll see what ends up happening. I mean, there's always a chance that we can run like community events on that day or something just throughout that week, try to get some people active, because there are going to be a lot of people around on the 4th. So we'll see what's up. But the new launch is also the day before Labor Day weekend. So for my non-Americans, you probably have no idea what the fuck that is, but it's essentially like miniature Freedom Day, where everyone comes up to my state, Maine, with their campers and just gets drunk. So that's it's a big weekend for some people that really like camping and stuff. But overall, it still should be a good launch, I think. All of the things that they're bringing in, like I mentioned, I just think it's a huge W overall. It's just 20-day delay sucks. But relative to the total time in development, 20 days to put something in that's a substantially better product, like, I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Also, Hank, Z, Strad, hello, my friends. Emu pocket dungeons. Are we testing the pocket dungeons? Also, Howubby, 800 gear score and healer nerfs. Yeah, but like, what would I do over there? I would just go over and like, hear me out. I've thought about it. Like, don't get me wrong. I've thought about just eating my words and going over there and cashing in on some easy viewership and some hype of like, oh wow, Dusty's back, haha. The thoughts cross my mind. Believe you me. Believe you me. It would probably be a sound financial decision. In terms of, you know, making $100 or so going over there, right? But it's like, I think about it. And yeah, I'm just kind of in a lull for Ashes right now. Everyone is, because of the 1 month delay period. Like, that's natural. That's going to happen. But providing people can just chill out for the next 29 days and make it to the Phase 3 launch and hit the ground excited for Phase 3, I think Phase 3 just surpasses New World. Just in and of itself. Now, New World, to its credit, they peaked at almost 11K players yesterday. Their 24-hour peak is up almost 3K comparatively to like what it was a while ago. So like, credit to them where credit's due, man. They're getting people back into the game. I think there's a new wave of levelers coming in right now. So, you know, it is what it is. I personally, I hope they're able to do well with everything. I don't know. I think that for me, Ashes is just a better long-term thing. I think there's a lot more consistency in Ashes, a lot less. I mean, there's up-down, right? It's a fucking development process. Like, there's always going to be up-down. But I think on my end of things, there's a lot more of a, you know, just a long-term future. Like you said, you've lost faith in Amazon games. Yeah, I think a lot of people have. I really think that a lot of people have lost faith in Amazon as a whole. And I think that New World has so much technical debt to work off that it's going to take them like multiple major patches to get into a good spot where they're even like net neutral, you know? I think that's the biggest thing. I didn't watch the video, but I saw a video about posted about how people are returning to old MMOs because they're tired of the new ones. Yeah, no, absolutely. I think a lot of new MMOs are focusing on the very incorrect things. And I think that a lot of them are coming out with very shallow gameplay loops. And like, people gotta remember, the most popular MMOs at the peak of MMOs, everybody says, I don't want to grind, I don't want to grind, the grind is so boring. The most popular MMOs of all time at their peaks were very, very, very grindy. Like, as cool as a story is, as cool as graphics are, if you put a good grind in an MMO that people can hop on and then just lose hours and hours and hours, it's gonna be a good MMO. And some people really don't like the grind in its current state, but this also isn't, you know, the full grind. This also isn't everything completely fleshed out and set up. Oh, this is Surge Conduit. Very cool. Interesting. Oh, it's oozes. Huh. Okay. Surge Conduit's like level 9 oozes. It's honestly about the game more than graphics. Yes. Yes. And I think a lot of people just value the wrong things. And like the MMO pool, so to say, I think is so polluted right now between players and games. Pay to win has been such a common thing that's worked into the MMO scene. Like, many terrible things have just gone too accepted at MMOs for too long to where they've devolved. Like, in shooters, yeah, maybe there's a certain level of pay to win, but like you can't really pay to win in a fucking arena shooter, like a symmetrical arena shooter, right? There's just not much there. So I think really a lot of people just want an MMO that has a grind that feels fun. And at the very baseline of it, even with New World, you can make a brand new character as a new player. You can level to max in one day if you just follow the main story quest. You can get all of your trade skills up incredibly quickly. You can have every trade skill. You can do all of the raid content in the game very easily now. There's not much like actual grind with it. And then you just PvP until you're bored and then you quit. And like, it's cool because the combat's peak over there, right? Like, New World combat's really good. It's one of the better MMO action combats probably ever. But it's shallow. It's very shallow. And then you look at something like OSRS, or not even like OSRS, but like RuneScape, and it's like the actual like RuneScape in the olden days, right? Before like the OSRS of today. Like actual old RuneScape. Back when it was like WoW and RuneScape in the early to mid 2000s. Like, that shit had a much, like, more, I don't want to say basic in a bad way, but like, it wasn't WoW's combat system at the time, right? And people still love that shit. The grind was very, very straightforward in a lot of it. And keep in mind, I didn't play a lot of OSRS, so I don't have a lot of the depth, but like, hello, Corla. But like, people just want a good fucking grind. Hello, Arbsy. Hello, Jenks. They want us to keep leveling today? Yes, they dropped a list of the pocket dungeons that are out in the Anvils, and they'd like people to try to do some of those pocket dungeons and see how the leveling is shaping up there. And then from there, I asked in Guild Discord earlier if people wanted to try to get some PvP reps in over on live, just so we could get used to some comms and target calling and shit like that. I think that's something that's quite important. So if people do want to pop over there, then that would also be great. If they don't, I mean, I'm just down to get as much data from these pocket dungeons as we can, because we need to find which are humanoids. We need to find like the optimal leveling areas in each. And the thing with pocket dungeons is if you can get multiple groups into them, especially the ones in the Anvils that are more built out and like, you know, large, then you can control that essentially as an entire raid. If we have 4 groups nearby a pocket dungeon, or, you know, 5, all within a pocket dungeon or near the pocket dungeon, somebody comes over to contest, you're good to go. You can just, you raid up, you flag up, you do whatever you need to do. You can test the mobs. You can test everything. And honestly, you probably just win it at that point if you have a full 40-person raid ready to go there. Save me from boredom. Play Ashes. You could download the PTR on that thing. Come level a little bit. Excuse me. Pardon me. Big extra handsome. It's the stress wearing on me. Yes. Play Ashes? Yeah, fuck it. Yeah, just come PTR test. There aren't gonna be customers that come in. It's hot as shit. Anybody that goes out right now would just like fucking turn to ash. So right now I'm going into the Divine Gate from the Nakua side, and it's actually kind of sick. It looks like you're gonna have to fight your way out of it, because there are a bunch of like minotaurs out here, like minotaurs and like the ramkins, like the sheep men. What the freak? Wait, this is intense. Minotaur Priest Ironshod. So there are level 8 minnows right off of the Divine Gate, like in these actual caverns. This is kinda juicy. Maybe the Divine Gate farm's actually legit as a motherfucker?
They're fucking cooked. Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao!
Ni hao, Mr. Thogly. How are you, my friend? Hail to the High Thane. What are you up to today, sir? I'm messing around right now near the Divine Gate, just kind of like chilling, balling, flossing, saucing. What level do we need to be to do pocket dungeons? They dropped a level list in the Discord. They start at level 5. I can check the level list real quick. Hold on. Let me pull it up. Nexus Regulator and Veinebreaker Mines are level 5 to 7. Surge Conduit and Hollow Hearth are 8 to 10. Varnox Forge is 8 to 10. I don't think Forge had mobs there previously, but we'll have to check that one again today. Gallows Gate Exchange is 14 to 16, and then Legacy Vaults is 15 to 17. You're level 6? I have 3 characters, yeah. So I could just top on any one of them. Realistically, I could also make a brand new one, and we can just do like the new player experience, but like I have, if I log out right now, let us see. I have a level 8, a level 6, and a level 15. So I got just about everything. And they're all tanks. I do one thing and I do it very, very, very well. Supposedly, according to some people. You ask other people and I'm dog shit, but it's okay. Everyone has their opinions. So, I mean, if people do want to come do pocket dungeons, I am more than down. My level 6 is in the Riverlands right now, but I can always just go yap to the teleporter. And then I can pop over to the ANVILS very easily. My level 8 has a little better gear, but I'd also like to kind of go on a more naked tune. Because, like, this level 6, really, like, the drop rates from no stars are fucking abysmal comparatively to any form of elites in terms of the humanoid realm of things. So, like, we were 1-star Minotaur farming out in the ANVILS, and with that, we were getting a whole lot of drops. Like, a lot of drops. Alpha! What the gosh darn heck? Oh my god, thank you for the 10 gifties. Alpha, I appreciate you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. My goodness gracious, I hope you're having a beautiful day, Alpha. That is incredibly kind. I appreciate you, man. I'll join you for the day if you do a level 1, I'll heal you. Yeah, I'm down. I'm down. I can always remake one, and we can get some organic data. Boys, who else would like to, you know, pop out and do some leveling? Cheesecake always W. Massive W from Alpha Cheesecake. Now, is carrot cake kind of like a cousin of a cheesecake in that sense? Because it's kind of still like there's technically cheese because it's cream cheese frosting, right? And then you also have carrots. It's cheesecake adjacent. Right, like the cousin of a cheesecake. So like if the cheesecake's name was Christian, then the cheesecake would date the carrot cake, right? Like they'd be fine. They would love each other very, very, very much. I think that's reasonable. Now, I had carrot cake, you know, yesterday. So maybe that summoned cheesecake. Maybe cheesecake is the final boss of the carrot cake. And maybe we use those 10 gifteds to buy a cheesecake and conquer it in cheesecake's honor. Cause like low-key, cheesecake sounded kind of nice. Although Sam's Club has like, god damn it, we got on a whole cheesecake related rant because of this. This is good value. So Sam's Club has these like cheesecake like boxes, right? But it's like a bunch of little individual squares and they're like different kinds of cheesecake. They go fucking hard. Like they go very hard. So we may have something new on the list. Very, very, very soon. Cheesecake, thank you again for the 10 gifties. I appreciate you. I hope you're having an amazing day. So, I think I might make a new tank. My 4th tank for the PTR. And then from there, we start fresh and try to go into some pocket dungeons. But we would need more than just a tank and a healer for pocket dungeons. Ideally, we would have some DPS, couple Bardingtons, in an ideal world. Traditional New York style cheesecake is biz. Is that just like the plain cheesecake with like some fruit over the top or some shit? Cause like you give me just like the plain Jane cheesecake with like some strawberries over the top. Like I don't even need like a strawberry sauce or anything. That shit's too sweet. You give me some fresh straws on that bitch. Oh. Anyways, I can't get too caught up in the moment. I can't. I need to be a holy man today, Thugly. I got work to do, brother. What do you think the best team is for PvE in these pocket dungeons if you only have 4 players on your team? Probably not pocket dungeons, if I'm being completely honest. So, like, I feel like if you have, you know, just 1 to 4 people, you should probably be doing wilderness grinds, trying to find camps of like 1-star elites in the wilderness. Because most pocket dungeons are going to be 2 stars, maybe 3 stars. If there is a 1-star pocket dungeon, that'd be great for smaller groups. But a lot of pocket dungeons, like outside of having, outside of having like a full group, are going to be really, really slow time to kill. And pocket dungeons are also going to be some of like the most contested areas very early on. I don't know why I'm having a brain stroke right now. But some of the most contested areas early on too. So if you go there with a small group, you're very likely either going to get bullied off, they're going to take your mobs, they're going to PvP you, anything like that. So, you're cheating on me with Thogli? Well, don't tell Thogli that I'm cheating on him with you. What the fuck do you mean? You knew what you signed up for, but he wasn't supposed to find out. Now I've got 2 fucking things to deal with. It's way more than 1 thing to deal with. It's kind of ridiculous. But outside mowing the lawn for 40 minutes and that shit's gross. Feels like 103 with 71% humidity. Word. Have you ever considered if you had hair, maybe it would stop some of the sun from getting to your delicate bald head? And it would probably, like, you know, help you stave off some of that heat? I had my straw hat on. Okay, fair. Well, then, yeah, you're just cooked. There's nothing you can do. If Luffy can't stay cold, then you can't stay cold. You're absolutely cooked. Although a straw hat's a banger choice. So, like, Carla has to be careful around the sun because she has lupus. And, like, I told her she should get a straw hat, but she doesn't want to get a straw hat. Dusty Dungy. Next. Tank. Next. I wonder if the starting region works now. I bet it doesn't. Get her a straw hat. Shit's legit. Yeah, shit's massive. You can't withstand my dwarven beard. I like the way it tickles. It's like a little Brillo pad when I need a deep clean. Yo, Red, how you doing, my friend? What's a pocket dungeon? So, in the open world, there's the wilderness population, which is just like, you know, everywhere throughout everything, right? Then you have your points of interest, which will typically have some elite mobs and more like a concentrated hub of mobs, right? And then pocket dungeons are meant to be more like dedicated, built out areas. For instance, in the ANVILS, a lot of them kind of like carve into the mountain and go pretty deep with that. So with that, pocket dungeons will very frequently have both elite mobs, we call them trash mobs, and then named mobs as well. And named mobs will very frequently have, you know, good drops that you can only get from that specific mob in their loot table. So, hi Roller. Thank you for the follow. Much love. Welcome in. Let's say, yeah, named mobs will very frequently have drops that you can only get from those named mobs themselves. So in pocket dungeons, you kind of have the balance of like, okay, I can farm out this super exclusive item from this mob, and that mob will typically be densely packed, you know, around it by trash mobs. So you can usually find an area where you're pulling elite mobs constantly, and then you also have a chance to sit on top of a named mob spawn and compete for that named mob, get a chance for that exclusive loot, go from there. Then you have your grand dungeons. So grand dungeons will have elite mobs, named mobs, and then boss mobs as well. So boss mobs are meant to be, you know, multiple groups for a lot of them, like a raid type thing. Those are going to be your 4-star, 5-star mobs. So with that, there's kind of like more of a scaling to things the higher you go up. And then in certain grand dungeons like Befallen Forge, some of the bosses, Forge Lord Zammer, have a chance to drop their loot table like their normal items and shit. But they also have a chance to drop what's called a relic. A relic can be found, brought to a node, one of the towns, controlled by that town for different benefits for that town and people in the area. It's a lot to doing dungeons. And that's not even getting into the future edition of like secret hidden doors in the dungeons that'll get like a little instanced off encounter for your group. So yeah. Why is there no snow on the ground? Oh, in the VOD? So basically I'm showing the VOD from a few days ago, and then this that I'm playing on the PTR right now for the ANVILS testing, because the PTR is visually NDA'd. So we can talk about everything we're doing, but we can't show any gameplay. So you guys are seeing gameplay from Alpha 2 a few days ago while I'm on the PTR simultaneously testing, because we can't get into the ANVILS on like live yet. That's going to be for phase 3. So yeah, I'm into strengths. Okay, yeah, we'll try to get a couple more people in here as well. If anybody wants to come through for some pocket dungeon testing, that'd be massive. Hi Roller, what up my friend? Can you explain how to make a level 10 bow? I leveled up the craft to level 10, learned the recipe and everything I need for this, but do I need a node in which I can do this or not? Yes, so you don't have to be a citizen, But basically in different nodes or like towns, you can zoom in on them and you can see the buildings that are placed. I don't know if they have the node like UI updates yet, but over on the private test realm, you can like click on the node banner in the map and then, you know, and then see what's in there. But basically you're going to look for a wood shop. Now, if you're on live, Jova will have a couple of those bad boys. So basically a wood shop will give you apprentice level lumberjacking, lumber milling, and carpentry. And then level 10 bows are going to be from your carpentry. So you'll need your wood, and then that'll be your like largest requirement. Then you'll typically need an ingot, so a type of metal, and then, you know, a string for your bow basically. So like herbalism refined through weaving. And then from there, you just combine those. Rarity does matter. So if you want a higher rarity bow, you need higher rarity materials. But you'll just go over to one of those areas that has a wood shop, and then you'll run to that actual wood shop in the town, and then you'll see a different like higher level bench there. And then as you go into journeyman and stuff like that, like the higher tiers past level 10, so like level 20, level 30, level 40, that wood shop will need to be leveled up by the node or the town and specialized in either lumberjacking, lumber milling, or carpentry. So you'll need 3 wood shops in the immediate area to support the entirety of like one refining to crafting process. So Jova's what you're looking for, TLDR, but you also got some information about what you'll need in the future too. Let me know if you have any questions. There's everything that you said in Jova, and I can't create it. Doesn't display. There's everything that's needed. Interesting. You have the recipe and everything. Your carpentry is level 10. Interesting. Is there anything in the UI that may need to be checked? Are you going to the right table, or are you going to the novice table? Because if you're... Which table in town are you going to? Is it the one that's like in the market square, or is it the actual like wood shop building? Because make sure you're going to the wood shop building itself and going to that higher level table. Basically, once a wood shop is placed, that wood shop physically comes with its own set of higher level tables. And so if you're refining, right? So if you're making your wood into your timber, you can actually use the wood shop bench to put wood in, get timber out, and then you can run to the marketplace and you can use the lumber mill in the marketplace, which is novice level only, and you can also refine wood through there, so you can have multiple going at once. So Jova's really cool for like gatherers and refiners, because you can go and you can queue up 3 things of wood simultaneously, because you've got 2 wood shops and then you've got your novice one. But yeah, you'll want to make sure you're going to one of the actual like wood shop buildings on the map, and then there should be a carpentry bench there. So hopefully that helps you. Yo, Vandy, how you doing, my friend? Hope you're having a beautiful day. Also, Tyler, what up, goat? Can you actually draw us what the anvils look like on paint? Yo, I mean, the anvils are nice. I will say. They're very nice. Yo, what up, Phoenix? How you doing, my friend? The anvils are very, 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 very terrainy, right? So like, I just teleported out. Let me get a good look at these bad boys. I gotta figure out like how I want my perspective to be, because I can base it off of this. Hold on. Save. And then I feel like, all right, it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough. I'm not much of a landscape portrait person, but I'll do what I can. So basically, I'm standing like down here. This is all grass. Hold on. The terrain will make sense in a second. All right. And then this is all grass. Fuck! There is a lot of grass, but there's not that much grass. Command C. Okay, I missed my line somewhere. I'll just go fuck myself. Where did the line break? God damn it. This is all grass. Just in general, just picture this all as grass. I'm immensely disappointed. And then up here, right, you start to get some, like, some jutty out, like, rocks and stuff in the immediate foreground, right? So these are just, like, some small rocks and shit. And then you kind of have, like, an elevated high ground where this is, like, going up a ledge, right? So, like, I'm standing here looking this way out over the horizon, right? Your canvas is larger than what's shown. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. A true artist only needs a small canvas. Anyways, so I'm looking this way. So then, over on the backside, like, way in the background, you have, like, another... That was weird. You have another shelf of mountain, not even mountain, but like another shelf of ledge that goes up here, right? And it kind of like just creates a very high ground. And then that kind of like goes off into the distance. And then there's like another ledge that comes out this way and creates another high ground here. So like this is going up a high ground. This is a ledge. This is another ledge. And like this is a whole high ground. And then up here, you have the starting area. So the starting area is like a glacier type shit. So it's got a bunch of like, I don't know, like snowy caps and stuff like that on it over here. So like, basically, these are just like sheer rock faces. So you can't climb up these or anything. There's no way to like jump up to the top or anything like that. I'm standing probably... I'd say a good, let me compare. Probably like 45 dwarves, like stacked on top of each other down here to get up to the top of here. So just for perspective, it's probably about 45 dwarves to like climb this rock face, like feet on head dwarf height. So then you have the starting area. The starting area is here. The starting area has kind of like two paths that you can go down. So this is hammer rest. And then this is bonfire on this side. And it's got like some paths and stuff like that. And then down here would be like Kaltorum area. And then this would be Durgrim? Durgrim! Kind of like Valgadim and Durgrim. So this is like Valgadim up here. This is Durgrim down here. Like this way, basically. But yeah, this is essentially what the anvils looks like. Oh, it does also have trees. So, many trees. Many trees. I would say it's like, it's not an absurd amount of trees. It's pretty, it's a lot of trees, I will say. And then you also have, at certain points through the mountain, there are these like waterfalls. So like, you'll have a body of water like down here, right? And it'll be the circular body of water that then does this. This is not a penis, by the way. And then like, the waterfall will be here, but on the back end of the waterfall, it'll be like a dwarf head. And then this is like the mouth, basically. So it's like, that's basically what the waterfalls look like as well. So it's like a very like archaic dwarf. I went to Surge Conduit, by the way. I'm outside of Surge Conduit. But yeah, so you have waterfalls that are kind of like the dwarf head itself. Shape looks suspect. Intrepid did it, not me. Intrepid did it, not me. Maybe it's because I didn't draw the beard in. They do have quite a stoic like beard as well. It's just the beard is like behind the waterfall itself. But yeah, there are a lot of those. So really cool, like waterfall-y areas too. And then a lot of the, I don't know, a lot of the waterfalls go into like a circular body of water that then has like a tributary that goes out. But it's kind of weird because the entire like water system in the anvils is self-contained. Like there's no direct path from the rivers out to the ocean itself. So it's all just kind of like self-contained. Like the Stone Rot Dam and Loch Modan. Let me get a one-to-one comparison. Stone Rot Dam, Loch Modan. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Very similar to Stone Rot Dam. Yes. Very, very, very similar. Exactly. That is a very good point of reference. And I'm glad that this gave you memories of the Stone Rot Dam. I know, like, I did, as an 8-year-old, send my art proposals into Blizzard. Unfortunately, they did not pirate software me and hire me. So, you know, I've been a struggling artist for a while now, and I'm hoping that someday we're able to kind of, like, take hold. BBL Dwarf. I don't play it if it's not cheeked up. Okay. So. It won't let us start there. Yeah, you can just teleport out. They have the teleporter NPCs that are like right next to the starting area. So. Looks like a mushroom with a face. This is what Intrepid gave us. Like, this is... I'm gonna get banned for sharing visuals. Oh yeah, we don't have our mounts yet. Or level 3. It would probably be wise for us to teleport to Nexus Regulator and then go up to the starting area and bonfire. And then get our mounts in our level 3 before we do start. That would probably be wise. So I'm gonna run up and do that real quick. So go to Nexus Regulator to start, and then we're gonna do the starting experience real quick for the Nakua. So you're looking at like Nexus Regulator brings you to the left side on the map of the starting area. You'll see the kind of like staircase looking thing that's in your map. You're gonna look to go to the base of that to get your Ember Spring. Can I come? Yeah, we're doing pocket dungeon testing today. So we need a full 8, and I do not know if we have a full 8 currently. So if anybody does want to come through and do some pocket dungeon testing, please feel free to let me know. Just came in and this looks like an event FC in corporate HR. Excuse me. What the? You working for the fucking astronomer? What HR are you in? Can you wait for me to log in? I think we have room for more people. Like, I think we have 1 cleric so far. I'm tanking. So, like, bards and then DPS would probably be the Bissingtons if I had to wager a gander. Excuse me, pardon me. I'm like jumping over gaps and shit out here. This is precarious, brother. This is scary shit. Like, I'm up on one of these high grounds right now, chat. So it's very scary. It's very scary. But yeah, so log in. Did they do the artisan skill trees yet for the PTR? Artisan skill trees? No. I haven't seen anything about that. I don't know if that's like one of the things that they're trying to get in pre-phase 3. I haven't heard them talk much about that as like a pre-phase 3 thing. I do actually need to make the guild because I have a guild creation scroll and I need to see the guild skill tree. Just saw some chatter about it. Ah, true. Yeah, I don't think that was mentioned in like the article as like their immediate prios. At least pre-phase 3 could probably be one of the things early on because they are revamping a lot of the skill trees. Like I mentioned, the guild skill tree did get a little revamp there. So I actually need to make one myself and then see what's changed on that end of things. Because that is some good information for the boys to have, if I do say so personally. I was just excited, but I wanted to confirm with someone that can actually log on. I'm at work. Oh no! Yeah, I can look, but I'm not seeing anything. There's an other tab, but I'm not seeing siege banners. Spellbook maybe? But I'm not. Artisan. Nah, nothing in there. Different survey pylons. But like, no actual skill tree or anything like that that I can see. General. Pet commands. Defensive, aggressive, passive stance. Yeah. Nothing that I can see. On my end, at least. Can I post anything in the official Discord that has my character in it, since someone could take that and post it somewhere else, getting me in trouble? That is actually extremely true, but I'm sure if you were to be able to like prove that it wasn't you that posted it, that I'm sure it'd be like less of an issue, right? But yeah, that is one thing where like I most definitely do not want my POVs anywhere. Literally anywhere. Because that's entirely possible. Like, someone could straight up just yoink your shit, post it everywhere, and then just be like, oh my god, look, this person is sharing their POVs, holy shit. And then, yeah, that's you getting Thanos. Like, I thought you were allowed to post in PTR chat. I didn't think they'd be yoinked. No, so like, PTR chat, it's all NDA'd. So like, I don't think it would technically be you violating the NDA, so to say. But it's also something where I think it'd be very hard to prove that it wasn't you, right? That's kind of like, it's a valid ass concern, if I do say so myself. Because I know in a lot of games like this, there are some very freaky people, to say the goddamn least. And yeah, I don't. In the MMO scene, man, I don't necessarily know that I would trust my life in someone else's hands. You can get armor at the starting area? Oh yeah, no, I'm trying to, like, I'll maybe use a little bit of, like, gold, silver, copper that I get from the questing experience to start, but, like, I'm trying to not go too hard in the way of, like, buying things, so I can get a nice organic feel for the leveling instead of just, like, you know, killing through shit. I think that's one of the biggest things, is trying to feel it out in the way that it will be on launch instead of, I'm dead, instead of just kind of like going at it the fastest route, right? How do I port from the A-list starting area to you? You'll want to talk to the portal person, like the teleporter. It's Tully, and then once you talk to Tully, you'll select the first option, and then the first option will bring you to like the northwest of the ANVILS. And then from there, you'll go up to the north, like the northeast of where you came in from. And then that'll bring you over to the bonfire area. What colors do you like the most for design stuff? I don't know, like I've always used red because red's just very straightforward. But I like some purple and shit too, but I don't know. Like, not like a Twitch purple, but I also feel like purple's weird to design around, right? But I mean, maybe there just aren't that many like purple like overlays and shit. So maybe it's an opportunity for it to be super clean. But I don't know, I've always just done like red stuffs. But I'm not like a jillion gazillion % set on it. Red and purple or purple and red? Well, I don't necessarily know that those two go together, so to say. Those are just like two of my favorite colors. I don't have a good mind for design. Like, that's why I don't have a lot of design stuff, because I'm not like, I don't see things that way. Like, I cannot just like come up with a color concept in my head and then think out what I would want a logo to be or anything. So like, I don't like red and purple slash red slash I have no idea what you're saying. You're just confusing me at this point. Like you need to realize, I am the least design inspired person in history. I couldn't even tell you like what I would want for a design for anything. Like my brain doesn't operate that way. Like oddly enough, I don't know. Is Carla high? Yes, I think so. I think so. One red, one purple, one red and purple. Like, what are you asking? Yes, sure. I don't know what you're asking. Are you asking if I want 3 designs done? I don't even know if I need 1 design done. Clothes? No, Carla wants to help establish a brand for stream. Color combos? Well, yes, so that's what I'm telling you, Carla. I don't know anything about color combos or design inspiration or what goes well or anything. My brain does not operate that way where I am artistic. I do not see color combos. I do not see design without someone giving me inspiration and me saying, oh, change this or this. I can't think of something from scratch and conceptualize it mind to thin air to paper for design. That's why I don't update my visuals, because I'm quite literally incapable of designing visuals from scratch. Like, I do not think in that way. So I can't answer the question. Like, this visual was made for me by Doug, like way back in the day years ago, and I haven't changed it because I can't think of anything else. Like, that's why I don't change stuff. I physically cannot think of things that way. My brain just doesn't operate in a creative manner like that. I wish it did, but that's also why I like looking at art so much and going, oh wow, that's pretty, because my brain doesn't like create things like that. Just working on color combos, and I can't even conceptualize what the color combos would look like. Like, you say red, and I picture my current overlay, but red on red on red on red, and it's too bright. Like, I don't really know what you saying red entitles for like design or anything. Like, I don't really have a color that like speaks to me or is an attachment. Like, if somebody designed something and it looked clean, I would kind of like see it and go, oh, that's cool, or like, oh, I don't like that. But like, I couldn't be like, oh, I want like a red background with, fucking Howling Dew font, size 17, slightly italicized, 1.5 bold, 1.25 spacing between the lines, slightly centered here, left alignment here. Like, my brain doesn't like work like that. That shit's just confusing to me. Yo, Damien, I hope you're having a beautiful day. So yeah, like, I don't even, like, and I'm not trying to be difficult or anything, but like, my brain literally does not conceptualize design things and color scheme things. Like, I'm not a creative from scratch person. I'm like, give me a direction and I'll cook with it type beat, right? At least in terms of like visuals and stuff. I try my best to be, but it's not usually not the best option for me. Damien, what you up to, my friend? Gonna do some more leveling in PTR? Yes, we're making characters right now. If you guys do want to come out, make a fresh character, we're doing the Nakua starting experience over here. And, yo, Magno, thank you for the follow, much love. We're doing the new player experience over here, getting our mounts real quick. And then we'll head over to some of the pocket dungeons and check those out as organic leveling opportunities. So I do want to try to see which pocket dungeons have humanoids, because humanoids are unequivocally missed to farm. Anything that is not a humanoid is not worth it. Still can't find the Ember. Go to, like, on your map in the side of the mountain, you see like the staircase looking ass thing. So just go to the base of that and then directly north of it, and it's right there. And then there's also one up at the like bonfire trades area. Just working, wishing I was playing games instead. Yeah, I'm grateful that we have stuff to test over here and people to test with. That's the biggest thing, man. There's gonna be a whole lot of information for everybody to keep getting out here. And we're just trying to do everything we can to like stay on that actual information grind. A cairn of stones. Weird, I just interacted with a bunch of like stacked stones and then they went away. Materials, quest items, nothing in my quest item tab. Weird. It's very strange. What happened to yesterday's characters? Yesterday's characters are still up. It's just they're level 6, level 8. So kind of want to start fresh and see how the pocket dungeons would feel. Because the last time we did Anvils, everyone was like, oh, it's a little bit slower. Well, yeah, because we were also out in the wilderness with a group of 8. Compared to being at Coralock to start, which is like a point of interest. So, pocket dungeon XP should be comparatively much better. I'll post in global. Yeah, just invite me. X up in global if you guys are joining the leveling group. I think somebody else is inviting, but I have posted in global. But yeah, so I figure we can probably do... I mean, the quest gets you to like almost level 4 anyways in the dwarf area. So 4 to 10 in a group should only take a couple hours. And then from there, we could get live reps. Could do pretty much fucking anything. I would really like to get some live reps today. I will say. Some PvP reps so people can get some more experience with comms, some more familiarity there. I think that would be wonderful. But not a lot of people are going to want to like pop over to live and PvP over there. I think it would be beneficial. Like people know how to press their buttons, but in our instance, a lot of it's like comms and timing and group play and stuff like that. I love looking at color palettes. Yeah, if I had like color palette swatches, Carla, like, see, that would be really good like guidance for me to go off of. Because I could be like, oh, I like this combination. But like, I try to conceptualize like red on red and purple on red and stuff like that. And I'm like, ah, shit. I don't even know. Like, you know what I mean? I can't really conceptualize without that guide of like, oh, these are the actual possibilities. And then I could look through and I could be like, oh, I like this. I don't like this and stuff like that. But I'm just very not like base level creative, I guess, if that makes sense. It's a whole like conceptualization without the color palettes. I guess I'm out for you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We're cooking. And then we're going to have Dusty themed underwear for everybody, chat. We're trying to plan out the adult man-sized bras and panties together. So we just want all of you to look and feel fabulous. And we're working our hardest to ensure that that's a thing for you. And we don't want to sell you short. Sleepy as hell, went to bed late because I was watching Hacksaw Ridge, then I skipped coffee this morning. Hacksaw Ridge fucks, but coffee also fucks. We have coffee and Celsius in-house right now, so it's been a dangerous time for me. How's Anvil's leveling? We just started up for the day. So, still getting all organized, seeing who actually wants to come out. And from there, we're going to be hitting some pocket dungeons. So, I think we still have a couple people trigger held ability after long hold, short hold, medium hold. Wait. Abilities, held ability behavior. Release to cast, press again to cast. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Press to full charge, hold and release to cast. So for your like charge up abilities, they have an abilities held ability behavior where it's like release to cast, press again to cast, or press to full charge, hold and release to cast, and then it's short hold, medium, long hold. That's kind of cool. Kind of quite cool, I think. All right, let's see. Wait, they give us different font options? Am I tripping? Crimson or Lotto? What is Lotto? I don't see any difference. At least I don't think. Floating text. Huh. I don't know any difference there. Let's see. Targeting, smart cast, party and raid, party's raid frames, hover target. Beautiful. We're gonna go. Who's party leader? I am. Dusty Dungy. If you X up in global, I'll invite you. I will happily send one out. And then you just have to run up the entire fucking mountain and fight your way through every mob. You got a bard spot open? Almost definitely. I think we'll probably need bards. I don't know how many we have, but I think blood, based on that, is probably a bard, but we can always use 2 bards. We just got to make sure we have room. We have 4 spots left, so who's on their way? Which set of armor should I go with for Ranger, Riverstalkers with surplus coins? Shit, I don't have all of them memorized right off rip, but I would say whichever one offers you force buff. If you can get a set with the force buff, that early on a DPS is really good. Like the force 5-piece gives you 17 to 20-ish% of your strength and your int as just a bonus. So essentially gives you more fizz power scaling, more of all of those waterfall attributes too. So I would say whichever one has a force buff, probably Riverstalkers would be the one. Maybe not. Riverstalkers might be finesse. But they've been adjusting a lot of the attributes on gear very recently. Or are you on live, McBeatron? Sorry, I'm looking at PTR stuff. Are you on live alpha or are you on PTR playing? If you're looking at surplus, I'm pretty sure you're on live. So at that point, I just go Riverstalkers. Sorry, I overcomplicated that like a motherfucker. Man's out here looking for set bonuses like Dusty. What are you talking about? What dungeon do you guys tally to? Go to the first one and then run up and do your starting experience to get to level 4 in the Dunier area. But yeah, I think Riverstalkers will have your best fizz power on it. At least early scaling wise. Hacksaw Ridge, my favorite movie. Yeah, Carla loves Hacksaw Ridge. But yeah, we're about to start leveling once we get people over here. Everybody gets their mount. We'll get people to level 4 because a lot of the pocket dungeons are like 5 to 7. Then you have 8 to 10s, and then you have past that. So realistically, if we get everybody with their mount, we get people all squared away and ready to cook. Spend a couple hours, get 10 plus, and then we should be good. I would assume pocket dungeon XP is also going to be redonkulous. So here's hoping. Here's hoping. Oh yes, level 25 bard, hello. I wish I could show you guys the anvils, man. It looks so good. And it's not even just that, like, the anvils looks very good. I think it's primarily the Unreal Engine 5.6 looks fucking redonkulous compared to 5.3. Everything looks better over here, if I'm being honest. It looks a lot better. Just more crisp, less blurry, less bad. I like it a lot. I do not have 8 copper. All right, we do have to sell that early on. So you have to sell your first batch of glint because the Western Larch still requires fuel and a refining cost. Instead of the intro tier in the human starting area and not having a refining cost. I still think this refining area should be moved down closer to Bonfire. Because, like, this run is some fucking horse shit. Maybe it's meant to simulate, like, the Lionhold run. But, like, holy cannoli. Because we're going to have to run out of the Divine Gate, over to Bonfire, get the Bonfire quest, then go up to Bonfire Craft, or Bonfire Trades, whatever it is, Bonfire Trades, and then go back down to Bonfire, and then go where we want to level. Genuinely might be a, like, more efficient to just level type beat. If I had to guess. It's because of the Unreal change? Oh yeah, so I mean, the live environment's on Unreal Engine 5.3, and we're on Unreal Engine 5.6 on the PTR. So like, it is just day and night, looks better, feels better, plays better. Which dungeon teleporter do I take? You want to take the top option, and then you want to, that'll put you in like the northwest near Bonfire. So you want to look on your map to the left side of the mountain where the starting area is, like the top middle of the anvils. And you want to look for that little like staircase looking thing in the side of the mountain. Your Ember Spring that you're looking for is right at the base of that staircase on the north side of it. Did they change Unreal 5.6? It's Unreal 6. I don't know too much about 6 point whatever, but 5.6 is the newest version of 5. So they went to 5.6 for the PTR. They were on 5.3. So they haven't been on 5.4 or 5.5. They're 3 generations behind, and they're just catching up. You guys leveling there? Yes, we're leveling there. You're lost. So open up your map. Look at the anvils in the top middle of the anvils. The big white cap mountain is your starting area, okay? So go to the left of that on your map. There's like a staircase looking thing on your map itself. Go to that. The base of that staircase is where your Ember Spring is, and that's where Bonfire is. So you just go there. That is, it's probably the easiest way that we can get people all squared away. Find Big White Cap Mountain, and then run to Big White Cap Mountain. Now, depending... Do we have a stoneworks over here? We absolutely do, right? Where's our stoneworks? Animal husbandry, farming, herb, weaving, tailoring, fishing, cooking, carpentry, lumber milling, lumberjacking. We don't have stoneworks over here. Huh, okay. So the Nakua side may be cooked anyways, honestly. We might need to check out Hammer Rest instead of Bonfire, because I think Hammer Rest trades will very likely have the stoneworks, and Hammer Rest trades are quite nice to, the stoneworks are quite nice to hit with your, like, initial money, because you can buy a jewelry set. So, like, 2 earrings, 2 rings, amulet, and then you can buy mining bags there. And it's about 4 silver to buy all of that, to get started off. Gives you, like, 100 bonus HP, 50 bonus mana, 100 bonus armor, some crit chance, some evasion, I think 66 crit chance and 66 evasion rating. So that's a massive thing to start out with. Even on live, if you're making a new character, I would highly recommend running by the Stoneworks vendor in any one of the towns, or even the standalone ones. I believe it's over to the right side, so the east side, over in, is that Briarmore? Over on that side? Either way, the standalone Stoneworks vendor or the Stoneworks in any one of the towns, those will have some jewelry that you can get. You can throw that jewelry on, and then you're good to go. And then you have your starter set. Emo, did you end up finding it? Vertical scaling with an ultra wide is nuts on the PTR. Bruh. So, like, with an ultra wide, are you able to just see everything everywhere? Because with New World, some people that played on ultra wides would legitimately see everything everywhere all the time, and they would never be at risk of not seeing something. Also, I'm figuring out some tech.
Cat with abs is
Yo,
absolutely
29592. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I figured out some tech with, like, scaling down the mountainsides here too. So in the anvils, it seems like a lot of the mountainsides, you can fall down them and then dodge roll into them, and that dodge roll into the mountainside will kind of like take away your, I guess, fall distance, so to say, in a lot of instances. And it kind of like resets where you're falling from. So, like, you can just drop down the mountainsides, dodge roll into the mountainside once, drop down again, dodge roll again, a little bit closer to the bottom, and then that resets because you come in contact with the mountainside. So feel free to try it more, but I think I found out how to beat fall damage right now. Seems at least very, very, very consistent and replicatable so far. I don't know if it'll get taken out. I don't know if me happened too much too early, but we should be good. You died? Okay, just don't die next time. Also, if you X up in global, I can invite you guys. Oh wait, people did. Sorry. Invite. And then who else? Black Blood's in. Outnumbers in. Sorry, my chat was apparently scrolling way the fuck up. My fault. Alright, we got Emu. I got outnumbered. Apparently my chat just didn't scroll down. So that's unfortunate. Let's see. Who else coming to level? Because I'm more than down to get people in. We have 2 spots. One was still updating. Tick, you got in, right? Chatting is updating. So we have 1 spot if Tick's not in. We have room for another cleric. No, another bard would be ideal. Okay. Tick's in. We got 1 more updating. Room for Uno Mas chat. DPS, bard, whatever you guys want to run. But I'm going to fill up my water. And possibly get another Celsius. Should I go cleric or rogue? Either one. Like, one cleric, one bard is probably enough. Two clerics would probably be safer. But literally whatever you want to play. Because I'm sure we can always make someone else play a cleric too. Be right back. More water required. Okay. Sorry, I've returned. Gat, welcome in, my friend. Gat Symphony is fucking crazy, by the way. What a beautiful, beautiful name. I don't know if it's like an actual symphony, but I'm just thinking like the Gats, the Blickies. Fucking gorgeous. Fucking gorgeous. Absolutely inspiring. Might go spin a block tonight, just in your honor. Zop, what up, dude? Found a bug on live where you jump on a caravan unmounted when the caravan has speed boost from Trade Bureau, then mount up and your mount gets the speed buff. The 100% speed buff? Your mount is a caravan. Interesting. Now, can you, like, tow behind with your mount, too? Okay, so Gat had a question. If I get the early access for $100, do I download the game from the website or is there a launcher? There is a standalone launcher. So you get access, log in on the website. That allows you to download the launcher. It'll go from like get the alpha to download the launcher with that same building. Same building, Jesus fucking Christ. Same button, wrong B word. I've been talking about in-game infrastructure too much. Brain just defaulted to talking about buildings and nodes, dog. I was about to tell you how to craft something. So it'll go from get the alpha to download the launcher. You download the launcher from there, and then once your launcher is downloaded, you sign in through the launcher. That's where your updates and stuff will be. That's where you'll actually launch the game from. And then there will be two different environments before you log in. There will be an environments drop-down menu where you can either select the Alpha 2 environment, which is like the current testing, or you can go onto the private test realm environment. So you guys are watching footage from the alpha environment from a few days ago, one of my VODs. I'm over on the private test realm. which is a like future looking version of the game, a lot more like early iterative stuff. So a lot of the things that are coming in for phase 3 on the 26th of August are being tested on the private test realm right now in a very early state. So private test realm is visually NDA'd, so you just like can't share gameplay or anything like that from it, can't share visuals, but you can talk about everything. Where's a stable to get horse? Talk to Hema Laraki right here. You talk to her, you cut the tree, talk to her again, turn it in, and then you cut the you talk to her again after you turn in the first quest, and then she sends you up the mountain, and then you get your ram. So ram is default mount for dwarves. So you just have to like complete the first one, cut the tree, the larch, and then bring the larch up the mountain after that. Can't get to you. Can someone come to me? Where are you at? Jenks, how the fuck did you get all the way up there? What the fuck? Where did you go? Wait. Why are you showing all the way over there on the map? I TP'd there. All the way up to the left? Or where are you? Like, are you on the high ground? I have no fucking idea where you even are. Good fucking gravy. Okay, yo, Froyo. Oh, Froy of the Exos. Welcome in, dude. What are y'all's thoughts? We're spending the $100. So, in terms of worth spending the $100, personally, in my opinion, it's a no-brainer because you have a 90-day period where you can get a full refund on your actual purchase, right? So, if you like it, you play until launch. My guess is late 2027, early 2028. If you do not like it, you have a no hours limit 90-day refund period where you just get your money back. Now, the worth for me is never the question. It's the state of the game for a lot of players. If you're coming in expecting to play an MMO, like a fully finished project, that is not what Ashes is. Ashes is a playtest, right? So if you're coming in with the intent to be a playtester, you will be in the entire development process. My name is Meow /invite Meow. Where should I TP? Yeah, you should be able to TP to the first area and then just come up to us here to the northeast. It's a little bit wacky of a starting, like, you know, cadence, but I'm also making you guys go through it so you can provide feedback too. Because if I just tell P-Dwarf it sucks, then that's not going to do anything. But if we all tell P-Dwarf that those bitches need to be moved a little bit. Forgot which dungeon teleporter to go to. It's the first one. Whichever the top one is. I think it's Nexus Regulator. But yeah, Jenks, you should be good. Just go, like, you're at the right spot. Just go northeast from where you are. If you open up your map, you should see us there. Where's the Weaving and Lumber Station? Lumber Station, that's right up. So you need to go like up the mountain. It's basically like keep climbing high ground, but it's to the south of us, up the mountain. And that's Bonfire Trades for the Ember Spring. So that's the inconvenience, and the part that I think sucks with the new player experience over here, personally, is just like the distance that you have to travel to make all of that happen. Okay, so we had a question about the worth. In my opinion, games launching 2027, like late 2027, early 2028, maybe. Could be later than that, could be earlier than that. There's no official figure or anything on that. Like, what we know is that Phase 3 is the 26th, unless it gets delayed again. But keep in mind, it's an alpha. Things can always get delayed. Things can always get pushed back. Things can always get pulled forward. Content cadence can go any way at any time, right? They could even put in a change that seems like it sucks for every person. And they're like, no, trust us. This is the right change. And then they put in 2 more systems to complement that first change. And you're like, oh shit, this makes sense now. And we're kind of here to just provide feedback on what we have. And, you know, help find bugs, help find core issues, and as a community be able to articulate what we like, what we don't like, and put reason to that. So, like, I don't like this first-time user experience currently because of how spaced out the actual trade scale area is from the village area, leading to a lot of running back and forth, making it substantially worse for players to start out with comparatively to the Riverlands. So then we could go into a more in-depth look at, like, Bonfire start time to level X versus Riverland's start time to level X, and like, you know, match those up, and then give some actual good data to Intrepid so they can potentially change things that could be player pain points. And I think that's really cool. Meanwhile, we get the benefit of familiarizing ourselves with the systems, getting our knowledge up, developing our community more. We're already 200 deep for phase 3, 200 plus actually, growing by the day. So exclamation guild for that if you guys are hopping in. But we have a lot of motivation to be over here currently. Did you play WoW at all? Oh, yeah, I grew up in WoW. So I basically, I've been gaming my entire life. I started PC gaming when I was 4. I have 2 older brothers who are 8 and 10 years older than I am, who were always gamers, and like, we were all athletes as well, but like, they were playing Diablo and shit like that, so I wanted to play Diablo. So when I was 4, I started playing Diablo 2. When I was 8, I started playing WoW, and that was on WoW launch. When I was 10, 11, I was raid leading, and I was main tanking, and I just kind of like fell in love with the social side of MMOs. And then as WoW died out for me around Kata, I kind of like floated for a bit, didn't really know, you know, what I wanted to do. I was growing up and going through school and playing basketball and shit. So I got into Dota like later in high school very casually, and then through college got extremely into Dota. And then later in college, popped over to Fortnite, spent way too long in Fortnite, but it made me a mechanical demon in games. Then from there, went to New World for 7,000 plus hours, 3+ years, grew my community over there a lot, and then came over here to Ashes, and I've been here in Ashes since then, and don't really plan on leaving. We got a lot of people in the community that are already very committed to what we've got, and looking forward to the future here. So my mains are BM Hunter, Blood Unholy DK, and Disc Priest. What's your suggestion for which class to start off with playing around with? Depends on what role you want to fill. Is the bonfire up the hill too for the mount? Yeah, so for your mount, Hema over here, make sure you talk to Hema. You chop the Western Larch, you bring it to Hema, complete the quest, and then you run up the mountain, and then you go to the crafting area up the mountain at Bonfire Trades. It's to the south of us, higher on the mountain. And then you refine your larch into timber there. You'll have to sell the glint that you got from your first quest to pay for the timber refining fee. And then you refine that, then you run back down to Hema, and then you get your mount. It's a little complex right now. I could draw it in paint. I like support roles or ranged. So, like, Ranger and Cleric are both extremely impactful, especially in group stuff. Everything in Ashes is based around 8v8 groups. Yo, this reminds me, I had a dream, quick side tangent, that with phase 3 they changed it from 8-person groups to 5-person groups, and the entire dynamic of Ashes changed. I don't know why that just popped back into my head, but like I said 8v8 balance, and I was like, why am I seeing like 5-person raid frames? And I literally had a dream that Ashes transitioned to 5-person groups again, or not again, but like 2 5-person groups. Anyways, so all balance in Ashes is like 8v8, right? It's based around multiple archetypes complementing each other, giving each other kind of like the things that they lack, the things that they don't really have, and, you know, bringing that total synergy to everything. Now, it's very dependent on other archetypes right now to complement the totality of everything, because we only have primary archetypes. If you do exclamation classes, that'll bring up the class grid that'll show you how they're going to work long term with the primaries and the secondaries all, you know, coming together. So I play a tank. So I will always have my tank tree, my tank abilities. I will be able to pick any secondary archetype, and that secondary will augment some of my abilities with different augments from the secondary. So if I go tank cleric, I'll have my tank abilities, but I'll be able to select some augments for some of those abilities that then give an element of, like, you know, self-healing, group healing maybe, just a lot of it. So I plan to go tank rogue, which I'm hoping to grab some evasion rating, maybe a little temp invis associated with my movement abilities. Just a lot of that rogue kit, maybe some mana burn, maybe a little bit of that CC. So just hoping that we can have a lot of customization with those. This is our new player experience. I mean, keep in mind, this is also like version 0.1 of the new player experience, since this isn't even published on live yet. So like technically this is just the layout of the area, and they're probably looking for feedback on how I have no copper. Sell your glint that you got from the first quest, because they don't have the introductory tier of materials out here. So in Lionhold, you're getting like weathered oak, which is free to refine in Lionhold only. And then from there, it doesn't cost anything. You just complete that new player experience. It's got multiple steps. So like this one is kind of borked right now. I'm confident it's going to get better because it also says chop wood and gather and gives you all three of your tools at once. And then you only have to do one of the things, talk to Hema again, then run up the mountain, refine one of the things, then go back and talk to Hema. So it's going to change. I think more so, other than the actual like quest interactions right now, it's very, 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 very fruitful to bring up the time investment to commute, right? Yo, King, how you doing, my boy? Hope you've been well, dude. Welcome back. Hope you're having a beautiful summer so far. Ash is good, dude. Ash is good. We're going through the SADs right now because phase 3 just had a little bit of a delay. 20 days, so it's on the 26th of August now instead of the 4th of August. So in that time, they are also bringing in a lot of good shit. An ad's playing. Why is an ad playing? You're a sub. Am I tripping? P3 delay. 20 days. Yes, yes, yes. The 26th. Exclamation delay will bring up the article. But basically, they're bringing in a whole shitload of things in the meantime. I don't mind the delay, and I wasn't surprised. Yeah, no, I mean, so I personally, I was saying, hey, yo, King.
Together.
Thank you for the 5 months, brother. I hope that lets you out of the ad. Yeah, you were showing as subbed on my end. I don't know. I appreciate you, dog. Much love. Much love. Welcome back. Yeah, so like, people were asking me if I thought there would be a delay or if there wouldn't be a delay. And personally, brother subbed and he's still in an ad. What the fuck? I was saying that I didn't think there would be a delay. And the kind of like contingency, so to say, or like, I don't even know the word, but what that was hinging upon was a more bare bones phase 3 launch without dynamic gridding active, with the anvils in like you know, a barely implemented spot, like maybe a rough pass over it. Like I expected the anvils to be quite rough. I didn't expect to get a huge patch on phase 3 launch either, but it does seem like their goal is to drop a nice big chungus patch for P3, give us a whole lot of content right out of the gate, put a lot of the systems in that are in progress on the PTR right now. And it seems like overwhelmingly they want to get PTR to phase 3 because they're also porting to 5.6 for phase 3 launch. They were not going to go to 5.6 if it was August 4th. They were going to start phase 3 on Unreal Engine 5.3 and then have to go to Unreal Engine 5.6 later on, per what they said in the June stream, because they wanted to avoid potential issues with the port itself. So what I'm thinking is that we're probably just going to get the entire PTR like copy pasted over to live for phase 3 launch on the 26th. And keep in mind, they're not done putting shit in on PTR yet either. Like, this is going to keep growing. So we have more testers on the PTR, new players that come in that may hop into the PTR as well. And I think that gives them accessibility to check out what they want to in a more forgiving aspect. Gives them a little bit of a forward look into the future build. So it's nice. It's really nice. I will say, like, we've been talking about this a lot, but the people that took time off on the 4th kind of got cooked. We had people in the community that took time off on the 1st of May and then also took time off on the 4th. And like the 1st of May kind of worked out because it was 2.5 launch anyways, right? But the 4th is like, like there's not much to reconcile that for some people. So I'm hoping that maybe Intrepid like does something fun on the 4th, like in game. You thought they would learn by now? Listen, risk reward is one of the large core tenets of Ashes as a whole. Yo, King, also, welcome out of the ads, brother. Welcome back. I don't know why you got ads. Thanks for the resub. You shouldn't get ads if you're subbed. I don't know what happened, but Appreciate you, dog. But yeah, I think like the delay is going to make the phase 3 launch much better. But there is also kind of that ongoing trope, so to say. If you launch phase 3 on the 26th, then it'll be worse than phase 3 if it launched on September 15th. If you launch on September 15th, then it'd be worse than if it launched on October 27th. So like, it's development and things will always continue to evolve, right? I think it gets more like an MMO every patch that they throw in. Some systems are still going to be more, you know, in progress early on, but like, we're getting a lot of progressive patches, which I do really like. And Intrepid does tend to hold themselves to a pretty high standard in terms of like where they're deploying their content at. They want things on live to be working at least in a baseline sense, which I do really like. Certain live services still have problems with that 3+ years in. So, where do I get ported to so I can try out the new starter zone leveling? Go to the top option. I don't remember which one it is, but the first option in the teleport person, go there, and then that's going to take you to like the northwest side of the Anvils. And then from there, in the north, like the direct north, you have the big white cap mountain. Go to the left of that on your map. There's a little staircase looking thing in the side of the mountain on your map. Like just green staircase looking thing. Just teleport over here, run over here, go to the bottom of that staircase area, and that'll be bonfire. So, should I get the horse first? I mean, I would do this just so you can get a feel for like where the leveling is going to bring you, right? Brings you to just about level 4, and it also gives you the ram instead of the horse. So like they have the horse experience here, it's just a little more spaced out and it's a little clunky. So once you get over to bonfire, you'll look for stone pillars in a circle, and then you'll find Hema Laraki. You'll talk to Hema. Hema gives you a quest to get Western Larch. You chop one tree, talk to Hema again, turn that in, and then you end the dialogue. Talk to Hema again after ending the dialogue. That'll open up another quest that you then accept. You run up the mountain to the south and get up to the high ground, and you look for bonfire trades. Once you get to bonfire trades, you'll have to sell the glint that you got from the first quest and then refine the wood that you got from, you know, chopping the larch. And then you run back down to Hema. And then you're good to go. You have your ram. It's a little clunky. There's a lot of running, and it's not really the most fluid right now. But feedback prior to launch could genuinely change how this entire thing works. Because I'm standing right now, like on the south side of Bonfire. They could always just take out some of these empty buildings, like some of the prop buildings, and add in that refining circle down here. Genuinely. I think just have the refines near the actual quest giver and the resources. And that would improve fluidity so fucking much out here. I think that would be probably BIS. Because right now it's such an ungodly long run up the entire mountain. And you also don't have a mount to make it up that long run. So I would say do it organically. Just try to maybe /bug and provide some feedback on it. And let them know what you think about the first time user experience. They do also have feedback threads up in the Discord, and you can always post in the Discord and be like, hey, FTUE over here feels kind of, you know, I don't care that it's long, but I'm like, just where I was going. Oh, do you mean like in terms of the running back and forth? Because, yeah, I mean, it'll be more maybe sensical coming out of the mountain itself, potentially. Because we're not doing the full first-time user experience coming out of the actual spawn. We're just kind of like materializing here, right? So been trying to do a different route for months. Yeah, I will say like the back and forth part of it does feel slightly inefficient. And I think just the raw distance in between the trade areas compared to the actual like bonfire campsite, hammer rest campsite. I haven't done the hammer rest new player side. Thog, have you or Dunehold done hammer rest new player experience? Is there one over there that gets you your ram, or is bonfire the only one up? I don't know if any of the Dune Holdians are here, but yeah, it's definitely hard to get out of that like loop and that muscle memory once you're in that loop of, okay, I do this, I go lion hold, I go here, I drop off snowdrop bundle. But I think if you can get this first time user experience down, this pumps you up to almost 4 very, very, very quickly. And then if they have follow-up quests, because follow-up quests could go hard. Quests are like one of the best ways to actually ensure that you are getting XP early on. Oh wait, there's a low-level crab farm? Oh shit. Oh, it's Nexus Regulator. Okay, so Nexus Regulator is 1-star crabs and tortoises. And I don't know if it has humanoids. Clawhold the Crag-shelled. Like, this is level of pro. Do we have Summoner yet? No Summoner yet. Summoner will be tested over here before it goes live. This has Minotaurs further in the back as well. So that is, that's huge. Minotaur spawns are Insano style. And this goes very, very, very deep and cavernous. I'm just gonna keep running through. I'll probably die, but I'll just run back if I die. Shellback Sovereign. 1-star Tortoises. And then we have more Minotaurs. It's getting a little hairy here. I think I've reached the end of the intended road. And I unironically think I just die here. So I don't know if the Shellback Sovereign is a named mob or not. But that's a 1-star tortoise, level 7. You have to run all the way through this pocket dungeon. But there are a good amount of mobs. There's an interactable over here. Wait, one of these statues is interactable. You do not have the requirements to perform this action. Weird. So there's one of the dwarf statues with the hammer on the ground. Down in this like chambery area. And it says you do not have the requirements to perform this action. Because it has like a glowing interact. Well, maybe we investigate. That sounds fun. I think there are quests missing. Very, very, very likely. Very likely. Commissions. Yeah, do they... I don't know if they have a starting area commission board. Bonfire is the only one up that I know. Okay, cool. So, we'll have to see with Hammer Rest, like, what that actually feels like in terms of the commute time. Because, like... commute time's rough. Bonfire does kill quests. Interesting. Interesting. Commission boards were really inconsistent. And probably competed for like crazy too. JD over on YouTube, how you doing, my friend? When's phase 3 starting? Phase 3 is now on August 26th. So by that time, they will hopefully have the anvils in a really good, like, more completed state for the first time user experience, the second starting zone, dynamic gridding, Unreal Engine 5.6 upgrade, all taken care of on live. A lot of systems over in progress as well on the PTR that they're trying to shore up for P3 launch, so. There's 2 boards. You have kill quests and harvest quests. Also, just visit this place for 2k XP. Is that over in Bonfire on PTR Voil? Because that wouldn't be bad at all. But I'm also thinking like loot is something that also tends to snowball. And one thing that we discovered. I want Samia's Hope. Oh. Yeah, I mean, Samia's is going to be a lot more developed than like Bonfire and the Anvils and stuff. I don't necessarily know if they have. Also, if you guys need to go down the mountainsides in the anvils, please just remember that you can quite literally just, like, drop as far as you want to, and then roll face first into the side of the mountain, and it'll stop all of your fall damage. So, like, as long as you dodge roll into the mountainside, your fall damage starts on the collision of the mountainside and not your total fall damage. So you can just jump down these big-ass mountain faces. You just have to dodge roll into the side of the mountain face, or like the ledge face before you hit the ground, and avoid other instances of damage on the way down. But like, I'm just dropping down multiple levels, taking 18 damage because you don't really have to worry about anything. Is mount fall damage in? Yeah, like your mount taking fall damage before you? Yeah, that's in. My mount's dead because I also died, but Yes, to say the least. And I may also get cooked here. No, we're good. Okay, everything's fine. Everything's perfectly fine. Although I will say, like, no stars are kind of some solid XP early. But, like, 1-star elite grind is so fucking good, man. Like, if you find 1-star minnows or humanoids, that's gonna be your cook. I think if anybody's trying to level without those, they're fucking themselves. Wait, where did I just drop down to? I think I dropped down to the wrong side, actually. I might have cooked myself. I very well may have just played myself. I might need to hit an unstuckaroo. I went to the wrong side because my, like, death indicator, I have 2 of them on the map, and I ran to the wrong one. I will be over to the pocket dungeon in 1 sec. I'm unstucking and then running over there. That is my bad. Hard to get kill credit in the right spot. Yeah, commissions are also going to be Omega I mean, everything's going to be Omega contested, right? But I really do think that it is a matter of finding an area and getting the absolute most out of it before you transition to the next, and just trying to get ahead of the curve in a high value area like Steel Bloom. Steel Bloom is fucking S+ tier. How do I process the wood that I chopped? So up the mountain to the side, like to the south, if you look on the map where Emu and Meow are, it's right where they're at. So that'll be a big thing. It's all about Kaltorum. Character XP doesn't matter. So I'm pretty sure the plan is for us to have 2 dedicated, like, grind groups. So we're gonna have a few that are focusing on XP in terms of groups so we don't fall behind, and then we're gonna have the mass just like Kaltorum grinding exclusively, because we also, while we're leveling Kaltorum, we don't really want to fall behind and have people not keeping up to, you know, the server standard and farming shit up. Kaltorum's gonna level extremely fast anyways. So it'll be large to have as many groups start there as we can, but I also think we'll have too many groups planned for everybody to start Kaltorum and have any form of efficiency. So one thing I've been talking about a lot is having, you know, our pumper groups, and then having like our node squad. And then node squad just being like the raid group plus, actually it'd be multiple raid groups of people who want to play on launch but aren't going to be up just degenning 24-48 hours, right? And then from there, those people would just go in Kaltorum and do everything from yopping trees to refining shit to just everything associated with that. There will only be so much like that we can put out there in any form of like efficient manner. So we kind of got to like balance those 2 things. I have a feeling that if you vassal us, we may have to war in the future. As you know, dwarves do not like answering to those who hurt on their own kind. What do you mean? I'm a dwarf. Yeah, no, that's fine. But like, I'm a dwarf. Also, I don't think you could guild war, but I don't think you could like node war, because I don't think a vassal can hit the parent node. I don't think you can have like a rebellion stage, because Steven got asked that in one of the live streams, and he said something along the lines of like, well, that's the whole point of a vassal. So yeah, I don't know. I did speedrun and got all my starter gear at level 5 in like an hour and a half or so. Solo. Oh, I mean, you could probably do way more than level 5. There's over in the Riverlands Voil, there's a quest loop that will get you to like level 11-ish, I believe, in maybe like an hour and a half if you're full cooking it. Honestly, a rebellion. So like, I think a rebellion would most likely come in the form of some snake shit. Because does it give surplus tokens? I think surplus tokens are cooked for phase 3. Are you doing your tests on live or PTR? Because I think surplus tokens might be cooked for P3. I don't know if I've seen them over here still. It's going into a loot box. Yeah. Still got gear, it's just not a token. Yeah, I mean, you get your entire starting set from that as well. But I will say, after doing a lot of PTR, like leveling just mob grind tests for drop rates, if you find a 1-star or 2-star like mob grind area that's humanoids, you will have a full set of gear before you're level 8. Like my level 6 character that we just mob grinded on in the ANVILS, has genuinely like a full fucking kit. I think I went too far low ground again. Yep, I see people on the high ground. I gotta get up to height now. We're cooked. I think I led people astray. Yeah, the entrance is like one more level up. So Black Blood was on the right part, but I was not. Sunken phone, we don't really want to check ads. Oh, we're always down for the friendly strimmies. You know that. I've been trying to fucking get scrims on live for a fortnight now. And people just aren't over there.
We're fucking cooked. Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao.
Yeah, thank you for the hydrate. Appreciate you. I hope you're doing well. What's your weapon? My weapon? Over on the level 6. We've got like double fucking greens in surplus. I started a naked character, like a new one, to do pocket dungeon testing today. So we're trying to get everyone all organized for that, get the mounts all set up. So this one's naked, but... How much power the surplus had? Like 500? Is that on PTR or is that on live? Because everything's readjusted over here. It all depends on the level range of the mobs that you're grinding as well. So if you're getting like 7 to 9, you're on PTR? Okay, yeah. So if you're getting like 7 to 9 mobs, then that's going to give you higher item level drops, which would be more in that, you know, pre-10 very high tier loot. And then from there, if you are... If you're hitting like 1 to 3s, then that's going to be very hard for you to get worthwhile... Okay, that leap strike just cooked my shit. You know, worthwhile drops from in a long term, because it's going to be those super early drops. So, I think it's all about where you're grinding, but we found... It obviously depends on the fucking piece, right? But I think that... I'm not on that character, of course. But the spell books that we found, we were grinding like level 5 minnows. And that was just what we did 1 to 6. So they're probably going to be like mid item level. I think they were probably like 300, 350-ish. But you also have to keep in mind, quests are going to be Omega Con. Everything is. But quests forcing people into a specific bottleneck can be very, very rough for people trying to prog through those, especially if it's a named mob kill, if it's a specific area that you have to kill shit in. That's a big bottleneck potentially. And they don't really have the starting quest loop in here either, in the sense that they have it for Riverlands. It's going to be very non-parodied, and you will absolutely be better off from like an ideal just speed run, no contest going through the Riverlands. Riverlands has more infrastructure, more setup, like everything is big, right? In the Riverlands. It's just, it's set up way better. But as the ANVILS gets more of the questing experience, I'm sure we'll see more of the equivalencies there. It's just, in an ideal spot, Riverlands will be better. But ideal spot's going to be really fucking hard to get on launch. You know what I mean? Can you mouse over heal? Like, do you have to click on the person's raid frame? No, you can hover, like mouse over. It's just a setting. You go game options, gameplay, party, and raid, and then enable hover target for party members, and then show party as raid frames. So, like, as a tank, I have a couple abilities that I hover cast. So, like, my 6 on my bar is intercept. So I can, like, hover over a raid frame, press 6, and then that will basically just, you know, hover cast my intercept on that person. Brings me over to that person. I kind of, like, rush to them and then give them and myself 10% of my max HP as a shield. So, yeah, hover casting is a very large thing. I would highly recommend it. UI is fully customizable, all of that shit. You can break up your bars how you'd like to. You can pretty much make it look however you want to. So yeah, mouse over, super convenient. They also fixed a couple of things recently that weren't like functioning with mouse over heals. So as a playtest, things are gonna be fucky. But a few cleric abilities weren't functioning with mouse overs. I think it was only a couple. But yeah, they seem to have fixed that, because I think that's all taken care of at this point. Hope you're having a good day, Henry. I appreciate you. Excuse me. Pardon me. What are your plans for today? But yeah, combat, inputs, everything like that feel quite smooth. Entrance on me. Okay, Black Blood, I'm on my way to you. I just, I'm struggling on the run back. It's actually taken so long that my RAM died and has respawned at this point. Says I need copper. Jenks, sell the glint that you got from completing your first quest. Yeah. I can literally, hold on. I got this. You give me 1 sec. File new. Bop, bop. Bop. And then we go here. Here. Teleport to top option at NPC. Run northeast to Ember Spring at bottom of staircase on map. Left of mountain. Talk to Hema. Cut large tree. Turn in with Hema. Talk to Hema. I should say accept quest. Accept another quest. Run up mountain plus southeast to get to bonfire trades. Sell glint from first quest at vendor. Refine larch into timber. Run to Hema. Turn in. Get mount. Whew! Henry, you're gonna have a mod send you to horny jail if you don't stop being a fucking creature in chat. Make sure it says Western Larch Timber. Yeah, refine larch into timber. If you somehow refine larch into something else, that's not gonna be good. That's not gonna be good at all. Yeah, you'd have to work very hard to actively pull that off. But this is your entire process to get your mount. Feel free to screenshot this. Actually, if someone wants to grab a screenshot, that would be BIS, because then I could add it as a command if you get me a link. And we could do like exclamation bonfire or something. And then that'd be a banger command. But we're up tremendous. That should be your entire new player experience in a nutshell in terms of actually getting your RAM. So, back to the safe screen. All reading, no visuals. The visual guide is coming soon. Break NDA. I always get scared whenever I'm switching screens. I'll be completely honest. Like, any time that I am switching screens, I like hold my breath because I could very easily fuck up and like I could theoretically show visuals. Right? I don't want to, but it's very within the realm of possibility. I must be cautious. Sent on Discord. Thank you, Ron. You're a legend. Absolute legend. All right. We're at the entrance right now. So everyone just has to make their way over to us, and then we can finally start the dungeon grind. Sexy can't be anything but a dwarf, humanoids, and a troll-looking character. So you'll have a lot more customization. There'll be 2 types of dwarves, 2 types of orcs. So you'll have the Vec, the Kai Vec orcs, which are like your nerdy orc, kind of like your troll type beat. And then the Renkai orcs are your big like orc, right? So those are your like Dommy Mommy Death by Snoo Snoo orcs. And then from there, you have 2 types of dwarves. You have your Dunir, which are like your traditional dwarf, your mountain dwarf, and then you have the Nakua, which is a Samoan-inspired island dwarf. The humanoids, you have your Kalar, which are like your Riverlands humanoids, and then you have your Valoon, which are like your desert humanoids. And then with your elves, you have the... Well, the Pyrai is over here right now. The fuck is the other elf? God fucking damn it. Why am I brain farting this? Why am I brain farting this? Wait, chat. Someone come in clutch. Elliot, if I chose to erase what created my character. Yeah, so more being added throughout development. What the fuck is it? Wait, it's gonna bug the shit out of me. Hold on. Ashes of creation. What the fuck? Oh, the Pyrians, right? No. Wait. Aelins, Valun, Dunir, Nakua, Kaivek, Renkai. Right, you got your Vek and your Renkai. Pyrians. Yeah, okay. Okay, yeah. So, you'll have 2 types of each divine race. So there are more races already over on the private test realm. So you have your Dunir, not your Dunir, sorry, your Nakua. Those are like your island dwarves. And then you also have the Pyri. The Pyri are like a stoic, like wood elf type shit. So they're like very naturey and whatnot. They got horns and all that jazz. The Thorda's barrel roll ability is fucking sick. So they also have the... Like, they do have the Renkai orcs in, like, the game coding itself. We've seen them on display from GMs before, like, people that, you know, are devs for Intrepid. So, it exists, and it is possible to, you know, or at least for them to select it. So, surely will be available for us for testing soon. I think Renkais are most likely what would get me off of the dwarfs. I like playing the dwarfs a lot. I think they are quite fun. But Renkai look like big, beefy, chunky orcs. And like, I'm excited for that. I'm very excited for that. So, you'll have a lot more customization. The character creator did also go through like large overhaul. Character models look a lot better in Unreal Engine 5.6. Visual wise, everything will get much better too. Leon, good day, friend. Oh, PT was good today. Your first got sniped. It did. Snow Elf sniped your first today. Unfucking believable turn of events, but good golly. I chose an elf, but I want to be something that's like a dragon person. Oh, so I did also mention, if you are furry or furry adjacent, you will also have the Tolnar. So, like, the Tolnar will be your, like, you know, your scaly, your furry, what, you know, I'm not judging, but whatever's going on over there. That'll be your accessibility there. Tolnar are basically, in terms of their lore, when there was a big-ass apocalypse that came through Vera, the world, the Tolnar were the ones that went underground to ride out the apocalypse and stayed down there instead of coming back up after the apocalypse. So they're like a big orgy, you know, amalgamation of all of the divine races put together. So those are going to be more of your, I don't know, like dragony, like animal looking-y type. So thank you, Ron. I appreciate you. Yeah, that's the wiki page on the Tolnar. So there's like an old adage, it's not every Tolnar is a furry, but every furry is a Tolnar. So you'll probably be looking forward to the Tolnar. They will also potentially, like, they're from the Underrealm, so the Underrealm will be its own biome. I don't know if the Underrealm will support another starting area and have like a 5th divine gate, because there's not a divine gate up there. I think the Underrealm may be like a discovery area that the Tolnar go back to, but... Yo, Bromo, hope you're having a good day, dude. Are the hair features still looking like cut paper strips, or is that just an AMD thing? Yes. Hair textures are cooked at the moment, but I think Steven said in the Discord, like yesterday or the day before, that the textures are going to, like, they're currently in the process of being redone. So we should be balling there. Okay, so... Are you guys good over there? Because once you're... No, you don't have to do it a second time. Once you refine, you just talk to Hema again, and then you get your mount from that. So you should be good. And we're almost all together. He got it? Okay, beautiful. So yeah, you guys are going to come over to the pocket dungeon now. And then we can start over here. If we push in a little bit... There's a spot that had some minotaurs, and we could potentially chill there and see how that is. Because, like, beast mobs aren't going to drop any gear. Ideally, we would want to focus our farms in humanoid areas. Now, that would be the best case scenario, because as Zop mentioned earlier, we do have a big emphasis on trying to like level the node too on launch. So if we can find areas that are supportive for us to lock down as a community and like actually start up invalid areas for gear grind, crafting, everything like that, it's large. I have to hold down Q to just auto attack. Nah, so there are a lot of accessibility settings depending on like what you want to do with it. Also, you can rebind things. For instance, like I don't use like the full auto attack. I like having control over my attack because in PvP there are certain instances where you may want to like hold an attack, especially in smaller scale. Sometimes you want to like pump fake an attack, whatever it may be. Sometimes you want to stop a projectile from going out, just a lot of things. So some people will use the full auto attack, but you can do, are they inside? Yeah, we ran inside. We'll come back out to get you guys. Under your gameplay options, so hit escape and then go game options, gameplay combat. That will give you a good amount of, is it under there? PvP, yeah, auto attack. That'll give you a lot of your accessibility settings for like your combat shit. Auto attack is in there. You've got combat status on the minimap, all of that stuff. You've got targeting settings that you can customize. You've got some camera stuff. Then from there, you've also got your gameplay and raid. I highly recommend turning on under party and raid. Enable hover target for party members and then show party as raid frames. It'll make your party frames look like mine instead of being like the full display thing. Unless you're a healer and you need to see debuffs. If you're someone who needs to see debuffs, you may want to keep it the other way. But I find as a tank where I don't really need to watch people's debuffs, it just makes things look a little bit crispier. Zyrus, hello, my friend. How's PTR going? About to jump on. Has finally moved and sort stuff out. Yo, good for you, dude. PTR is going great. We are currently testing some pocket dungeons in the ANVILS and seeing like what the XP output's going to be, what everything's feeling like over here. So just excited to be finally out here and checking shit out. It is a very aesthetically pleasing area, a bit of a bitch to navigate, but we're getting used to that end of things. And we've done a little write-up on the new player experience, how people can get their mount very quickly. And I think we are getting everybody over here right now for more ramps needed. Yes, more ramps absolutely needed. Or even, dude, just give us elevators. Like the Dwarven area wants to fuck with elevators, so just put in elevators. I'd be so fine with that. Genuinely. At least we have the PTR since another delay. Yeah, absolutely. And I've been trying to think about it from like a constructive standpoint too. The delay in itself, like, well, it does suck to have a delay. All of the things that they are bringing in over the course of the delay. Oh, there's a lever that we can pull here. What the fuck? You don't meet the requirements to perform this action. So near the area where the other interact was, there's also a lever that we can pull. Weird. But yeah, with the delay, we're getting a lot of things that were not going to be present on the 4th if they launched on the 4th. And like, I'm a big, you know, quality enjoyer. And I really do like being able to tell people that as, you know, as a player, it's more beneficial for us to have the delay and have all of these systems coming in for the launch of Phase 3 to make Phase 3 better for people than if we... Matron Mismit. Wait, what is this? That bitch is stuck in the wall. Can we get off the stage, maybe? Do we have that yet? Because this is like an otter named mob down here, I think, that's stuck in the wall. See, otter boss? Yeah, what does she give? Doesn't work? Maybe if I level far enough to get grapple, I could do that. Because grapple will sometimes pull stuff out. There's another name mob here, though. You have Clawhold the Cragshelled. And I don't necessarily think, like, name mobs are worth basing your farm around. I think just mass amounts of humanoids are much better, but... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I fucked up. Everybody save me. Alright, we're so set. Fortunately, the crabs had me one hit, and then all went into their little, like, defensive crabby crouch. So that was beautiful. Damn, Bookie. Hope you're having a beautiful day, my friend. Finally at work. I've been at work. I clocked in on time today. Would be bummer to have hella hype and poopy gameplay and experience. Yeah, I absolutely agree. Now, there is kind of like the trope where no matter when you start Phase 3, it would always be better if you started later, right? Just in terms of that. But I do think that even starting phase 3 with this large batch of upgrades, it's a very significant time for Ashes, right? All of the things that phase 3 launch will bring in on the 26th, that's going to be like an expansion worthy update. As soon as people log into 5.6, like the Unreal Engine build that the PTR runs on and phase 3 will run on, they will notice a night and day difference in how it looks, how it feels, how it plays. And I shit you not, it is noticeably different as soon as you log in. Somebody in chat yesterday thought that I was like joking around about it and I wasn't being serious about how noticeable the difference was. And they logged on and they went, wait, Dusty, you weren't kidding. It's like, no, why would I? Like, what motivation would I have? 100 FPS for a change? Oh, I'm holding 200 in this pocket dungeon while we're in combat with an 8-person group. And I'm not even supposed to be at 200. I'm supposed to have a 144 FPS cap. I'm juiced right now. All right, we got dim glint and dull glint. So run super good. Fluid as fuck. No real micro stutters or anything like that. Like it feels and looks really, 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 really good. And I think if they are able to get the systems that are in, the time to kill that's in, like a lot of the things in that they're working on right now on PTR side, for the start, like retention's going to be solid. And retention's never going to be like the core emphasis of anything, like through the alpha, right? But anytime that people can be retained, it's huge. It enables more testing in a more fluid way. It just makes the entire environment of the future of the game better. Are these guys all showing that they have loot but are not lootable? I want to make sure that these guys aren't bugged. This little loop, depending on how the respawns are, might actually be really good though. Okay, well, see if anybody can loot those, because they may just not have loot on them instead of being bugged, because I don't have an interact for that one. So it could just be a visual bug over here as well, but take note of it, and then we can pass that up if it remains consistent. It might have just been those two bugging for some reason. Picked up glint? Okay, cool. So maybe when there are 3 levers here. There are 5 levers here. What the fuck? Wait. What the Sam hell? Why are there 5 levers right here? All in the same exact spot. There are 5 levers and 2 interactable hammers. Is there an 8th interactable? Because that's 7. Why does something tell me if we find an 8th interactable, we might be able to find something? Hi, Cypher. The giveaway ended a little while ago. What's your rig? Tambuki, exclamation specs. The PTR is night and day from Shoal at the moment. Yes, I agree. I agree. And based on everything that we've heard, their goal is to have the PTR build out for, like, P3. Very overwhelmingly. And there are supposed to be a lot more things coming in as well. Oh, it's only 3 levers. Interesting. Kronk, mash your binds on the levers. Very strange. So, there are 5 interactables. This was the otter boss. So maybe you're supposed to kill the otter boss and then pull the levers or something? Huh. I wonder if we could get a GM to come nuke the otter boss that's stuck in the wall. Who's a GM that's making system announcements right now? Because if we go back to that boss, I might be able to get a GM to come over and kill the boss. Debating building a new one next week. Bro, I have heard that build prices are fucking insane right now. I think in terms of my spec list, because PC Part Picker updates it to like the current prices, right? My build has gone up over $1,000, I think. I spent a total of like 2,400. I want to say 2,500 on my entire build. And that was with spending like 100 extra on a GPU from Best Buy because they had it in stock instead of Amazon where it was going to be delayed. My power's out, so don't worry about meow. No! No! Hopefully it's just a quick surge. That's so unfortunate. Do you have storms rolling through? I hope you're back in soon. But yeah, no, I agree. Like, I really am confident that Intrepid has a good handle on everything. And I know that it might be hard to believe or trust, right, with delays and with timetables changing. But like, we also have to remember, they try to give time estimates for us, not them. Like, it's more of a, hey, you guys can look forward to this roughly around this date. And sometimes people take those time estimates much too literally. And I think that from their standpoint, like, they're just trying to implement things as well as they can, as quickly as they can. So I think people just have to be willing to realize that our content cadence, comparatively to many other titles, especially like in the MMO genre, is extremely fucking rapid over here. Like, we don't have a ton of reason to be upset. I know the gameplay loop might not be as deep as people want it to be, but if you level 1 to 25 in Ashes right now, you will have more time invested than leveling 1 to 65 and gearing out in New World. And I don't know, man, I think that those that, you know, follow Ashes, stick it out with Ashes, by the time Ashes does launch, I think it's gonna have a nice little community carved out for itself. I think P3 launch will get a lot of eyes on it as well. So that way, hopefully, there are more, you know, large content creators coming in from outside, large and small. Honestly, just bringing new eyes into the game, people that hear about it through, like, the, you know, the word of mouth grapevine. And if that does happen, then it's great. I think it'll happen at some point inevitably, but it's just a matter of when throughout P3. And P3 being the start of 24/7 is probably the best time for it. Okay, let's see. /global, any GM avail to come nuke a boss stuck in a wall. We cannot get them out. Frowny face. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm topping off my water. I posted in global. Just hold this area so that way a GM can tally to us. Oh god, who's dying behind us? Where is our group? Are you guys getting cooked? Oh, this is less than ideal. Okay, if you guys die, we'll come get you. I want to see if we can get a GM out here. I'll be right back. I'm just getting more water. I just smacked my hand on the fucking door frame when I came back in. Also, chat, I think mason jar meta might be a real thing. I'm chugging water out the mason jar today. It's a lot more like open flow than, you know, than the bottle game. So I enjoy that personally. All right, well, I don't know that we're gonna get a GM out to fix this. I posted in global, but I don't necessarily know that one is just available kicking around. So let's go out and get our friends that died, because I think we have a couple running back. So let's grab them, and then we'll just post up maybe like in a humanoid area that has some good XP with it. Oh my god, this pole's about to be fucked. Ooh. I wish y'all luck. This might be a big RIP for the boys. Just avoid the AoE as much as you can, lads. If we go down fighting. Oh my god, this is so fucked. Yeah, we're cooked. Alright, I'm running. Everybody just run and reset them. Get to the outside, save yourselves. It's all fucked. It's all fucked. There's so many crabs. Oh my god. Okay, just reset. We get out to the start, and then we're good. I think some of the frustration comes from people who book time off for phase 3. Luckily, I'm self-employed, so just reschedule it. Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree. Like, people that did schedule time off, like, I get it. It does suck. You know, have an impromptu, like, 1 week vacation that you didn't necessarily want to have or plan for or anything along those lines, right? And you also don't have much to do with it. I totally get that and empathize with that. But also, my counter to that is how many times have people taken time off for live service launches and not even been able to play the first 24 hours and sat there getting error codes and being told there would be fix this, fix that. Just as a counter. I personally, even in my existence, have had multiple interactions with that. And I think, you know, it could happen at any time in alpha, right? I 1000% understand, like, the, you know, the less than ideal reality of the scenario for people that did take time off and shit like that. I 1000% get that. But I also think in, like, the long term of it all, like, now to launch, by the time we are getting ready to launch, people won't be thinking like, oh my god, well, remember back when the phase 3 launch was delayed 20 days? Like, the game's gonna progress so far through phase 3 that we really have to just look at it as a matter of, it's you know, just a blip in terms of the total development time. And it's unfortunate, but there will always be a chance for people to hop in, catch up, like, if they're not able to have that time off. Now, some communities had legitimately their entire community take time off. And they really, like, all in for the launch. And some people got fucked. Was denied time off for the 26th. Well, looks like around the 22nd, you're gonna start licking hand railings outside in public. And if you do that, might not need time off. They can't deny it if you're sick, baby. We're up tremendous. Do you think with the alpha being out so long, it'll hurt the actual health launch of the game? Like, kind of make it lackluster? I've actually thought about that a good amount. And I think that with everything being so transparent, and that's a really good question, Jedi, I absolutely think there is a potential for that for those who are, like, grinding it all along the way, right? But part of what I've also wondered to myself is, will we see level 50 in its entirety before launch? And I'm not entirely certain that we will in a very, like, thorough capacity. Like, maybe to the point of, like, PTR testing 50 content, so it stays, like, visually locked down. But I don't necessarily know that, like, live testing environment with it being completely transparent will get, like, the full game pre-launch, so to say, and then just have a wipe, right? I still think MMO launches are one of the coolest things in gaming. So, like, regardless of how transparent it is, like, people having information about something that could help them leveling, I think will just happen anyways through, like, watching YouTube guides, whatever it is, right? But an MMO launch in and of itself, if it is, you know, executed well, has such a chance to be a very impactful standalone entity, right? Just in the player-based population itself, just in terms of, like, how people distribute throughout the world, trying to find your place for the grind. So I think the launch itself, like any MMO launch, has the potential to be a massive launch. It's just a matter of, like, fluidity. It's a matter of what content's there, but I have definitely considered that. Like, if they make 50 testing super available in live, I'm naturally going to be getting as much data as I can. Now, 50 testing is also going to be a very long grind to actually get to, right? Like, a very long grind. So, I don't necessarily know if it'll be, like, full live iterations or if it'll just be, like, focus tests like PTR, right? So, be interesting. Claus, hope you're having a good day. Already managed to mark it down that I asked for it. Right. Just means I'm gonna be so far behind. Doesn't really matter. I mean, phase 3 is a concurrent, like, long-term thing, right? But it's not like it's the end of the world if if the first week or so you're playing a little catch up. Because you have to remember too, you have your outliers that are extremely far ahead of the curve, and then you have your average players, which make up the bulk of the server, right? And yes, in the top 10, 5, 1%, whatever it may be, you will absolutely have outliers that are pushing the bar of progression much faster than anybody who is working a job during the time of launch can. That's just going to happen. But I think that comparing progression against the outliers who are like few and far between is definitely a way to set yourself up for failure. It's like me comparing my fucking stream numbers. Jesus Christ, I just got wombo comboed by one of the shellback tortoises that was visually not on me. That little spinny thing, if it hits you and CCs you, it'll take you down. Okay, anyways. It's like me comparing myself to like massive content creators and getting sad about viewership numbers, right? Like, there's a certain level where there's a level of commitment, a level of accessibility and everything for certain people that they do have that others don't. And if you don't have that, then you can still be ahead of the normal curve. You're just not going to keep up with like the top few guilds, right? Which I think is perfectly fine. I've played, you know, phase 2, I played from behind because I had no fucking idea what I was doing. Phase 2.5, I pushed up to 20 and then just hit the brakes and farmed up so much gear that we were like gear rich before anything else. So I didn't hit 25 until like, fuck, a week and a half into P2. Sorry, phase 2.5. Just because I was like, I hit 20 and then I was like, all right, gear grind. Everybody's grinding. And that was just how we went about shit for Prague. So, yo, what up, Arrow? How you doing, Michael? Phase 3 delay? Yes. So, I was saying no delay previously because I thought we were going to get more of like a bare bones phase 3 launch, right? But over on the private test realm, we've got Unreal Engine 5.6 upgrade instead of 5.3, which is what the game runs on right now. So looks better, plays better, is more fluid, is more consistent. Frames are way higher. Responsiveness is smooth. New area in with the anvils. Re-gearing, time to kill changes. Whole lot of shit. Are you still in Nexus Dungeon? I died and I'm running back and like dropping back down to where we go in from. At least I think I'm dropping back down to the right spot. I'm quite certain. Yeah, I dropped down, so now I just gotta like run back to the little arch area and then go in there, I think. Oh, I didn't fuck up. I see Shibui. I don't know where the fuck. Oh wait, I think I know where I'm at. Okay. But yeah, so 26 for the start of P3. No, I'm still not going back to New World. Have I considered it for the easy viewership and like the pity subs? Yes. Will I hold out strong and remain faithful to Ashes? Also yes. So I'm not too worried about it now. You're running away from us. Oh. Well, back I go. Wrong direction, my bad. Oh, I was running to a bugged marker on the map. God fucking damn it. The minimap UX is kind of cooked. It's holding a lot of extra like last death locations that are not correct. And I'm also getting like incorrect party like locations on the minimap. So I just gotta not pay attention to the minimap whatsoever, and then we'll be balling. There's a hole in the ceiling somewhere. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't see that where I was at, but I'm running over to you guys now. Been away from Ashes a bit. Have they added the Summoner yet? Been waiting for it to come back. So Summoner is September to October deployment for live, so that'll be a little bit into phase 3. But with that, the private test realm is open to all players, so that's actually like what we're over testing on today. Basically, you guys are watching a VOD from live from a few days ago, and we're over on the private test realm, the PTR. It's visually NDA'd, so I have to hide my gameplay. But we're testing all of the, you know, most future-looking changes here that'll be over on the P3 server itself, from the Unreal Engine 5.6 upgrade, the ANVILS, which is like the second starting zone, whole lot of shit. So we'll get Summoner over here first. We do also have 2 new races, 5 new weapons. Everything is juiced over here. Crate system is in as well for testing. The crate system is basically like the caravan system, but upgraded. You can get different types of crates to transport: small, medium, and large. Large are intended for ships, medium are intended for caravans, small can be put on your person. It kind of like carried place to place, like on your person's back. And it doesn't opt you into PvP, but it makes you move immensely slow. So if you don't have, the time to dedicate to it, then it won't be worth it. Also, the risk reward of having a caravan may just, outweigh the crate itself and that safety of it. So The crate system has 5 different types of crates as well that you can transport. There are also updates to like how buildings are constructed in nodes, utilizing different types of crates too. But the transport crates, you've got crates for gold, you've got crates for guild XP, you've got crates for node XP, node rep, and then material crates. And then there are also harbor specific crates that you can transport place to place. So those give unique crafting mats as well. So that's in over on the private test realm. Dynamic gridding's in on the private test realm. And these are all things that they are trying to get in for the actual phase 3 launch. This POI isn't the business. Yeah, we can go up to the teleporter and check the other one, but the other one was like slimes. Because the other one was conduit. And I don't necessarily know that that was worth it. But I also think that POIs, or like pocket dungeons, I should say, in the anvils, are just kind of cooked comparatively to the wilderness farm, because the wilderness is so densely populated with low star elite humanoids, and the drop rates for gear of low star elite humanoids in terms of a group setting, because you can kill them efficiently, you're not worried about dying, you're getting constant XP tick, constant drop rate rolls. It's immense compared to anything else that you can kill. So even having like multiple beasts in here, if they have a near 0 chance to actually drop items, nobody in their right mind is gonna go farm beasts in terms of like a primary grind, because the loot table's dog shit. So I think that's an important thing to keep in mind with gear being completely player to player, or, you know, completed item drops from mobs. That's one thing that I passed along in my feedback as well. It's just it feels very non-rewarding to kill beasts. I picked starting zone in the anvils and it loaded me in Riverlands. Yeah, that's a bug right now that they're working around. But you can just talk to the teleporter person. So outside of the castle, there will be, not even outside, like as you run in, there will be a gear vendor and a teleporter NPC. So you can talk to the gear vendor if you want to level and get gear. If you want to come out at level 1 and just do it organically, you can do that as well. But basically, you can talk to the teleporter person, Tully, and if you select the first option, that will bring you near Bonfire, which is the Nakua starting area. So once you do that, I should probably get the command up, but you can run up to the northeast, and then that'll bring you to the Ember Spring. So you'll be looking for Bonfire there, and that'll have some NPCs there. You can talk to Hema, and that'll start your new player experience. But I did like a little illustration to help people familiarize themselves with that new player experience, because it can be a little bit of a bitch dog. I won't lie. But overall, PTR build's nice. Anvils is a lot better, even in its first iteration, than I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be much more bare bones than it is. I think there's a lot of life to it. It's just balancing that life and making more things than just humanoids worth it, especially as they continue to diversify mob sets and population. So, brought me back, updating now. I love that. Make sure, by the way, that you update on the private test realm. So that's where you'll get all of these like forward updates. The phase 2.5 server is still on the same build from like late June, because they're focusing all of their attention on the private test realm for phase 3 prep. So that's also part of why P3 got delayed. They want to make sure that they have as much in a good place for phase 3 launch as they possibly can. So exclamation delay will bring up the article. You can check out all the things that they're going to be making sure they have before phase 3. So I would highly recommend that, but the PTR in and of itself is going to be like the best area to focus test and see the latest changes. When you go into your launcher, before you actually log in, there is an environments tab. That environments tab, you can select the drop down menu and change from the Alpha 2 environment to the PTR NDA environment. You'll have to accept the NDA there. It's a visual NDA. You can talk about everything that you're doing. You just can't share gameplay videos, screenshots, anything like that. And basically, once you agree to that, you just say you're not going to share visuals, as I'm doing now. And from there, you just hop over to the PTR and you're good to go. You're playing on stuff you can't stream? Yes, exactly. So we're playing on the visual NDA, and you guys are seeing the stuff that I actually can show from a previous VOD. Exactly. So since it's only a visual NDA, we're able to yap about everything that we're doing as we're doing it. And we've already received confirmation from Intrepid, like, this is all good. Nothing's like under the table or sneaky or anything. But basically, as long as no visuals are shared, you're good to go. So you guys are even getting like the audio tidbits from the PTR itself. All of that's good. I can play the in-game music for new areas and show you guys that, but well, let you guys listen to that, but I just can't like physically be like, oh, here are the direct visuals. So I am kind of taking a risk, because if I fucked up, God, thank you for the follow, much love. If I fucked up and like showed my gameplay, then my Ash's presence would be Thanos snapped. I would be fucked. I'm unemployed, aka full-time streamer. So like, this is quite literally what I do. So I'm taking a little bit of a risk streaming PTR, but I fortunately have multiple fail-safes in, and I would have to really, really, really deliberately fuck up, or just be very clumsy, or just have a complete brain lapse, which can always happen. But to show my gameplay, I'd need to go through multiple steps. So, thankfully, I've taken a few precautions, so I'm a little more confident about being able to do it. Not a lot of people want to stream over here, though, and I absolutely understand why. It's not necessarily like the most safe, guaranteed thing, but oh hey, that's a little preview of the Crucible, which is a volcano area in the Riverlands. So off in the background, you're going to be looking at the Riverlands themselves. The foreground is, wow, these crabs hit so hard. The foreground is the Jundark, and then you have the Anvils to like the top side of that way off in the distance. So that volcano area is going to be fucking Insano style. I personally have always thought that that's going to be a... Is that the giant empty area? Yes, the butthole looking thing on the map. Yep. So that's going to be the Crucible, the volcano as confirmed by Steven. And that's also an actual area on the map. So that's the concept art. But if you look at the map itself, in the Jundark, in between Wildport and Hakriba, you have those kind of like areas, those like rivery areas that go out. And I'm actually showing it on the map now, I think. I don't know what I'm doing. Never mind. But you have Hakriba, and you have Wildport, and in between those, you have those two kind of like areas that look out where you can see the Riverlands in the background too. So, been away some time. Have they added any areas since the Isles? Oh yeah, since the Tropics. Yep. So the Tropics are in, and then they also added the Jundark. So the Jundark is the jungly area. That brought with it 6 nodes, six nodes, bunch of pocket dungeons. And then right now on the private test realm, we are testing the second starting area and another new biome to be added, the Anvils. So the Anvils has 5 nodes with it. That's where Cats is going to base itself out of. Hopefully, if everything goes well. That's going to be the second starting area, the Dwarven Divine Gate. And they have a dev stream coming up in 3 days. So as you know, we always cover all the dev stream stuff here. We always watch it. We always react to it, give our feedback to everything too. So we'll be hearing about phase 3 and beyond during the dev stream, and surely they'll be talking about the delay a lot, but kind of maybe like next biome cadence and stuff like that. So, do we have any idea why Forge isn't part of a node? Will that area be a castle? So, it says Castle Velimir on it, like when you go there, but I don't necessarily know that that'll be enough area for a guild castle, because like guild castles take up a pretty large area, because it's the castle itself and then it's 3 nodes that can go to village, and the nodes are smaller, but like top left of the Anvils will be another one. Maybe, I don't necessarily know. Let me pull up the map real quick, and we'll check it on the map, because that'll give a little bit more semblance to everything. Hold on. Ashes of Creation world map. I have this like on fucking speed dial. More content to the north of the Anvil, so I'm not sure. Yeah, so we'll go through it a little bit. It's a good yap, real quick. because we're getting our ass kicked by this pocket dungeon. I won't lie. Click here and open image in new tab. Okay. So basically, there are going to be 5 guild castles throughout the world. Each guild castle will oversee 1/5 of the map, because guild castles oversee different nodes. So, in theory, this island in the middle is all but confirmed to be a guild castle area. You guys can't see my cursor, hold on. This island in the middle is all but confirmed to be a guild castle area, because you have your guild castle in the middle, you've got your guild castle node, castle node, castle node. This was actually the node that was used as a diagram for guild castles themselves. And they've also said that there will be one guild castle that's only accessible via naval combat. So you'll drive your ships up, you'll hop off, you'll siege that bitch. Then, in theory, the Crucible would be a very good place for one down here, because that would oversee, like, maybe this area. Node here, overseeing, like, this area. One maybe up here or in Sejoma or in the mountains themselves, overseeing this area. And then over here, you would have maybe up in this volcano area or over in this patch or here overseeing this. And then one potentially down here or in this batch overseeing, you know, everything that's not covered by this middle one. So Crucible could be connected to Forge. There's still that area we can't get to yet. There are areas like below it and above it that we can't get to, and I'm sure motherfuckers have missed more information too. I think Forge will simply start as a neutral zone that can be fought over for control. But like, what would control of Forge give, and who would fight over it? Or do you mean like just as an area where people can like guild versus guild deck and try to control it? Or do you mean like actually like have ownership, so to say, of Forge? But yeah, I'm not quite certain why different areas are kind of like not lawless, but also not owned by anything. Because it's not just Grand Dungeons as a whole, because you have Carfin, which is in Mira. So I don't know. I think questing to 10 and then hitting POI is going to be the play. This versus Goblins of Riverland. Yeah, absolutely. If we can get the questing loops down and just have a massive Zorg of our groups go there and hold the questing loops, that'll be huge. You can get to 10 in like probably an hour if you push it with a full group. I think Tam was actually going to take us through, I'm pretty sure, and show us like a solid questing loop to get started to like level 8 on live and see how that actually feels. So that'll be nice. In the Node War stream, they showed the nodes conquer land from another nodes. Is that a thing? In terms of node sieges, you'll be able to de-level a node eventually through node death. Node wars won't have like any implication that we currently know of like taking the land or anything like that. Those are just kind of like an open season, you know, circumnavigation of PvP for people. Node sieges will have the node death system attached to that, where if the defender does lose a node siege, then they will eventually be like full de-leveled down to 0, that we know of, and have to re-level up from scratch. Could have implications on vassling. If it's a large node area that gets sieged, it could have like large implications on how the node infrastructure is setting up. There's a lot. Dusty Wolverine is back. Oh, I don't what I do. I don't know what I did. Do I look like Wolverine right now because of my hair? I just kind of like fix my hair. I'm also hungry as shit. I don't know why, but I got the munchies. We can do the quest tonight. Yeah. Good path, especially for solo and small groups. So that's the thing about quests. I'm wondering if there is a way for an entire raid to hold down the quest area. I'll be home in 30 minutes. Do you want me to bring anything? Wait, what if I mobile order Subway? Unironically. Do you want Subway? Subway! I think there's like a code where it's Taco Bell. Ugh. Gross. That's actually disgusting. Never bring that shit in here again. There's a code that's like 2 footlongs for, I think it's like $12.99. BOGO 50, no. Because that's buy one, get one half off. That's still a shitload. Subway coupon codes. It's not, because there's FL 6.99. That's easy. 2 footlongs for $12.99. FTL $12.99. Okay, easy. Let me see if it works real quick. I'm just gonna like add something, and then we go crazy. Text me what you want from Subway, and then I'll mobile order it, and it'll just be under my name. And then you can just pick it up. Am I actually gonna be chowing Subway on stream? God damn it. I'm gonna be like stuffing face. This shit is not like a normal eat. This is like an absolute violent process. When I get my subby way, it's over. It's absolutely jover. Chat, what's your go-to Subway order? I won't judge, but I'm curious. For me right now, it is a chicken bacon ranch with... I either go with the shredded cheddar or the pepper jack. I think today I'll go pepper jack. I get lettuce, tomatoes, spinach, cucumbers. I'm gonna do onions too. Okay, lettuce, tomato, onions, spinach, cucumbers, pickles, jalapenos, banana peppers. And then I do ranch. And then extra chipotle and a little sriracha. Then I do pepper, salt, sub crunch goes fucking hard. I'll throw some oregano on that bitch just for fun. Honestly, whatever, load it up with I won't put parm cheese on it. And then that alone is supposed to be like $14. But with the codes in the app, you can either get a footlong for $6.99 or you can do 2 footlongs for $12.99. So like I get a second footlong and get $1 off of my first footlong. So like it's kind of a fucking banger. Kind of an absolute banger of a deal, I will say. Playing the Bard right now, I can only throw a tomato during combat. But it won't let me use my heal during combat. Am I doing something wrong? So there should be in your tree, like Tam said. I only played a Bard to like level 18. But there should be somewhere in your tree an option to like split the healing and the damage effect of it and give you 2 different options for it. As a Bard, I do believe. Italian cheese fresh. And try to make a shitty Philly. I'm so unlucky. I finally get home from the 7th hell and my internet goes out for 2 hours. Wait, your internet got cooked for 2 hours? Jesus. Also, Carlo, what do you want? Because I put mine in. Let me see if the FTL code works. It's FTL $12.99. Apply. It's looking good. Okay, yes. 2 footlongs for $12.99. We're so up. 2 footlongs for $12.99 is a fucking slapper of a deal, by the way. I'm just putting that out there. That's like $6.50 a footlong. That's insano style. Meatball sub on urban cheese bread with provolone and some parm toasted. Just keep it simple with the meatballs on the bread. I get so much shit on mine, but like if the veggies are good and I get like fresh veggies, it's actually fucking S tier. Chicken tikka wrap. Yo, when we were in Iceland, at the bonuses there, like their stores had like very good fresh package like to go options, like grab and go shit. And they had chicken tikka wraps out there that were absurd. Like they were so fucking good. So unbelievably good. When you're at the top of what's my farm that looks like a lotus? Oh, Steel Bloom? Wait, did Emu have a Steel Bloom caravan? Emu, what were you doing in Steel Bloom with the caravan? And why? Where are you and what level? Right now we're just level 5. 5 fucking around near the Divine Gate. I'm just kind of like yapping right now. We went to a pocket dungeon that was near Bonfire. But it's primarily beast mobs. And I don't think it's really outweighing anything else right now. I just think there needs to be more incentivization for the actual pocket dungeons themselves. maybe some like more loot tables, some better elite spawns in there, just something. But like a lot of the pocket dungeons in the anvils are non-humanoid like spawns, and anything that's not a humanoid spawn just is inefficient to say the least, a waste of time to say the most. There's loot inside was not enough incentive for people. I mean, I don't think there is loot inside. That's the thing. Oh wait, oh no, you're saying for your caravan. Oh, never mind. So you're trying to get people to attack your caravan and literally nobody would? Because I could always pump over. I asked Portini to blow up my caravan. It was too nice and wanted to defend, so I drove it to the top of Steel Bloom, stuck it in a wall, unstuck it, met some noobs who didn't want to blow it up, then went to Winstead. Jesus Christ. So like, nobody wants to smoke over there? I kind of want to go over there and try to get PvP reps in. I won't lie. As much as I'm loving the leveling, I kind of want to just go over there and get like duels and group stuff in. So that way people can get used to targets and calming and like working together as a group. Because I feel like people do not do very well with that at all. So, it went out as I was asking you if Summoner was out yet. Oh shit. So Summoner is gonna be like September to October deployment. As of right now, PTR will see it before live, right? So we'll probably get our hands on it relatively soon if I had to guess. We've seen Summoner over on the PTR already through GMs showing us some things with it, so we know it exists in the game. It's just a matter of when they want to deploy it to us. So, okay. Carlo wants spicy Italian. Wait, under Italians, there's the ultimate BMT, the hotshot Italiano, the beast, the boss, and meatball marinara. Am I missing something? Where's the spicy Italian? Cold cut combo. Deli classics. Local favorites. No. Do you want the beast? Like low key, the beast has half a pound of meat on it. It's got pepperoni, salami, turkey, ham, and roast beef, all adding up to a whopping half pound of meat. Do you want that? Cause like that sounds like a fucking slapper. That's a big Sammy. I don't want a half pound of meat. We'll just pick some of the meat off and then make a second sandwich with it. What do you mean? That's a fucking banger of a deal. A half pound of the schmeat? Okay, fine. All right, bet. The beast. Okay. So we'll do a beast. They're gonna give me less veggies. I don't think they will. I really don't think they will. I think they're going to slap that bitch on there. Really. So you want Italian urban cheese toasted. It's pepperoni, Genoa salami, oven roasted turkey, Black Forest ham, and roast beef. And then you want pepper jack cheese. And then you want cucumbers, extra green peppers, extra lettuce, tomato. You don't want onions, cucumbers, extra green peppers, extra lettuce, spinach, tomato. Oh God. Let's see. Extra lettuce, spinach, tomato, banana peppers, sweet onion sauce. Banana peppers. Remove. Sweet onion sauce. I'll put extra on that bitch for you too. But a BMT if the beast costs more. No, it's the same size. It's the same price. I'm assuming you want extra black pepper. Do you want the sub crunch on that bitch? Because the sub crunch is like crunchy little fried corn bits. So, I think the whole will be disappointing. Subway are such douchier. So like, I know Subway is usually absolute butt cheeks quality, right? The one near me is fucking S tier. I don't know what it is, but they like take the time and like gently fold every piece of meat over and like extra banana peppers. Yes, I got the extra banana peppers. Yes. I saw the bananas. The bonanzas accounted for. Do you want extra pepper, salt, and sub crunch? And what? And jalapenos. Yes. I got the jalapenos. Yes. And extra jalapenos. Okay. No salt, pepper. Do you want the sub crunch? It's like little fried corn bits. They fucking slap. I get them on mine. If you'd like them. I think they go absolutely hard. Did you know Subway does cookies fresh all the time to mask the otherwise bland smell? I smell bread more than I smell cookies at Subway. I won't lie. But I mean, I think that's also pretty straightforward. If they're not cooking anything, then what the fuck? The hell is this? I just got a full fucking like Windows promo. The fuck is that bullshit? Anyways, I have no fucking idea. It said Windows 10 was getting cooked soon. Something about security updates for Windows 10. Someone smart will research it and tell me soon. I just got one. Yup, everybody's getting cooked by them right now, boys. But yeah, like, I think that makes sense. Like, if 5% of your heart thought you streamed the PTR, I thought I was cooked. Oh, yeah, more than 5. But in terms of, like, baking cookies fresh, that's a very fragrant thing. That makes sense. Like, I don't necessarily think having cold cuts sitting in a chilled area and veggies should necessarily have a super fragrant smell. That'd be more concerning if the meat was just, like, super smelly. Add to bag. And we should be good. View bag and check out. And then we should be balling. Let's see. Qualifying items are missing to redeem this offer, or a different deal has been applied. No, I don't think the beast is eligible. No! That's so tragic. I think the half pound of meat is an exemption. That's so sad. Good! I didn't want the beast. The beast needed to be consumed. He was calling your name. All right, remove item. Gosh dang it, man. The beast is... It would have been massive. It would have been insane. All right, let's see. So now we got to go back into sandwiches. And you want the beast, you said? Because that makes sense. Okay, so we got a beast. That bitch is 15 bucks. Toasted Italian urban cheese. All of the meat. Pepper jack. Lettuce, tomatoes. No red onion. Spinach. Cucumbers. Extra green peppers. Extra jalapenos. Extra banana peppers. You want... Put on extra sweet onion. And then... Pepper. Sub crunch. Add to bag. Did I forget anything? Or is that good? I think that's good. View bag and checkout. And then... We should be cooking now. Yes. $12.99. Subtotal $26.98. Deals minus $14. We're up tremendous, boys. We're up very, very, very tremendous. Mine is also toasted. Okay, everything's toasted. We're good. Okay. I can catch up on chat now. You don't think you have banana peppers near you? Banana peppers, fuck. They're like not very spicy, but they've got like a nice, like, I don't know, bite to them once they're pickled. Like, it's not a spicy bite, but it's like good. Good, to say the least. I know that's kind of like a cop-out, but... Pay now. Processing payment. We're good. It's under me, Carla, when you go pick it up. You said you were heading out relatively soon, right? Because I just kind of ordered it. Just 5 more minutes? Oh, okay, sick. Yeah, timing will be fucking perfect then. God damn! Just the first name. You don't need to fucking dox me. What the fuck? Exclamation socials, by the way, chat. God damn. Why you be throwing my govy in chat like that? The fuck do you mean? I don't like that. It's so formal. They got a pickly crunch without so much juice and overwhelming flavor. Juice. Yeah, I mean, banana peppers fuck. Banana peppers fuck. I think they're a nice compliment. But depending on how you are with spice, like if you're like, oh my god, a jalapeno is spicy, you might think they're spicy. It just depends on your personal like preference. I don't think they're really like spicy though. DustyWhy is considered a goated streamer for their engaging personality, consistent, entertaining content, and strong community interaction. They're creating a welcoming environment, showcase impressive skills, and often bring unique insights or humor to their streams. That's absolute cap. Why isn't DustyWhy a good streamer? It's not that DustyWhy isn't a good streamer. It could be their content style, consistency, or engagement that might not resonate with everyone. Every streamer has their strengths and weaknesses, and audience preferences vary widely. Bruh, am I getting cooked now? Should I get a couple cookies? Yo, if they got the double chalky chips up in that hoe, you should tell them that I like... You should tell them that I like broke my leg or something, and I have a concussion and forgot to order cookies and meant to on the app. And then see if they just give you all of the cookies. The footlong Oreo thing is great. Wait, footlong Oreo? I'll dox his middle name. Let's not jokingly dox more information about me on the internet than has to be put on the internet. Or next IRL stream, there will be a new star. Thank you. I appreciate you. Love you. Pick up the subway. Some things we don't even joke about. Haha. Did anyone win Mayor of Cal on PTR? I don't think so. No mayor's message, mayor none. Yeah, no, there's no mayor. No mayor. I don't know if voting started or anything. Stoneworks and Woodshop are collecting materials right now for the actual, like, building construction. I don't necessarily know how quickly they're going to Prague. I don't think anything has a mayor yet, though, because if I look over to Vexhelm, no mayor. Durgrim, no mayor. Dune holds an encampment. So, I don't think any of them have mayors. But, I mean, honestly, it'd be a 5-day election process, right? In theory, for, like, the voting to actually be cast. So, I don't necessarily think they'd be done yet anyways. I don't think. But maybe. You haven't had it before? A footlong Oreo? No. Like, what? Is it just a literal foot-long, like, stick Oreo? Or, like, what actually is it? Because if it's just a stick Oreo, then that's kind of like, I could just have a lot of Oreos and make them into a stick. So, I mean, I guess depending on, like, how much Oreo it is for, like, the total price of Oreo output, that could be a banger deal. Sounds like one sleeve of Oreo. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, like, what's the difference between that and me just eating an entire sleeve of Oreos and then having 2 more sleeves of Oreos to also eat directly after? Jimbo. Good day, my friend. I think that's like my big question. Because I could just put away footlong Oreo. Yeah, that's what King's talking about. Apparently, Subway has a slapper footlong Oreo that goes insanely hard. How do you get Mr. Grumpy Pants? Don't joke about doxing me. You've done it before. You, like, half-wittedly fucking dropped my street in chat one time. On accident. Well, I need to make sure it doesn't happen again. That's like if you shoot me once and you're like, haha, accident, I'm gonna be a little more cautious when you're around a firearm, ma'am. You just me twice? No, I didn't. No. An Icelandic child did it to you. I didn't do shit. Is it? Oh, wait, the mirror one. I didn't even know about that one. That was more the Airbnb host, I will say, for putting that mirror there. If their design wasn't so flawed. 2 Oreos is a suggestion. Wait, is 2 Oreos the serving size? I don't think I've ever only eaten 2 Oreos. I think you would quite literally have to, like, physically restrain me to have me only eat 2 Oreos. Can have a bunch of cats around your house when you get home. Oh god. Oh god. Anyways, you dox me more than I've doxed you. Okay, so wait, okay. Make sure you get cookies. Or don't come back. Also, I ordered you the beast anyways. Paid $15 extra for it, but it was worth it. 1 foot of cookie sounds like something you're supposed to share, but as soon as I leave that Subway, I'm driving into a back alley and eating a shame. Oh, so when we got back from Iceland, we ordered Subway for pickup like a little bit before they closed, like 15 minutes before they closed. And like we got into the mobile app ahead of time, so they had plenty of time to like prep and then, you know, close down and shit. So we weren't trying to be dicks. But I went in and we were literally like off the plane on our way back home from Iceland. And they had a bunch of cookies just sitting there stacked up in the cookie display. And I was like, how many cookies do you guys have left? And I was asking about the double chocolate chips and they were like, I don't know, like probably 10. And I'm like, okay, so how much would it be to grab them? And she's like, do you just want them? And I was like, I'll keep it a buck. I just got back from 2 weeks in Iceland. I haven't had Subway in a long ass time. And I got friends in the car that would also love some cookies. And they were like, I'll just give you them. And I was like, I will take all that you want to give. They gave me like 30 cookies, dog. I was eating good. I was having double chalky chips and chalky chips constantly. He was fantasizing about Subway the entire time in Iceland. Okay, wait, but hold on. I feel like there are hot Cheeto girls and then there are like Subway guys. Like, Subway fucks. Like, if you have had a good Subway experience, you know the value that Subway can be. And if you have a Subway that like actually takes pride in the product that they're putting out, then it can be really good for the value. Subway isn't the best, but is not the worst. Correct. Jersey Mike's is better than Subway in terms of the raw quality of it, but a Jersey Mike's Giant is $17.77 for like 300 more calories base than a Subway footlong. Now, at Subway, you can get 2 footlongs for $12.99. Absolutely nuking the value of a $17.77 Jersey Mike's Giant with Main State sales tax. Comes out to like $13.54 for the 2 Subway footlongs, $4+ cheaper, like 70% more calories if you're eating both the footlongs yourself like a fucking man. You can load those bitches up and like, it's better value in my opinion. Jedi asked, are they still planning on adding the underworld? Yes, there will be an underrealm as a biome, so that's where the Tolnar will be from. Eating cream horn and hot Cheetos when I get home. Not if I eat your cream horn first. What if you go home and it's gone? What if I did? It might not be safe. It's never safe. Zob, what am I go? What you doing? I think I'm gonna pop over to live and try to convince people to do something over on live. I think that would be the most beneficial thing, because like the pocket dungeons, at least the early ones, bro, I don't really know that they're that worth it. At least in their current stance. I think I would rather small group wilderness level in the Anvils than pocket dungeon level in the Anvils as of right now. Questing early on, probably gonna be the juice, like the absolute Saucington as well. So we'll have to see how that questing experience shapes up out there. Keep an eye on it, but it'll be intriguing. It may be a matter of just like planting people in the Anvils to level Kaltorum, and then all of our actual levelers launch from Riverlands. We'll have to see how it shapes up. Poop. We're safe again, boys. We're finally safe. There's no risk anymore. This is phase 2. We're safe. Well, phase 2.5. Alpha 2 environment. I was napping and heard Creamhorn. Creamhorn was enough to wake you up? I mean, that's... Genuinely, that's not the worst wake-up call by any means. Although, I'm not a big, like... whipped creamy... Why is the music so loud? Oh no. Not like this. But I'm not a huge like whipped cream, creamy type person. I'm typically very chocolatey in my preference. And I feel like super light whipped cream's just like, okay, what am I eating? There's no sustenance to this. So I kind of get in a bad spot. Can't believe he'd rather have Subway over Hook. What is that, Tambuki? Who the hell is Carl? Bup, 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 bup. All right, we're set. There. Safe, sound. Finally found the NPC. Are you still trying to get your mount? Oh, Carl. Oh, it's the fermented shark meat. We were supposed to do that while we were in Iceland, but I think Carla's friend group is very like, I only want french fries and chicken tenders. So they bitched out of a lot of really good food experiences. I will say it was kind of disappointing. But it is what it is. I expected it going in. Carla and I still got some amazing food though, so that's good. I heard one of them is a brony. Yeah, apparently that's something that Carla found out yesterday, and not just in the sense of like they're watching like My Little Pony, but they're like full like drawing My Little Pony stuff. So I didn't really need to know that. I don't care what people do in their spare time, but like there were some stories from the trip that kind of just like make sense now. It's good money. He's not a good artist apparently. Cause like Carla was telling me about it yesterday, cause she found out yesterday. And I was like, so is it, you know, solid art? Like what are we looking at? And it was not good art. It was not flavorful. It was just horse butts and horse dicks. So yeah, I don't know, man. To each their own, but I hope he doesn't go to Fiverr with it. It's effort and we'll get better over time. Absolutely, you got to hone your crafts. And people will sleep on your crafts and people will always call you insane until people see the potential that you're bringing into the world, and instead of calling you insane, they call you a genius. And you know, someone's gotta be the one to usher back the era for the bronies. They've all evolved to furries or just called it quits and gotten a 9-to-5 desk job at an IT firm wearing a polo and pulling their hair back into a ponytail. So, not tasteful pony art has got to be up there with abstract expressionism as the worst art style. Most definitely one of them. Yeah. It's a whole thing. I mean, I respect it. Yo, Tyler, what up, goat? Like I said, I respect it. It is what it is. You gotta get your grind how you get your grind. Some people think streaming and content creation is the most cringe thing ever, and they would never catch themselves dead doing it, right? I get that. But what if you combine the two? What if you draw Pony Smut on a kick stream? Pollock was a hack, don't at me. Jackson Pollock was literally made by a PR firm, dog. I'm throwing that out there. It was just big propaganda. They wanted Pollock to be a star. He was a fucking industry plant. Yeah, you gotta refine that shit. It won't let me finish the quest all that time, and I finally found this Invis NPC. Wait, finish what quest? Who do you think the earliest industry plant was? Like fucking Aristotle or some shit? Like it had to be one of the philosophers that just got nothing wrong, nothing right, but they're still talked about to this day. Industry plant? Yeah, so like an industry plant is something like someone that gets put into like a place of content creation or music or anything like that, like by the industry themselves, backed with like inflated numbers, PR firms, a bunch of like pump up there. And it's kind of like determined by, you know, the people in the industry themselves, because they're someone that's extremely marketable. So it's a little more than just like, you know, signing to a record label or something. It would be like you going from absolute nothingness to, you know, million streams overnight, blah, 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 this manufactured like multi-million-dollar persona and stuff like that out of the woodwork. A lot of people that have that quick blow up will have industry plant accusations because it's so easy to inflate numbers, like get into the algorithm, shit like that. The Pope. Yo, Alcino, how you doing, my boy? Befouling affluence. Effluence. I don't know what quest that is, but Probably ancient common practice. Oh my god, can you imagine how easy it would be to fake clout back in the year like 7? You could probably go to another area, say you're a king traveling from afar, and then marry a princess and live a life of royalty for the rest of your life. And then like diplomatic relations between kingdoms break down at one point and they're like, the fuck? Like you could legitimately just be like, yes, it is I, DustyWhy, king of Vera. And they're like, what the fuck's Vera? And I'm like, a very distant land. I traveled by ship many, many weeks to be here. And then just like, they're like, oh, all right, bet. Like, how do they verify that? They're not gonna look at my Facebook in the year fucking 7. Like, they're not gonna get that information. There's no LinkedIn to verify like what my actual credentials are. They're just gonna have to believe I'm a fucking king. And I feel like that probably happened a lot, dog. I don't know, Billy Mays would have been a fucking god out there. With how good he was at selling people shit. A lot of new players out here. Genuinely. Kind of surprising to see this many right now. Tyler's just AFK chilling. I have with me... Hi, Snoo. I have multiple mounts with me. Some of them are slow. Some of them are faster. Hello, Snoo. Oh, also, Brian, you asked a little while ago if I had a tank guide. So, everything changes, like, extremely fast in Ashes. So, we're in the process right now of going through another rework, not just to tank, but to every tree. How to make basalt weapon mold. Get basalt from mining. Go to work stone cutting table with wood for fuel. Use basalt for weapon mold. Yes. Wood for fuel. That's what they need. That's what they need. They're up tremendous. What up? Do I have wood on me? Correct. I don't want your basalt. I don't have wood. Must get wood from chopping tree, then use that as fuel. Okay. We're on the map right now. I'm in Lionhold at the moment. I've been like popping over here sometimes, and I got a dono pack of mounts from Kristen yesterday. So sometimes I'll hand mounts out to new players and shit that are coming in. Just come through and chill. Like, we'll give this guy one. Requesting a trade again. I don't want your basalt. But he has wood. Yes. Yes. Select your weapon mold. Add fuel. Right click wood. Yes. Must use in a town, not here. Alright, we're given the crafting breakdowns. Okay, so in terms of a tank guide, I personally, I'm gonna be putting one out like as phase 3 things settle in a little bit more with some perspective item sets and shit like that. But right now, we're in the middle of a rework to ability trees where every archetype will be getting like ranks to their abilities instead of just, or at the neutral stoneworks. Oh, yes. Or at the standalones. But every ability will be getting multiple ranks to it instead of just like the one I select this or deselect this type shit. So I'm waiting to see when that's going to be coming in and how things are going to be looking for P3 and beyond that. I'll get a tank guide out like prior to P3 launch so people coming in have an idea. One thing to remember about tank though is there are just about 1,000 ways that you can play one already, playstyle wise, gearing wise, ability wise, and that's with level 20 cap instead of level 25 instead of level 50 cap. That's with no secondaries being in yet. There are already multiple levels of variance for tank players to kind of like feel out. So I tend to gear a little bit more towards like an offensive tank. So like a disruptor type beat, right? Like I like playing a little flanky. I like hitting the back line. I like putting pressure on squishies as much as I do trying to find, you know, that front line pick, right? So we have our grapple. We can pull targets into us. Grapple's not always the most consistent. You're chasing me. Wait, where are you at? Where are you at? So grapple can sometimes pull, sometimes not pull the best. But dump station. Here. That'll get you around faster. Pretty drippy too. It just doesn't jump very high. Should be a little better than the horse. And you can right click and summon it. I think it's one of like the drippier mounts, in my opinion. That shit goes incredibly hard. Brother got the full fucking throttle. That shit be grunting when you jump though. That shit working hard. Okay, yeah. So trees playstyle. I tend to play like very aggressive a lot of the time. Try to find picks, try to find kills, try to find value. Some people will gear more just like raw max HP and mitigation and play more of like the true frontliner and specifically try to focus on I pull someone in and then I wall them off and then I trip combo them and play like a supporty, you know, just raw initiate. In groups, I have Aegis and Protect on because Protect is like a buff that I put on, you know, a single person. So I can intercept to somebody, protect them to put the buff on them, and then I can pop Aegis on top of them. And if I do all of that, they have 10% of my max HP as a shield. Protect redirects 30% of the damage that they take back to me. And then Aegis is another 20%. So when I drop that combo, I redirect 50% of the damage that that target takes to me for 15 seconds. And I give them a good amount of max HP as a shield. So you'll notice that with Protect, once I go out of range of somebody, I get a little notification with that red line. And that lets me know that I'm out of the 15-meter range. So when I have somebody protected, it's a 15-meter range for like maintaining protection, but it breaks if you're outside for 5 or more seconds. So I run out, red beacon goes out, and then you're good. So as long as you can see that red and that debuff comes up on your target, you can keep that protect on even if you run outside of that 15-meter range. So it's kind of solid. It's a very good way to help mitigate damage going out on your important targets, whether it's a DPS burst, whether it's one of your supports, just any high value target. Redirecting 50% of the damage that they take to you is fucking massive, in my opinion. I don't really think there's much of a downside to running those two. In 1v1s, of course, I'm not going to be running those. In 1v1s, I take those 2 points out. I switch them here for Relentless Vengeance for more shield for me. And then Rush of Courage. Rush of Courage fills our tank resource, which is Courage, instantly. So basically, you can use Slam, you can use Ground Pound, you can use Grit. So mitigation, damage, and a Frontal Cone, and a Trip. And then just a Frontal Cone damage spam. So a few things that we can use like based off of our Courage. And other than that, we get Courage from completing weapon attack combos. So every weapon has a different combo. For example, Longbow has 2 hits, and then your finisher, and then your extended finisher. The finisher and extended being your final 2 hits of your combo. With those last 2 hits, you get 33 courage per each hit, which gives you 66 total. That's enough for you to like drop a grit for 40, and then next time you get enough courage, you're gonna be at 80 plus. You can double slam off that. You can have up to 100 courage at a time. You also have mana, health, stamina to maintain. So like, there's a lot that you got to keep track of if you're tanking. You also, under your weapon tree, if you're in groups, will be running this tree for your bow. Very likely something similar to this. So Bullseye, your deadly finishers and deadly extended finishers. So those 2 last hits in your combo have a 55% chance to be deadly instead of normal. Deadly applies status effects to the targets, gives you buffs, and then gives you other benefits as well. Now with this, deadly extended and deadly finishers empower your next ability or deadly finisher or deadly extended finisher within 5 seconds with 25% more crit chance. It stacks up to twice and then still applies to, but is no longer consumed by that very final hit. And then it applies to all party members within 35 meters. So every single person in my group can be getting 2 stacks of this, getting 25% bonus crit strike chance on their abilities, on their finishers for those weapon combos. And I put that out to everyone in my group simply by making sure that I am constantly getting like my attack combos out and completed on people. So just something extremely simple that a lot of people don't do. is making sure it's, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4 on the longbow hits, and then you're acting after that. You're throwing out ability combos, you're basing your initiates off of that. Like, you're basically making sure that you get an entire combo out efficiently, and then once that combo is out, you are then capitalizing on that combo. In 1v1s, I switch up my bow build, and I go Inner Fire for more sustain, and then I go Heartseeker and flexible extended finishers. So any deadly extended finisher or extended finisher after a deadly finisher applies bleeding to the target. Your next ability within 10 seconds has 5% increased accuracy, 5% increased damage, and 10% increased crit damage, and these numbers double against bleeding targets. So you put the bleed on them, and then you get 10% increased accuracy, 10% increased damage, and 10% crit damage. 20% crit damage. So that's kind of fat. It's incredibly consistent, and in 1v1s, it's very good pressure to keep putting up on people. So it can be, in my opinion, incredibly impactful to make some very, very, very simple switches to your actual build itself. Yo, Puck, what up, go? Thank you for the raid. I appreciate you. Much love. Darkness had asked, how are the anvils? The anvils are good, man. Pocket dungeons in the anvils are going to need some love. A lot of them are very not humanoids right now, which naturally means their entire loot table is incomparably worse than all humanoids. So I think they need a little bit of love to the loot tables for non-humanoid mobs in general in Ashes, just to incentivize like people to kill them for any reason whatsoever. It's nice though. The Anvils is a lot better than I thought it was going to be on first iteration, especially with like the depth and the build out of the pocket dungeons that are there. It's quite nice. It's quite nice. But boys, if you haven't been here before, I appreciate y'all coming through. My name's Dusty. I do stream Ashes every single day starting around 2 p.m. EST. I'm a full-time Ashes content creator, so all the support does genuinely mean the world. The lurks, the follows, the subbies, pretty much everything. It all helps keep me here full-time in between now and launch, and far beyond that, building the community and helping yap about Ashes. So if you guys have any questions, please feel free to let me know. Probably Time Cat. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. If you guys have any questions about Ashes, please feel free to let me know. I stream 8 to 12 hours of Ashes daily, and I am more than happy to answer quite literally anything you guys may be wondering. I've spent a lot of time over on the private test realm lately, getting a lot of the information that we can about the upcoming builds, and everything that is sure to come in with the start of Phase 3, especially after the delay, but mostly just force Dusty to farm the other pieces, then he can decide. I don't have my goddamn trade skills up. Fuck me, what do I have to get up? Find someone else who wants a Lego bow. Alright, what do I need? What do I need to farm? I have gold. So while I may not have the journeyman capabilities with my hands, I do have the journeyman capabilities with a little bit of money. It might not be a lot, but it may be a little bit. Threader, I hope you're having a beautiful day, my friend. Grave thread and rubidium ingot. Any specific rarity? Because I could always just hit a quick Drake and see where the miner's at. I got the raw riv if you need some. I would love that. I believe I only need one. I think I quite literally need one riv ingot and one grave thread. And then I should be set with everything. For the boat? Yes. Yes. Not that it even like matters that much because nobody's even like PvPing over on live when I try to get motherfuckers over here. But see, I think tonight would be a wonderful night for some live PvP. Some good reps, some good pracky. Maybe get some shit going. Wait, Porcini's on. What if? We see if Porcini wants to do a guild versus guild war against the old cats. With 350 rating, you can use rare thread, rare iron, rare ingot, and get Lego. Oh, that's not bad at all. Do we have somebody with 350 rating? Like a crafter in-house? Only level 3, but I'll slide. Yo, I love that. I love that. Yo, make sure you slide your way into the guild Discord as well. Exclamation guild. I don't know who you're coming in with, if you're coming in solo or with a group, but we're 200 plus deep for Phase 3, getting deeper by the day. So we're up tremendous. Very happy to have any newcomers. Our top guilds are focused on competitive PvP content as much as we can be. Our top 2 guilds there And then from there, we also have our community guilds that are focused on just hanging out, vibing, and being a part of everything. Ash is a game where you need strength in numbers, and you also need strength within those numbers. You're just going to get rolled. So we take in every player with the goal to get people access to whatever content they want to within Ashes, and it's been really successful for us so far. We try to do things without the toxicity, without the griefing, without the, you know, win by any means necessary type mentality, and try to win the right way. So that's what we're all about on this end, and it's been real successful, man. We came in for P2, started with like 10 people in the guild, and just kept recruiting from there. So super happy to see where it's at now. We got leadership in place. We got an EU section. We got everything. So exclamation guild, make sure you pull up. We are always looking for more grinders. Emu? What's Emu's qual rating? Bro, honestly, there are a lot of fucking new players on live right now. Like an impressive amount of new players. I kind of want to start a low level on live and see what leveling with some people is like. Maybe do like some rando leveling and shit. Could always go through the tank leveling process again. I think you get a 600 something. Oh god. Oh wait, that's massive. It's absolutely massive. Use 14 of them in dried planks as they need to be for a bow if they don't get used. Alright, huge. Tambuki headed home, we gotta walk the dogs. Okay, word. Well, when Tambuki's back from walking the dogs, any of my new players that do want to go through, be ready because we're gonna do a questing loop that gets you some very good early experience. So I don't know what Tam's like total ETA is, but Carla's on the way back with Subway, so I'm gonna have to stuff my face for like 5 minutes once she gets back. And then once Tambuki's home, I'll make a new character over here. We can go through the starting experience as like a group, and everybody can grab the quest, see what's what, and it should take probably about an hour and a half, and I believe that'll get us to a really solid spot. Yo, Dying Outside, thank you for the follow, much love, welcome in. Been telling you this has been super consistent. Ran caravan out of Shorefoot. Yelled in line hold saying any defenders getting me into squalls would get at least 2 gold if they defended. 4 level 5 to 14s got 10 gold for making the run. Fucking massive. Lots of incoming new people and they like live more than PTR. Oh yeah, I mean live is going to give them a little bit more of a sense of progression in a sense. But I also think that new players coming in overwhelmingly, at least the ones that I talk to through stream, once they know about the PTR and what it offers, like, the wipes do kind of suck, but once they know there's going to be a wipe in less than a month anyways, they're like, oh, so I can just level on the PTR and see, like, the new leveling, right? And they can still level over there, they can boost. I think a lot of people just don't necessarily know about, like, the benefits of the PTR, so to say, and live is just kind of like that comfort thing, right? But no, I agree. I absolutely see more players, like, organic new players that aren't coming into streams and getting, like, coached up, so to say. I absolutely see a lot of them coming over to live, and it is quite nice. I mean, you got organic leveling groups and shit coming over. You got people asking a lot of questions as new players coming in too. So I love that personally. How does Bard actually work as a support or a healer? So Bard is kind of like your Swiss Army knife support archetype. So in its current iteration, you are most commonly either going to be like a mana battery, restoring groups mana, doing some spot healing here and there, or you'll be dropping a damage buff. So bards can be massively impactful through one of those like big threes. You've got a whole lot of utility. You've got some really good single target damage potential as well, and a lot of sneaky burst. So bard has a mechanic that's like resonant weapon stacks. So you build your resonant weapon stacks through casting abilities, and then on your finisher and your extended finisher, those last 2 hits of your combo, you dump resonant weapon stacks to do extra damage to targets. So that's basically the biggest thing as a bard, especially when you're soloing, that you'll want to pay attention for, is building up those res stacks and dumping those res stacks for your primary damage. Outside of that, you can just, you're the Omni support. And if you exclamation classes, I can actually pull that up real quick. I'll do it my goddamn self. Exclamation classes. We pulled this up here. Open image. And then pop. So right here, you have the class grid. So this gives you your primaries down here, and then your secondaries over here. So you'll be able to combine any of the 2 archetypes and like double down. But essentially, like, I play a tank as my primary, so I'm always going to have my tank abilities. When I augment it with a secondary, that's going to give me elements of the secondary class on my tank abilities. So like a tank cleric will be a paladin that will have tank abilities with some elements of self-healing. So I'll still be a tank, but I'll be basically a tank that self-heals. If I'm a knight, which is tank fighter, I'll be a tank with a little more punch in my abilities, very likely. I plan to go tank rogue, which is knight shield, or maybe knight as my secondary, because I like to do some damage as a tank as well. So with Bard, you've got your Omni Buffer, your Minstrel, which is the Bard. You've got your Soul Weaver, which is Bard Cleric, which seems like it's going to give you a lot of healing capabilities. And then you've also got some more like utility, potentially like, you know, damage even type beats. Bard Tank, Siren, that could also give some mitigation buffs out. Bard Summoner, Songcaller, gives me the impression that it would summon standalone like AoE buffs for your group. Because right now, like, your songs are based on your proximity and shit. But if you summon like AoE concentrated songs and have multiple of those out at one point, I'm thinking maybe Bard could kind of like stack up a bunch of things. So it's cool to see how those secondaries will augment things. It's honestly limitless as well, depending on what they want to do. They've talked about how there will be different strengths of augments as well along the way. So like from, you know, power level 1 to power level 10. So are you getting random stutters on your PTR tests? I can run around 50 to 70 FPS depending on location, but my system locks up for half a second to a second. Someone in the guild says they see it too. What specs do you run, Threader? Exclamation specs for mine. I run a 4080 Super and a 7800 X3D. My PTR runs incredibly silky. Like my live runs substantially worse than my PTR actually does. Bard plus archetype sounds all fun. Augmenting your dance, that are AoE impacting others. Oh yes, yeah. Let's CPU, DIMMs. Which do you cause? Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, it seems like it could probably be spec related, but I would always try to like maybe run a repair in the launcher, make sure everything's functioning well through there. Running Ryzen 7 3800. I want to say that's like along the towards the more min spec side of it. Exclamation min specs for a full list of the min specs for Ashes. But I want to say that's probably. I also don't know what the requirements are with 5.6. Because min specs were based on 5.3's build. I don't know if they've changed with Unreal Engine 5.6 on the PTR. Or like what they're looking at over there, but... Or making new characters and running questline? Yes. So we will have Tambuki on in like 40-ish minutes. Probably like 35, 40-ish minutes. And then we'll run the questline. Like, not like the questline, but... the quest loop that gives a very solid start. And Tambuki will help us out with this, so. Jesus Christ, up. Motherfucker be dropping the big flex. Brother has been gathering, to say the least. Is this the drop that we saw that one day? Because that kind of goes crazy. Heroic Lens. Interesting. Oh, wait, that's a shield. God damn. That thing goes fucking hard. What? It's like a caster steel shield. That's ridiculous. What the goddamn hell? Drop from Carve? Yeah. From the fucking ocular boss that's in Wreckage. Yeah. I don't know. Glimpse, I think his name is. He was fucked up for a while. I just didn't expect to see a heroic one. Although I guess the mats probably aren't too crazy about it. So what the fuck are those boots, someone said. Yo, Riv boots kind of go hard. Like, they kind of go fucking sicko mode for anybody. That's a lot of max HP. Like, low-key, I could consider using those on a goddamn tank. 428 max HP. From the event too. Oh, really? Like from the Disciplinarian? That's intriguing, actually. I didn't know the Disciplinarian was pulling from, like, outside drops. Are you talking, like, the wave one where you go through all the waves? I got the shield from the event. So, like, in the tower, the Petition Challenge event, where you put the things on the... like, on the pedestal, or, like, the lectern? Interesting. Was it from the same floor as the pedestal when you kill the Disciplinarian? Because that would indicate that Boots of the Tardy can drop from there as well. It was agreed. Huh. That kind of fucks. That kind of fucks a lot. That means that that event is incredibly valuable now. I wonder if that's on disciplinary and loot table. Ashes Codex. Disciplinarian. It says it only drops from Glimpse. It dropped from the event up there. Interesting. And it was the disciplinarian mob, right? Like the boss mob that spawns on the first floor, or did you go up to the higher floors for it? Like the, not the first floor, of course, but like the floor that you start the event on? Proctor's Focus, Longside Bow, Groundkeeper's Maul, Art of Spellcraft. That got renamed. Huh! From, I guess, a normal eye. Really? Interesting. So it wasn't even the boss up there, it was just one of the eyes during the event itself? That's very intriguing, actually. I wonder. I very much so wonder. It's about 5 years old, just got the new GPU, just need to buy the bullet. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know too much about too many things PC related. I built around Christmas, and like, it was my first time actually putting my own build together, so I had chat like guiding me through it as I did it with shaky ass hands. And it was fun, but it's been running, so that's good. Oh my god, she's returned. Oh my god, wait, I'm being beckoned by a cookie. All right, chat, I'll be right back. Give me a couple minutes. I'm gonna stuff my face real quick, and then we will literally return in just a minute. slap me in the windpipe. Alright, I'm back, sorry. We've returned. I got my food. I stole a cookie. And Carla karate chopped me in the fucking windpipe for some reason. I don't really know, like, what I did to deserve that shit. But, ow. I got kind of cooked. Chat, remember me. If I start popping up with bruises and shit, and, like, just broken everything, I need you guys to know. I tried to fight back. It just wasn't enough. I was overwhelmed. She's too strong. Well, so now I'm intrigued, Mr. Voyle. Is it in just the eye table all the time or only during the event? Like, was the event active or was it just in the event farm area? Because that also adds in a whole different level of it. Because if the event itself is active and then it gives like a special loot table only during that event, then that's going to be intriguing as well for the trash mobs. But I don't necessarily know that that's the case for it. Shield can just drop from glimpse. Right, but Voile's saying he got a green from, like, the trash mobs in the event. Yes. Did oh. Well, we have better lettuce in the fridge, probably. As we asked for extra lettuce on Carla's, and they gave her less lettuce. She got cooked. The trash mobs in the event have a funky loot table. Is that like only during the event, like the spawns? Or is that just like in the Harry Potter room itself? Because like, if it's in the Harry Potter room itself, then that's a really replicatable farm, if I'm being completely honest. Only ever seen the event once. Fun fact, I'm a world event, like, fanatic. Anytime there's a world event that's new, I try to be one of the first people to get out and do it. Because, like, world events will have so much impact on everything long term. Some will. And you never know, like, what the world events will bring in after the actual completion of the event themselves too. Third floor event? Yes. Yeah, the petition of challenge event. I dropped a YouTube video on it shortly after we like did it, but it was a blast. You have to activate it? Yeah, you started with the petitions. But, like, it's also only active certain times. I don't really know what... Because it activates the event and shows on the map sometimes. And then you have to farm up the petitions from the mobs and then activate the event and complete the event. So I've always wondered, like, what is the predicate for this to actually be up? Because some things will have predicates, some things will have, like, subsequent follow-ups. Once you get about 4 petitions, then wait about 30 minutes after it ends to start again. When it's active, you don't have to wait for it to end. You can just chain them off. We've run it a lot because the loot table's insane. I mean, unless they just recently changed it since I've run it. But I was running at the start of this phase as well. And you just get your petitions farmed, and then you go up. You know, run through your disciplinarian phase, go upstairs, kill the 2 that are upstairs, go up, teleport to the top, look out, and then there's a jump down where you can go right back to that same balcony where you run into the Harry Potter room. And then if you have your petitions, you should just be good to chain them off. At least we were. Because the event, like, timer will end after the event too, but we just always started right at 4 patterns. 4 petitions. Yeah. You can always farm up more if you want to, but like They don't take long to farm up either. So like even if you started at just 4, you usually drop down, farm them up within 10 minutes if you have a raid. But you don't necessarily like need a raid to even complete that shit. As long as everybody stacks up. Some of the mobs hit hard, but the skeleton knights are really the only thing that hits hard in my opinion. And that's just if they stack up their cleaves. If you can avoid that, then it's so free, it's not hard at all. I will say though, our first time farming that shit, skeleton knights went crazy on us. We just sent 2 or 3 up top to floor 4. And the rest stayed so we didn't miss any position drops. Oh yeah. No, that's not bad. So you just had people like farming up simultaneously. Ceph groups are going. Oh goddamn, Steel Bloom groups? Holy shit. People are actually out here just like grinding it. I'm gonna go down to Ceph and see what it looks like there. I wonder if there's like competition. What the fuck? I'm happy to see that. But yeah, that world event, Petition of Challenge in itself, has me very excited to see, especially what level 50 world events will be. Because something like that, it kind of seals off once you activate it, right? But say there's an open world event. That's that same cycle where it's the waves. And you complete the waves and then you get teleporter access and then you go up. But it's not sealed. People come in, they want to steal your waves, especially later on in the waves. They want to guild deck you for the event itself. They're going to come in flagged up, PvPing anyways. Like, events like that that are actually fruitful introduce an automatic element of player friction over an area that's incentivized. So like, essentially your world events could be another functional form of just your PvP battleground areas if the world events were incentivized enough for people to fight over. Everything in my mind breaks down to incentivization. Even if there's a lawless zone where people can kick the shit out of each other, but there's no benefit to going there and holding down that lawless zone, and you lose glint, lose mats, whatever you bring over, and you get XP'd out the ass and have to repair like crazy, people are just gonna run scrims. I also think we will probably have in those lawless zones multiple people opted into like a caravan convoy and then full like multi-raid groups holding down those lawless zones. I thought about that the other day, like using caravans in conjunction with the moving lawless zones, because I think the worst thing about it right now is, motherfucker, I got shit on my hands. God fucking damn it. Oh, I don't have any more broodlings either. Oh wait, I'm faster. Yeah, he sees me coming in the rear view. I gotta get a target on the Scorpion. Oh, there it is. There it is. He won't be able to unflag in time. Boys, he knows it's coming for him. I thought he CC'd my mountain on me. Hold on. Oh, he jumped over my wall! That was so sick! Alright, I'll let you go simply because you jumped over my wall. That was a fucking action hero escape. There's no fucking shot. God fucking damn it. Literally jumped over my fucking wall with the Scorp. God damn it, the cool points win again. I can't kill someone after something that sick. That was unfortunate for me. I did dead to rights. I had every reason. Oh my god. Yeah, I kind of would have felt bad. I mean, not that it matters or anything, but Second time a day you've avoided a cat assassination is crazy. So where do the guild decks go before phase 3? Also, why don't we like reach out to Porcini and see if he wants to like guild versus guild? Cause like, I think they're doing okay numbers wise, right? I'm just trying to get us like some fucking form of content. I don't know. I don't think the hard guys are playing right now. We could deck all 3 of Chini's. Doesn't he have like 5? We only have 2 charges. So. We don't have to ask. Fair. Fair. Oh yeah, we are doing our leveling loop as well. Should have 3 unless you burn 1. It says 2. Next charge, 8 days. I don't know how long the charge time is, but... that seems wrong. One per 18 hours? Yeah. That's intriguing. Two quests I didn't do, the battleship one and storm the castle. I just don't think there's enough to really give either justice. Oh, like the POC weekly side quests? I feel like a lot of systems in Ashes are very player dependent. It's an MMO. It's built on social systems. And without a lot of people, a lot of those systems will feel empty. So like, I totally get it. I totally get it. I have been hit by that very hard recently. Like I've literally, cause keep in mind, we're over here in our lull waiting for phase 3. And then everybody like over in New World is like coped up waiting for like season 9 tomorrow. And like season 10 past that and shit. And like so many of my content creator friends are going back to New World and shit. And I'm just like, I'm holding it out here. And like, I don't plan to go anywhere, but I'm like looking out the window and they're all having fun. And I'm like, God damn it. God damn it. Cause like we're in our lull. We have 1 month left until P3. Less than a month. And you know, it is what it is. It's not going to be the most hype period for everybody right now. Not everybody's going to stay out playing every single day for 10 fucking hours. I get that. But P3 hits and all of the woes are gone. I think P3 is going to go absolutely insane. Yo, Ants, how you doing, my boy? My life's been super crazy recently and I haven't been able to play or keep up with it. Yo, I hope it's good crazy and not bad crazy. And if it's bad, I hope it gets better soon, dude. So, Ashes has been good, if you ask me. I think that a lot of constant growth has happened, especially over on the private test realm side. They have kind of been like edging a big patch for phase 3, right? Phase 3 is going to start on the 26th of August, so we're less than a month away. It was just pushed back a couple of days ago, so community's still reeling from that news. It was supposed to be August 4th, but they wanted to get Unreal Engine 5.6 upgrade and a lot of other changes taken care of before P3 start. So a lot of people are kind of upset about that side of things. I personally, from my standpoint, the delay is bringing with it 20 days where they're just full cooking all of these changes for P3. And P3 is going to come in with substantially more substance to it comparatively to if it were, you know, launching on the 4th. So if you ask me, I think P3 is, you know, going to be great. I think Ashes has been good. We're in a player-based lull right now, right? A lot of the players that were grinding had quit. There are still new players trickling in pretty constantly, though. It's not like a sink's fully open, but you definitely got a nice little drip. It's going to stop your pipes from freezing. So it is really encouraging to see that there's still life coming into the game, even pre-phase 3. So it's nice, man. It's nice. Launching now? All right, bet. Let's switch over then. I shall make a new character. Chat, if anybody wants to come through and make a new character and check out a questing loop that'll get you a nice little start, feel free. we're gonna meet up and do Sweat of Your Brow, I think, and we're gonna get taken through it by Tambuki. So questing loops are always subject to change at any point, but knowing this and at least having a baseline of things is quite nice. Send me aside Sweat of Your Brow. Okay, word. So I'll take you guys through it because I at least know the basics. So we'll just meet up in Samia's Hope. So if you guys do want to come through, feel free. If you don't want to come through, you can also take notes, clip it, do whatever you'd like to. But this will be a nice little starting loop for you to have a chill little route up to, I believe it gets you like level 8, level 9. I'm also trying to chow half of my Subway sandwich right now. I'm gonna do half now and then half later. Around 8, depends on commissions at the time. Word. All right, so we'll come out, grab our shit. Now keep in mind, there are different starter weapons in this general area, like throughout the keep itself. So you can interact here, you can get yourself a longbow. So that's a nice switch. Different weapons throughout the entire area, so make sure you grab one of those. And then we're gonna come out here and we're gonna go Samia's Hope side. So Samia's Hope is gonna be the east side. If you want to, you can kill some gobbos along the way. Not really a necessity though. Like I legitimately half the time skip it on my end. And honestly, the guards have been kind of PKing the fuck out of people lately. So, but usually if you want to do this, it's pretty safe to just like fuck off, poke them with your longbow as you walk your way out. Gets you a little bit of XP, but as you notice, it's nothing too wacky, wild, or crazy by any means. It's 50 per, and like, it's gonna get you a copper worth of glint per, but if you do want to kill a couple, you can. I mean, I don't really think it's a huge fucking detriment, but you're also probably not gonna get much, like, benefit from it. So, you're hitting the path, and then we go Samia's side, and we zoom. If anybody wants to come through, just feel free to make your character. Cypher, I hope you're having a beautiful day. Delays are chill because I have faith that this dev team is actually working on things. Oh, many things all at once. And even with the delay, exclamation delay will bring up the article and kind of like explain why they're delaying and shit. But they are, you Goblin Slayer, they are bringing in a lot of content on the PTR. Massive amount of content. And it's very fast in the rate that they're deploying it as well. So personally, I've been having a lot of fun on the PTR. The only downside for me is that it's visually NDA'd, so I can't show gameplay. So I have to like run a VOD like on the visual end of things when I'm playing PTR. And it makes it a little Akko Taco, but anything for the lads, you know? And we're just trying to get all the info out that we can, trying to keep everything flowing there, and hopefully get ourselves and the community in as good of a spot as we can pre-phase 3. So you go down and you talk to the trades manager. Trades manager is going to give you Sweat of Your Brow.
Your odd jobs. The townsfolk
And then
they bring them to me.
I think we're just grabbing all these hoes. So our commissions just immediately to play early. I mean, I guess they're just bonuses to grab because you can just complete them from your book as well. Definitely makes sense. So now we yop and then we go turn in. Really nice with loot boxes too. Massive. Blood music, Black Blood, I see you. Tambuki, grab Black Blood, if you would. So I'm gonna talk to the official. That completes that.
You brought the timber?
Oh shit, I have to refine it. Oh no, where's the refining? I'm panicking! Lumber milling. We're up tremendous. Some commissions are just go here, see here, so it's worth it. Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure a lot of them you can just passively do while you're out and about grinding too. So, Pac, what have you got from the loot boxes that you really like? I'd love to join, but I haven't updated in like 2 months and my PC is slow. It's okay, it's okay. Feel free to clip this down as much as you guys want to as well. Because this is like, other than me eating my food, this is a very, very, very easy and efficient leveling route to start your character out. So make sure you send to inventory and not your warehouse as well.
5 of them.
It's over here. So unbelievably smart. Go to chill for a sec. I got like 1 bite left of my DustyWhy. But yeah, we can let a couple people catch up. I have no problem with this though, because everybody can still see it. So, chat, did anybody else want to join up? Make sure you invite Blood Music, I believe, is Black Blood. So, I'm assuming he'll be coming through. Where are the minables? Aren't they like over here? Or am I tripping? Down the hill. Thank you, sir. Both a gentleman and a scholar. Back up here. I think I see the marker, right? No, that's the Ember Spring. How far down the hill? I'm surely too far down the hill. Right? I'm at the goddamn shore. That's why I go to Lionhold. Oh. Am I being trolled? Am I being trolled? Where's the minables? It's viewable from the respawn. Oh, is it these? No. Oh. Oh, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, we're up tremendous. That blends in really fucking well. I will say, that just looks like some normal ass rocks if you're running along. Let me tell you what. Yeah, that snow is absolutely snowy. All right, so we got Keith in as well. We got Black Blood in. Boys, we got the grind squad. If anybody else wants to hop in, please feel free. We've got plenty of room. You don't have to keep up or anything like that. We're just going through it so people can learn it. Most importantly. So we'll go over here. We'll find the hardest rocks to find in the goddamn fucking world. I could actually find Braidwood easier than I could find those rocks. If only Quest put yellow circles around the track location on the minimap. Puck, I don't see color. So it's just there are a lot of circles on the map. I'm not one to like, you know, look at yellow circles, white circles, red circles, anything. It's just, you know, I'm just trying to do what I can for the people. All right, so now down here. I had to zoom that bitch in all fairness. I put my map all the way out so that way I can see more information. But sometimes I guess it limits the amount of total information that I can see. If I were Wilted Hoedrop, where would I be? This way? I think it was this way. Back in? Fuck! The enhance didn't work. We're going back up. Samia's also nicer on launch, less people. Yeah, fair. Very fair. Seeing more info equals seeing info less. Between the tents and the rocks, still up top. Over, oh, right here. Yep, we're up tremendous. Brother, this shit just looks like fucking grass. It literally just looks like grass. There's a reason I don't fucking gather. I have an entire guild specifically because I don't like to gather, craft, and refine. Believe me, I know my weaknesses. Shows how little you gather? Well, when I do gather, I hit trees, and trees big. You wanna know what I had no issues finding? The fucking tree! I don't pick flowers or mine, and then I refine that shit, and then we make bows and stuff. That, it's a man's route. I'll let Zine pick the flowers. I do have the powder. Is that?
Sure.
Should we maybe change that voice line from him just saying, "Oh, do you have the powder?" I'm not one to judge him for like his decisions. Next steps, we stay near Samia. Request few probably have done. Okay. I'm going back to the official real quick. I'm assuming we did the official, right? Because that gives us at least a few salves. Those are nice. And it's right here. Just kind of like a bonus. And then I'm with blood. And then where do you weak? Oh, over that way with Keith. Goddamn minimap. My minimap just debated me again, bro. The minimap has been having some fucking troubles lately. I will say that much. Official is good. I forgot to get the medallion. You're in too much of a hurry. Alright, so what is that one? Find the monument and take a rubbing of the text. What we be rubbing? Are we talking to the alert Valoon woman by chance? Cause that sounds like it would be a valid. I'll just grab it. Fuck it. I'm not done. Okay. We're good. Hold on, let me bring my plate out real quick. While everybody gets over here. Meet up here. I'm filling up my water, bringing my plate out, and then we lock in. Alright. We're good. I've relieved myself of subway having duties. Because that was a large responsibility to bear. Once Kiefer gets a rubbing quest, we can head out. Word. Okay. That starts a new quest that was giving tokens. It now lets you pick one reward. If you start Samia side, you can't do Jova side. Oh, wait. Should I abandon it? Like, what if I abandon? I feel like that may fix it. Or will that just brick it as a whole? I don't think abandoning works right to start the other yet. Uh-oh. So what's the difference between doing it here versus doing it in Jova? Do you just get better stuff from doing it in Jova, or is it like more efficient? The horses are kind of drippy. Everything after this takes us toward Jova. Okay, cool. Well, I'll just simulate it as if I did that. Damn, 5k XP for that is kind of crazy. Like, it's a juicy amount of experience. 3 is defeating bandits. I'm assuming we'll just do that naturally, and this is like minimal killing shit anyways. Do people usually stop and grab that Captain Roderick quest? I feel like that's a familiar name through the questing loop. Okay, wait. How motherfuckers leveling? What? What the hell? What'd I miss? Commission here. Oh, finish the commission. Swag. Okay, we're so up. That, by the way, is one of my favorite quality of life features that Ashes offers. It is quite cool just being able to like complete commissions there and then turn them in like globally. It is so incredibly convenient. So what are we going out here to grab? Is this the rubbing? Do we have to go from the top down? That would make sense. Yeah, you can just type in game. Yeah, you're chilling. So I'm assuming we go up through Baineswood. I haven't heard a lot of people mention Baineswood as an early grind recently. Have people just moved on to bigger and better things? I mean, I know there are a lot of bears and shit here. Like, a whole lot of bears. Bears are very good XP early on, I will say. Like, if you are not worried about drops, or you're trying to farm up a lot of poop early on for an early node push, Baineswood with the low-level bears is probably the legitness, if I'm being completely honest. Does need to be day to come through here safely at this. What spawns at night? Just like more general population shit. Dinner's here for me, I'll just watch. Okay, Black Blood, sounds good, dude. What are you having for dinner tonight? Did you get Subway? Because Carla and I got Subway. She regrets eating hers already. I feel on top of the world. Is it a gyro, a euro, or a hero? Level 20 bears still have good glint? Oh, yeah. Yeah, bears are, like, beast mobs in general are a very specified glint or poop loot table most of the time. And so that makes them a very good targeted farm, because within your loot table, it's not like a chance to get this, that, the other. It's literally just poop, glint. And that's good, but third person today who has mentioned, well, is it gyros, euros, or heroes? Because I don't want to say it. The G is super soft, so it sounds more like a hero. Like a euro? Like that? Like a euro? Or like hero? Gyro. Stop, that didn't help. That sounds worse. That's... Gyro fight me? I've always said it gyro, personally, but I've also not had gyros. Oh, cool! What do I put in the hole? I am supposed to be rubbing the stone. Is that supposed to be like looking at Samia's? Interesting. You know what to put in it? I might. Interesting. So they got like Samia's lined up in that bitch. What's the lore here, Tambuki? Give it to me like a tour guide. You gotta take me through everything. It's probably closest to Guillermo. Gyro? Like I'm going to see my gyrocologist? Would that be the person that's making your gyro subs? Because that's Guillermo, right? Or am I saying Guillermo wrong? Use Dusty Rock? Wait a second. That might be the perfect size. If he speaks Spanish, it's like that soft H. It's with a Y sound. What about Guillermo del Toro? Motherfuckers say that G hard as shit. Is he an imposter or is he one of one? You said it. I said it with a G. I said Guillermo. Oh! Guillermo is hard G. Yeah. Yeah, and so am I. At least that's what my mom tells me. So it's Guillermo. I'm saying it right. Right? Carla is resident Spanish speaker. Gyro? Starlin, what the fuck is that? Gyro? I was showing a path to take once fall damage is on, and yet you still almost died. Yeah, I don't know how I almost managed to die here. That's how you pronounce it. Gyro? Hoofs, I don't know about this. The Greek word gyro is pronounced gyro in Greek, with the Y sound similar to the Y in yield. In the US, the Y in yield is ya. It's yield. So it's ye and then yield. Gyro can be pronounced two common ways, gyro or gyro, more common in the US. Both are acceptable, but the first is the authentic Greek pronunciation. Choose based on your audience or preference. No, Blood's eating his gyro. That's how we got on this. Yeah, so I don't think it's like a mispronunciation. Bulgogi is pronounced as bulgogi. The first syllable rhymes with cool, the second syllable sounds like go, and the last syllable is like gee in geese. Enjoy your bulgogi. Okay, I actually had that one right, so that's fucking legit. We do love that. Complete all commissions. Okay. Yeah, the commission loop is kind of solid. So, do you just kind of try to design a loop around the first route of commissions, run those, and then go to a grind spot? Bulgogi, I had no idea on. I don't even know what bulgogi is. At least I don't think. Carla, have we had bulgogi? I don't think I know what bulgogi is. I feel like I'm an uncultured swine in certain regards. Commissions aren't important. The rubbing quest is good XP. We had some in Vegas. What was the bulgogi? It's Korean barbecue. Where did we go to have it? Hold on. Oh. Yeah, where did we have that? It was one of the special rolls we had. Yeah, so it wasn't like we had just standalone like bulgogi. We had like a bulgogi roll. Should I... Are we stopping to the bandits or are we just going back to Samia's? No, we can go to a K barbecue somewhere. Valid. Valid. If I don't know how to say something in another language, I just default to throwing a southern accent and butchering it. Do you think that's because people will allow you to butcher it if you have a southern accent because their expectations go down of you? Yes, that's fair. Yeah, I feel like that's a reasonable thing. What the fuck are you doing? What's it look like, brother? Thought you were PvPing? Nobody's on to fucking PvP! I would have to pay people to come fucking PvP. I swear to God, I don't... Oh wait, we have to return to him with the rubbing of the stone. Yeah, I don't know. I've been trying to... There's like 20 people at this... This is cap. I was okay. I was like, brother, I was just at the stones. That was caparoni. People go get home is like $7 for like 4 days worth of food. Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, cooking a lot of shit at home is a banger deal. Did you get rage baited? Why don't you just ping people and make them come over here? I don't know. I don't want to yell at motherfuckers and force them on, but like, yeah, it's tough out here. I mean, Zom, I won't even lie. I won't even lie. I was watching some New World patch reviews and shit. And like, I was like, do I? And I don't think I do. But part of me was like, do I? Like, I was looking up the patches myself. Where's my board? Yeah, it's just like, genuinely, so many systems in Ashes are social systems. And like, a lot of the fun in it is when people are playing. Like, when people are playing, it's fucking peak. But when people are not playing, it's literally just we run around place to place and sit here and don't do anything. And that's a little bit of the rough part, in my opinion, is that like when the population atrophies, you know, to the way that it has, it gets very hard to do even like the baseline of content. But like, there is still shit to do, right? Like, there is. Call a war just to feel something. I bet you felt sadness going back to New World. Yeah, I mean, like, I was looking at patch notes and I was in the shower, like one hand on the shower wall, one hand scrolling the patch notes, like just water running down me as I had a manic break. And like, nothing there really brought me in. I don't know why people are flooding back to New World. It's because a lot of the MMO scene doesn't have much to play at all. That's the biggest thing. If Wipe wasn't coming soon, would you be working on gathering on low online times? Oh, if Wipe wasn't coming soon, I would already have a full legendary set. Yeah, I would be gathering around the clock. Like if it wasn't for all of the gear just getting completely cooked, that's the biggest thing. FF14 is free. Try it. I've played Final Fantasy 14 before. I don't want to play 14. The fuck? So that's the thing. I don't really want to play other shit. Like, I'll be completely honest. If I wanted to play other stuff, I could just go back to New World and I would have... Oh, wait. Turn in doing a commission. Okay. Like, I would probably have a decent amount of people that come back and they're just like, oh my god, Dusty, you're back to New World? And be like, nope. But... genuinely, like, I don't want to go back to New World. I very much enjoy holding it out in Ashes and for Ashes. And, like, it's... you know, it's a spot where the population is probably the lowest that it's hopefully going to be at for the near future. Or hopefully at any point in the future. And I think a lot of people are just trying to find something that has a little bit of a hype wave behind it. And... part of the reason why people are going back to New World is A, they have a season dropping tomorrow. So that makes sense. New season coming, people will want to try that. People have seen, like, Sequisha's been back in the directory for the last, I think, like a week or so over there. So people have seen, like, large streamers going back. So now they want to go back because viewership is going to be up a little bit. So, like... they might be able to get some momentum if Season 9 is good. I looked at the patch notes, though, and I don't really know that they're that crazy. I hope that it's good for Season 9. I hope they have fun with it. But I think the only thing that's missing from Ashes right now is just more players. And more players and more activity literally just means that we can do whatever we want to, right? It's just... with the wipe coming... and I think this is also part of the reason why P2.5 itself saw like such a quick player atrophy as well. You just kind of had a set start and a set end date, right? And when that happens, and when people know that they will have a re-entry on X date, And there's not gonna be like a whole lot that's changing in between now and then. Like there's a lot that's changing, but it's not like they're just completely cut out of progression or anything like that if they do sit it out, right? So I think a lot of people took their breaks. A lot of people sat the phase out entirely. A good amount of people geared up and then didn't want to, you know, do anything after they geared up initially. Then the delay hit and a lot more people were like, ooh. And I get that. I get that. So the next month, I think, like is under a month, but we have a dev stream on the 31st. So 3 days until a dev stream. The dev stream may bring some attention to the PTR and get some fun testing going there and see what's up. Hopefully, anyways, that I think would be quite nice. What do we have to do here? Next has 2 quests, 1 of the packages. Okay. Can I help deliver anything? So we have to do this. The other are the components that are global shared cooldown. So what are we supposed to grab here? Someone needs to deliver them. Do I just drop this off wherever? Pick them all up. Oh. Is this like 6 different quests? Jesus. Okay, that makes sense. What is the cooldown on these bad boys? And are we supposed to stay here and like grab this stuff too? I don't know if I already got mine. I do not think I've grabbed this. Did we miss the grave one? Probably. I have no idea personally. We have to backtrack some? Okay, I'll follow you guys. I'll follow you guys. But yeah, I was about to install New World, but then I was like, oh wait, they put my endgame behind a paywall. And isn't it going to be another paid expansion soon too? I've heard people rumbling about that. But like, yeah, long story short, I think New World isn't really something that people go back to because they see a lot of long-term growth. Keep in mind, Season 9 is tomorrow. And people are saying, just gotta wait for Season 10, just gotta hold out for Season 10. Like, it's not even Season 9, and people are like, well, we just gotta wait for next season. We'll be good next season. So, I don't really think going back to New World for me would really have anything other than a, you know, that short term, like, oh, I'm back for a couple days. People that used to come into the channel are coming back, and my viewership goes up to 150. Wow. People still think New World has a chance. They've reached past the point of no return and beyond. I mean, like, anything has a chance. Like, their Steam charts today look solid. Like, they peaked at over 10K again. So that's great. That's their highest peak that they've had in a very long time. But that's also going to be because of the new season. And that new season isn't really bringing many people in at all. And that's supposed to be a substantial update. It's less than a 10% increase. So, maybe they'll be able to sneak out some momentum. I hope that they can. I mean, I always, like, part of me is always rooting for New World. I want it to do well in its own scene, but No Man's Sky and Cyberpunk can come back anything can. To a certain extent, yeah. But, like, I think MMOs are a very fickle beast. But keep in mind, I think AGS is taking New World down a route of more of an ARPG than an MMO. Final Fantasy XIV came back as well. Yes, but now let's look at the list of games that did not come back. Because it's going to be a whole hell of a lot more than 3 games. Whole hell of a lot more. Especially within the MMO scene, the odds of coming back, I think, are incredibly low. Now, is that again doesn't mean, well, yeah, absolutely. Nothing's like completely ruled out, but I also think within the MMO scene, people are very quick to hit a point of distrust in the MMO as a whole. And New World has had a lot of opportunities, to regain their community's trust, and they've dropped the ball like time and time again. So I'm not too convinced. You know what messed up so much? Yeah, extremely low-hanging fruit as well. just like addressing gameplay loop issues, balancing the things that were extremely broken that your community would tell you were very broken things, and not having so many bugs in terms of your daily content deployment that everything was fucked and nothing actually worked, right? They had so many things that were just supposed to be, you know, a normal routine bug fix or small patch, and then 17 different things break because of it. I think Brimstone was the only update people really enjoyed thoroughly. Yeah, I mean, Brimstone actually brought some content into the game in a new, exciting area that had functionality, and it was, guess what? Free. Their paid expansions have done worse than their free expansions. So, like, I don't know, man. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't really intend to go anywhere else. I'll probably just be sitting here bitching the entire month, in my opinion. I don't really feel any desire to play other MMOs because when people are playing Ashes, like when there's any content in Ashes, I have a fuckload of fun in Ashes. It's just right now there aren't too many people playing. Interact with the stone twice. Oh, I'm sorry. Got you. We're up tremendous now. But yeah, it's just right now, like the next month, there probably won't be that many people playing. You keep me and deaf others interested in Ashes. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I think, like, people being excited about it is great. I think that there's still a lot to be done with Ashes in the long term, and people will see a lot more, like, come out with it. And I'm hoping that I can portray it in a good light despite everything that's going on, right? Especially considering half the time that we're streaming, I can't even show my gameplay now because it's mostly on the PTR. So I think that's probably one of like the largest things that I've had to get used to, is like getting over the whole is stream quality fucked because I'm trying to play PTR and stuff like that. And then I come over to live and I'm like, is stream quality fucked because nobody's playing on live, so all I can do is run around and look for content. And it's definitely been a little bit of a catch-22 type shit, right? Feels like no matter what I'm doing, there could be a better option. But I'm excited for phase 3, and I know that, you know, less than a month of this, and then phase 3 hits and hopefully hits the ground running. And I don't need to worry about the visual NDA anymore on BTR. I don't need to worry about lack of player base. I don't need to worry about updates not coming through. Like, I think that for me is extremely fucking exciting. Extremely fucking exciting. So I'm a coper even with no content. I'm still having fuckloads of fun. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think it's just a very community-based gameplay loop, right? And I always say, like, I have the benefit of growing the community every day, like streaming, all of that not every player is going to have. Absolutely. Absolutely. So I do have a little bit of a, you know, a bonus kicker, so to say. It's just, I don't know, I see what Ashes is trying to be. I enjoy what it's trying to be very, very much. I hop on and I enjoy playing. Even just going through and getting some leveling reps in. It's most definitely hard right now to get 12 hours a day of content like I always want to for stream, but you know, we're getting a solid 8. We're doing what we can, and we're just trying to hold out as much as possible until P3, man, and keep everything rolling. That's the goal. Quests can be hard on fresh start. A lot of people know. Yeah, that's what I always wonder about these questing loops. It's like, is the questing loop itself going to be exorbitantly contested on launch? Try and give it about 4 hours. I mean, honestly, like, stream length doesn't really matter that much as long as you're enjoying what you're doing, right? They're fucking full-time streamers that stream a few hours, right? But I don't know, I just always try to keep it at least relatively entertaining for people so they can stay locked in and shit. And actually have a good time. Like, viewer retention is a very large thing that grows channels, and retention is sicko mode over here, fortunately. Like retention stats like in this channel are way higher than... Do you have drops here? I do, yes, thank you. I need one more. You need a loot? I didn't think those were mine. But yeah, so I'm always super thankful for that, especially with the longer streams. Like, there's a certain threshold basically where you cross into a stream that's almost like too long, so people won't stay entertained the entire time. And a lot of like the large streamers and all the data people and stuff like that recommend streaming like 6 hours a day if you're a full-time streamer, streaming like, you know, most days even. And going much past that, they're like, yeah, you go into the realm of like the marathon stream not really being worth it if you're not able to hold people's attention and shit like that. But I've always just liked streaming all day. I always kind of enjoy being like the podcasty, like the Netflix of streamers, so to say. Where people just kind of throw it on throughout the day, hang out the entire day. Some people come for the gameplay, especially once we get PvPing. Some people come for the builds and shit like that, but I feel like a lot of people just show up and come for the yaps and the community vibe and hang out there. Bad Dad, good evening, my friend. I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful one. What you getting up to this evening? Is it game time? We're doing a little leveling loop right now, trying to see what's what. Place the blooms on the grave. Piss. And then we talk to him. Hey, yo, Bad Dad! The 5 freaking months.
Game time.
Thank you, brother. Thank you for the 5 months. Much love. I appreciate you coming through with that. It's game time, baby. So, what's the plan? Is it PTR game time? Is it leveling rep time? I personally want it to be PvP time tonight. If people do want to hop on, I will happily help coordinate scrims over at Stackstones. I don't know how many we'd have. I don't know who we'd have. But me personally, I would be more than happy. Looks like you're on live. Yes. I did some PTR grinding earlier today. Checked out some pocket dungeons in the ANVILS. And right now, pocket dungeons are quite underwhelming, I will say. I don't really see a ton of incentivization to go out to pocket dungeons currently in the ANVILS, especially with how good the open world like wilderness grind is, right? So that's one thing that you have to click deliver. Yeah, we're good. Do I have to do anything else in here? If you have gold, silver, copper, this is also a really good start for new characters, by the way, when you come over to the Stoneworks vendor. Because you can go here, and then novice mining satchels as well. And if you have 476, then you get all of your starting jewelry. Oh, I guess I could have got that as well. But you get all of your starting jewelry and shit like that. Looks like Anvil's mob density is pretty good for grinding. Anvil's mob density, like, out in the wilderness is wonderful for grinding. I will say, like, 0 stars versus 1 star to 2 stars, like, non-elites feel very bad. Anything elite feels very good to grind, in my opinion. If you're able to find elites and hold down an area, I think the drop rates are much higher. And with drop rates being higher, that's going to like speed up your progression to level 10, get you to level 10 drops faster, which then speed up your progression to 20, get you 20 drops faster, right? I think sacrificing a little XP early on to go to an area with very high drop rate is absolutely bis. But basically in the ANVILS, they took another crack at how they're populating the open world populace out there. And it's like these encampments, deliveries only. What? Deliver. Oh, fuck me. Did I not click deliver at the last one? I think I might have fucked up and not clicked deliver at the last one. I gotta go double check. Gosh darn it. No, you're fine. Come back. Are you sure? Okay. I wanted to make sure. We're balling though. That one's nothing? Okay, massive. At least I'm paying attention. We're on our way. We're up tremendous. But yeah, Anvils is nice. The terrain up-down definitely leaves a little bit to be desired in terms of navigatability, I will say. But it's not the worst by any means. My fave yapper. Yo, what up, Antonius? How you doing, my goat? What you up to today? Easy to fall to your death. Well, it's also easy to fall and then get into a spot where, like, you are not able to get back up. No life alert, right? Quite easy. Wait, no, I'm 5 copper away. Wait. Yeah. All right, massive. We're truly up tremendous on this fine day. 73 max HP is juiced, though. Like, because 262 power rating. That's gonna get me, 33.6. So that's, what, like, fucking 5 power? Almost 6? 5.7 power. Which is like 20%. Or I can get the extra health. I think I go the extra health early. God damn, though, that's a tough choice. That's not a bad necklace. All right, ready to go. Here, I already turned this one in. Yeah, I was ahead of the curve here. I was being proactive. So we're good there. Marvel Rivals. How's that going? Rivals has kind of like quieted down. I don't know why, but not a lot of people in stream have been saying that they're over their game in that. So glad to see some people still are. Win some, lose some. Brother, that's how I feel with Ashes right now. I will absolutely fucking say. That is how I feel. We got the delay, but like with the delay, we got a lot of good shit. With the delay, I got another month of streaming and people being like, when's phase 3? And like the pre-phase 3 lull. But once phase 3 hits, it's gonna be that much better, right? So I'm optimistic. I'm optimistic. You make it work though? I'm trying. I'm just hoping that we can keep putting out focus for magic users. Okay, word. I'm just hoping that we keep putting out good content that people enjoy, man. Keep getting some people, you know, into Ashes in the meantime, and hopefully building the community. That's the biggest thing. So I gotta keep my sanity. I gotta not let the comparison get to me. Not be the thief of joy with other games. Trying to decide what to play. Yeah, that's me every day. But it's always coming back to Ashes, man. Like, literally every day before stream right now, I'm having a little bit of like a, fuck. Like, how am I going to keep people entertained for 8 hours today, right? Antonius, thank you for 3-day streak, dog. It's definitely something where I'm actually like trying to figure out what's what and what we can do to keep people, you know, coming in. And I'm confident we'll be able to, but I'd be lying if I said that it wasn't a little bit of like sitting on the porch having a coffee to start the morning, just being like, when's going to be the day where just everybody stops coming in prior to phase 3? Now, I don't think it's that drastic, right? I don't think it's like Ash is going to completely die, the hype is going to completely die, like the community is going to completely die. But it will be a rough month leading up to P3. I think probably the next 3 weeks will be pretty quiet around here. And then probably like a week, I'd say, prior to P3 launch, I think we would end up seeing a lot more. So I think it'll naturally be a little valley before we go up to another peak. We'll hit P3 launch, hit the ground running. A lot of people coming in, hopefully, being excited. P3 will probably swell pretty significantly. Oh yes. Oh yes. I absolutely agree. I think P3 with 24/7 uptime, with especially keep in mind all of the changes. This is great one. Huh. But yeah, like, I think P3, especially with the changes that are coming in right now, will be a very, 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 very successful launch. Everything they're working on between the PTR, trying to get in before the start of P3, like, if they can get even just the PTR build right now, live for P3 fully with 5.6, and it's stable servers, it's everything. And then I think it's going to be a success. Pretty overwhelmingly. Cut through Lionhold to get package on road quest. Yeah, stay fast, sure. So this is the thing. Like, yes, this, if you're completely uncontested, may be slightly faster, right? But is it going to be worth it over just going to a static grind? Grab it just because it gives free gear? Right. But on launch, with stuff being contested, like, I almost feel like we could have staticked at this same pace, right? Or no? This seems just strictly slower than the Jova path. I mean, there could always be maybe like a large amount of XP that's still on the table, perchance. Because I did also fuck up. I grabbed one of the quests I wasn't supposed to in Samias. Slivers is 76k. That is a lot. Well, it can be disappointing. Delay does give the incoming guilds more time to get their shit organized and all their ducks in a row. New players have more time to get a little familiar with the game. Oh yeah, no, it's absolutely for the best. It's absolutely for the best. Like, P3 launch will be much better off because of it. I don't necessarily know that incoming communities will really be able to get their ducks in a row at all until they actually get like the comp and stuff. Because, I mean, I guess in terms of organization, in terms of like the basics of we need crafters, we need people to play this, we need people to play that, right? But in terms of even like leveling reps like this stuff is going to be so different now than it is on launch that it's two entirely different experiences. But yeah, I agree. It does give people time to actually get in and experience a baseline, give people time to figure out what archetype they want to play. I 100% get that. That was like getting the behind these scenes stuff organized. Yeah, no, definitely. And I mean, even with PTR, with live reps, people actually having some idea of how the game functions, handles, like all of that shit, it is important. But I definitely think for most communities, no matter how much behind the scenes stuff you have organized, Ashes is such an eye-opener once the content actually starts rolling. Like, very, very, very brisk, like, awakening, so to say. You always have your welcome to Ashes moments, especially if you want to be one of the communities that comes in PvPing. So, I know they changed Texas Store quest rewards, but the XP is better for sure. Yeah, I feel like XP 1 to 10 at least is the only thing that matters. Like, in the Riverlands, you were genuinely just trying to get to Steel Bloom as fast as humanly possible, if we're being honest. If you're not doing that, then you gotta do something else. But this could be quick. I just think getting to Steel Bloom at, like, level, 10, 11 even, is massive. If you do the extra quest on the way there, you can get to 8 in like 45 minutes to an hour if you have a group. Yeah, that's massive. Now, is that super contested? Because I would assume that's going to be quite contested, right? Because that's always my largest fear, yeah? Yeah, that's my largest fear with questing loops always. Is like there are a finite number of resources available. And no matter where you go on launch, your resources will be competed for. All quests will be super contested. Yes, I agree. And that's the advantage of having a static grind. You post up, you own that static grind, and you lock it down for as long as you possibly can. You extract every single level that you can out of it, and you try to get ahead of the curve compared to all the people who are moving around, going place to place. And then once you're ahead of the curve, you've got all of your levels, you go to an area that's a little bit higher level that people won't have access to. And it is quite literally like the biggest incentivization. If you can mob grind in a very consistent area and you get to level 10 before other people are level 10, you get that next area to yourself, the, you know, the 12s, the 13s, you're cooking. And then once you get 10 gear, you're also going to be killing the level 10 plus mobs, especially if you get weapons, much faster than those without 10 gear. So you further your gap even more. That's a big thing. Will it really make a difference how much gathering processing XP will matter? Yeah, I don't necessarily know that gathering and processing XP would ever, like, outweigh mob grind. But I will say, I wouldn't be shocked to see guilds. A legendary large tree hit is worth 6,500 XP currently on live. Yeah, I mean, it's not the worst, but in that time that you're finding a Western large, like, would it be more fruitful to just kill mobs? But yeah, that's, believe you me, that's much better than it used to, you know? Much better than it used to be. To the player? Yeah, to the player. A few patches ago, they redid how gathering XP, like, contributed to your adventuring. So even, like, this adult oak, if I just grab this, depending on the rarity, of course. Like, different rarities will impact how much you actually get out of it, right? But this adult oak in common gave 80 XP. So, like, you're not killing mobs, you're not gonna get loot from it, but an adult oak is giving more than a highwayman defender is. Like, it's really not the worst. Okay, well, I guess that defender gave 381 XP. So maybe those mobs previously were just low or something. Because that was a lot more. Okay, yeah, never mind. Never mind. We aren't here to farm. Oh. Whoops. Listen, if I see something, I hit something. Finding a legendary oak cluster of 8 trees in an entire level. Yeah, but how often are you gonna do that? It's more of how much the gathering processing will supplement. Yeah, no, I agree. Now, I will say, say we have gatherers that just aren't worried about their level at all, right? They gather, and then when our levelers go over, like, if guild storage is functional, gatherers just get a shitload of wood, dump the wood in the guild storage, the leveling pumpers. Well, the leveling pumpers, they grab the storage, like the trees out of the storage, and then they refine it. Idle refining, big XP gain. More often, if you know the tree tech, hit that hemlock. Yeah, it's like the out-of-place trees have a higher chance to be high rarity, like as a standalone, right? So if you find something that looks out of place, it's got a higher chance to be higher rarity. That one was heroic. That was 600 XP. But, like, are you also going to be just running place to place? Or are you just going to be posting up and, like, chopping everything in sight? I guess that's kind of another question that I would have with the gathering loop is, like, will you be going fishing in places, or will you be just kind of strip mining, so to say? In a perfect world, gather during any downtime. And just use it, like you said, to supplement, and then, like, just mob grind when you have the mob grind. Yeah, that absolutely makes sense. Now, ideally, we don't have any downtime with our leveling groups. But there may be. There may be. When you have to town process? Yeah, just start the idle processing. Yeah, that does make sense. 1-star fulminate here, watch feet. Okay. Is it the name mob? Word. What if I tank the fulminate? Because, like, I could. Oh! That tab target almost cooked us, lads. And almost full cooked us. Almost did us dastardly. Yeet. That was difficult. Alright, so what do we do now? Do we teabag him? Here's Sliver's start. I didn't get anything. Does it only drop for one person? This part of the quest line will be so heavily contested, there will be hundreds of people there. Yeah, especially if it's only that one mob. That seems very irreplicatable. So if you can get this, this is 77k XP. But it doesn't... I don't think you'll be able to get this. I saw when they changed it. Was it a change on PTR or was it a change on live? Because PTR changes don't come over to live. If you get that, it's a massive quest line. It's just, will you be able to get it, right? I think mob grinding spots are the best area, man. Genuinely. Like, this is, like, cute. If you can get it, right? But I just... Ooh. You have it, Dusty? Check quest tab. Valoon Scholar's Notes. Or this one? No. I saw blue on its body. No, that was a different one. I didn't get it. I don't know. Check, Keith, check your quest tab, maybe? I didn't get anything, though. So, I don't know. But yeah, this already is gonna be like... Something. I think the biggest thing right now for me that I've noticed through the leveling grinds that we've hit is going to be just finding 1-star to 2-star elites and grinding the fuck out of them and not leaving. Just straight up. I'm thinking I'm gonna take my group Cockrock again. Cause like Cockrock is actually valid. Oh, he tweaking. Oh shit. Oh my god, he's going crazy. Brother tried to hit us with the spin moves to free up some space. It almost worked too. Shit was disorienting. Last time I did it with a group it was 100% and we did it many times to check. Maybe we just fucked up? Have we ever considered that? No downtime on live server this week? There hasn't been downtime on live server for a fucking while. Oh wait, oh, are you saying like Tuesday, Wednesday downtime? Oh, I thought you meant for patches. Oh. Did they just post that? I wonder why. Like, live server isn't really cooking that much. I mean, maybe there's just some that I'm missing with it. Who knows? Do not to worry, I have popped a salve. We are truly up tremendous. We're at a level 7 mage. I can play for a bit. We are at the ruins of Ayla right now, doing a little like questing loop. Item received, weathered scroll. Okay, so maybe it just didn't drop that last time. Open scroll, close the scroll. So that's the Slivers quest. What's the character name? Tambuki. Tambuki. I don't know, like, what quests you've done and stuff, but I think some of these are also, like, chains. So, did they say they had anything planned for, like, the Tuesday, Wednesday? Yes, Tambuki. Did they say it had anything planned, or are they just, like... Just a message about extended uptime. Fucking weird. Because I don't think they're gonna try to bring a patch in. Because I still don't think we're getting any patches on live until PTR. Sorry, until phase 3. Maybe though? Like maybe they give us an August 4th patcheroo? That'd be kind of cool, but I don't necessarily expect that by any means. I genuinely do wonder. I very much wonder. Maybe it's something related to what they talked about before with like the darkness marching across Vera type thing, like the big like event that they were hyping up. Deliver goods. We're up tremendous. I'm so rich. Oh my god. Oh, we're so rich. 2 silver, boys. We are truly up tremendous on this fine fucking day. 30.2, 35.9. Oh, I'm going 35.9. I feel obligated at this point. I don't know why, but I do. I feel it calling to me. Low-key though, 73 max health on a level 0 necklace is not fucking bad. Oh shit, we're going south. I'm lost. I'm on my way back. I'm coming. So are we going... Oh, we're going down to Slivers now, right? That would check out. So 77k, is that alone going to get us to like level 8? It's basically get to Slivers, do Slivers, and then you're done. Is basically what I'm gathering. You have to interact with the thing on the top floor. Interesting, okay. There's level 19 2-star there. Word? So what level is it supposed to be? It's supposed to be level 7. Interesting. The scrolls, a cultist scroll mentions the Tower Lumber Landing as a place to send shipments of artifacts. The rest are level 7 is normally outside. Okay, word. But like, so how impossible is this going to be to complete on launch? Like on a scale of 1 to completely. 1 being we can do it easily. Easy? Is it? Because I feel like just getting the scroll mob itself is going to be hard. Because they changed the drop. Interesting. So like, is it just... Is it just a matter of getting high enough to kill that mob in the first place? And then doing this after, like as quickly as you can? Because it seems like the entire focus is getting the 77k from this, right? Yo, what up, Possessed? How you doing, my friend? You guys in church? So right now we're doing a little like intro quest loop to kind of pace out how it is versus mob grinding. Just kind of getting some information on this loop and seeing how it feels. You trying to get a church group going? After this we go second sword, that's when you start Road to Jova. Interesting. So like, do you need precursors or anything to get the scroll from that one mob or nah? Trying to get anything going. Yo, I feel that. I feel that. I play like 8 to 12 hours a day, man, and this little lull before phase 3, like, I have a level 25 tank already, like, that's all taken care of, it's all geared out. But man, I've been trying to figure some shit out in terms of how to stay entertained and keep it going for sure lately. But less than a month until B3. Hopefully. Okay. Yeah, that guy hit hard as fuck. Actually just gibbed my shit. Okay, where do I need to go now? Second sword? Bro got smoked? There's a sniper on the fucking roof, dog. What am I supposed to do? How much damage? All of it? Let's see. 241 from the groundskeeper, but I had been getting hit from other, like, by other things along the way, so. Sir, hardcore character level 7 on us. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, sometimes these little questy loops will be a little fucking strange. Like there, you just sprint in, there's a level 17 mob, I believe it is, on that top floor. So if you're doing hardcore, this is probably not gonna be the preferred route. I will say it's a good way to Thanos snap your run through pretty fucking quickly. But man, I can't wait for the day that I can be back on my main and PvPing again. There aren't enough people out here right now to organize PvP or anything. Soon there will be, but it's definitely gonna be a little bit of a trying time the next month until P3 launch. But man, once P3 launch hits, it's gonna be beautiful. I can't wait. I got a lot of motivation with the community as well. Like, we are 200 plus people deep, just getting more by the day, trying to launch for P3 in a successful spot. And we use the month as productively as we can, man. Unless they delay again, always a possibility. I mean, I said this last time, but I'm hoping they don't. I think 3 weeks will probably be enough for them to get in what they want to get in, especially with the PTR being in a good spot. I think overarchingly, like, the PTR seems to be functioning pretty smooth, running pretty well. At least on my end, like the Unreal Engine 5.6 change is day and night noticeable compared to 5.3 over on this end. I think a lot of the changes over there are quite solid. But yeah, it's always fucking possible that they could delay. Best case scenario, they don't. But best case scenario is not always a scenario in development, man, as we've already seen. So even if they do delay, we just kind of try to stay entertained as much as we can. And we do a mix of live and primarily PTR shit over here at this point. I hopped over to live today just so I'd have something to show video-wise. It's a little rough playing PTR and just having to run the same 6 VODs for a month, but you know, we get by as much as we can. But I think the dev stream in a few days will shed some good light for us on what they're actually looking at with P3, and hopefully it'll indicator on, you know, what's to come with everything. Have you checked out the PTR at all, or you just been chilling on live? Oop, oop, oop. Waiting for Summoner. Oh yeah. Summoner on PTR is going to be fucking monumental. We've seen it a few times already through like GMs playing it, but we have not got our own hands on it. So I saw a Renkai Orc Summoner, which is the race that doesn't exist and the class that doesn't exist. So it's kind of like saying I saw Bigfoot driving a spaceship in the current day and age, but like, I saw it with my own 2 fucking eyes, and you guys can't tell me that I didn't, man. I swear I saw it. Yo, Possessed, thank you for the follow, dude. But it looks nice over there. It looks very nice. Who am I turning the pitch into, by the way? Because it just says, find the commanding officer, second sword. Captain. You. Hey. I'll do it. Okay. Is this more slivers? Oh, slivers part 2? Okay, that's massive. So, that alone gave 26k. Talk to him again. Again, like a second quest. Because I got part 2. Does he give like a second one? Does he have the Road to Jova quest? No. Road to Nova. No. Maybe over here. That's all for now. Because you pick the other up. Can't get that one now. You can abandon it? Does the abandon actually work with the other one? Because I asked at the start and he wasn't sure. Which one was it? Rebel Rousers? This one? Oh, yes. Yeah. Okay, so you just have to abandon it and then you can redo it. That's good. And then speak to the Taskmaster. Where the Taskmaster at? Oh, Taskmaster. Right in front of me. Very nice. Okay, he doesn't believe that I'm a guard. That's lit. I'm fine with that. And then the duty chart is right here. And then we have to clean fire and outhouse, right? Where fire, where outhouse? Back corner? Oh yeah, I was back here. Okay, we're good. So all these surplus token quests now give a loot box with 4 choices of gear. On PTR, C. Hola, ¿cómo estás? Bien y tú. What up, Testington? Just leveling loops and shit, dog. The great American dream. Just, you know, doing everything that we can to get by and to stay active, man. We did a little bit of time over on the PTR today. Did some pocket dungeon questing out in that bitch. And we're doing everything we can. So, it's information time. I have no idea what I'm doing with these quests at this point. I've scrubbed the latrines. Reclaim 3 swordsmen. Oh, okay. So now we kill these guys. Gotta go north of the camp. Oh, it's in the ritual ring, so like their little camps. Trying to get key for the thingy. Oh no, you're vibing. You're absolutely vibing. Ryuga, how you doing, my friend? Do you know how to play Bard or how it performs in PvP at small and large scale? How to play Bard well enough to explain the basics of it. And then in terms of how it performs small scale and large scale, it performs very well in both. Bard is one of the probably like best adapted archetypes to pretty much whatever scale. You have an entirely different functionality. I'm dead. You have an entirely different functionality in just about every single form of PvP, from 1v1s, 3v3s, 5v5s, 8v8s. Like a lot. So, with that being said, I think like 1v1s, you've got a whole lot of damage. Around the well, there are clickables. You just have to kill 3 skellies. Collect 3 skellies. Okay, cool. But in terms of like small scale 1v1s, you can nuke people. Group-based stuff, you've got incapacitates, good CCs, some pretty good damage, some good supporting abilities as well. You've genuinely got like just about everything that you need to be the Omega support. Bards also have... Jesus Christ! I got the presidential escort! Oh my god! Second sword is the safest place in Vera. Wow. Anyways, in group versus group, you've got some solid in caps. Your damage does okay on single targets, but you're not really pumping a huge amount of AoE. A lot of what a really good bard will do in groups is set up incapacitates on like enemy backlines, enemy casters. Try to like disable them out of the fight while the rest of the group goes on a target. So you have mesmerizing dance, which is basically like an AoE in cap, and bards that are very, very, very confident in their group to actually kill stuff. When their group goes in for an initiate, will just full send the enemy backline with a mes dance and try to in-cap as many casters as they can for as long as possible and hold down that enemy backline. So, Bard's got, like, it's got its swap. So you've got an HP swap with you and the current target. So you can save somebody. You could also completely throw and kill somebody if you play your swap poorly. You can do a lot as a bard. It's not going to be like your Omega nuker or anything like that, but it's very support based, very positioning based. You as the bard can entirely sustain your group's mana in those super long fights as well by calming that you're putting out sagas and shit like that. There's really near anything that you want to do as a support you can do as a bard. You've got like good off heals, you've got good single target damage, good CCs, good support abilities, good oh shit buttons. Uppies is fucking great. You have an anti-grav ability, so that's another huge thing that people really like a lot about Bard. You've got an absurd amount of things that you can use however you want to use them. Bards are the unspoken VIP in Guild vs. Guild. Oh yeah, yeah. And in 1v1s, in my opinion, they are one of the hardest archetypes to kill if you are fighting against a very good Bard. Because Bard res dump just makes combos hit so fucking absurdly hard. So you can't trade with them, you've got to try to pressure them, but if they're a very good player and they can play around the pressure and kind of like avoid your pressure, then that's going to be an entirely different look for you. Well, thank you, Heals. I appreciate you, brother. That man saw somebody in need of a heal and said, I'll do it myself. And he's an absolute fucking legend. What are we doing up here? Where's this quest marker taking me? To the fire? Ah. Okay, word. You've honored the second sword. Yes. Bards are widely known as essential. I don't know. I feel like too many people gas up Ranger Mage and don't give Bard enough value. Especially, like, not even guild versus guild, but dude, in 8v8s, if you try to focus a target, but you do not have the proper setup with your bards and everything like that, like you don't have the proper CCs on the enemy backline, you don't have everything that you need, you're not gonna get kills. The only people who gas up Rangers and Mages are Rangers and Mages. And fighters and rogues and tanks, and then you've got the weird Ranger and Mage players that are like, tank does too much damage, turbidur. And like, it just doesn't really make sense. That's just because they're salty melee classes. Yeah, but the range classes want to shit on tank and say we do too much damage when I can hit one person at a time with one combo. Meanwhile, a mage is out here fucking just beaming everything off the face of the earth. It becomes a little oppressive. Those people are salt farming their own tiers. Those people are putting too much value in fucking 1v1s. Tank is good in 1v1s. It's our strongest point. Although I love tank in 8v8s, I just don't expect to be the fucking decimator of pussy in 8v8s. Like, that's not my role. I sit there, I grapple, I wall, and I peel. So, you should be getting Road to Jova questline now. Do I have that shit? I feel like I do not have that shit. Am I grabbing it from this one? Ah, I'll do it. All right, Road to Jova. Yep. This. Some quest markers would go a long way. Like some UX indicators. I'd love that shit. All right, let me top off the water real quick because Saint just hit me with another hydrate. The Iron Giant on board. I will literally shit on your chest, Colton. Any good videos or guides to playing Bard I can go study up on, or is there someone specific I can learn more about it from? Colton sucks, literally sucks shit at Bard, but he knows a couple things. Colton's one of those like big brain, terrible mechanics players that never has a chance in the... Yeah, Colton's a good Bard player. Colton can probably answer anything you're... Agreed, I'm meat. Dog water. I'll be right back, guys. Yeah, we have some good Bard players in chat, though, dude. Feel free to ask anything that you need. Either myself or someone in chat can answer it for you, 100%. We have, like... Because hear me out. Even, like, the streamers that are still streaming Ashes, anytime a streamer from Ashes isn't live, they're probably in this chat. So, everyone exists here. Welcome back. Oh, okay, I've returned. All right. So, let's check it out. Let's catch up. Bard, good class, unless Boyle's playing it. Bard is best. Honestly, Bard is Biss in 2.5. Bard's insane on PTR, too, I will say. Bard on PTR is fucking Thanos. Like, oh, hello, Bad Dad. How are you, my boy? I gotta go up this way, I think. Do we go Road to Jova, or do we go Seth next? Excuse me. Oh, I'm good, thank you. No cream horn for this lad. Save it for me. I'll eat it after stream. Okay. Yeah, you leave it there. Jesus Christ. Okay. So, yeah, I think Bard is just one of the stronger classes as a whole, if I'll be completely honest. In terms of, is it useful in group? Is it useful solo? Is it useful in PvE? Is it useful in PvP? I think Bard is consistently the most A+ tier class that there is in the game right now. Just as it stands. All right, I'm here. So yeah, I definitely don't think you can go wrong if you're playing Bard. We always need more Bards that are also willing to, you know, in-cap enemy backlines and shit like that. So, literally always. Anyone want to hop in PTR and do some level 15 duels? Hey, yo. Wait, what about live? I'm trying to get some live PvP going so we can actually get, like, target calls and shit like that, but I understand quite literally fucking nobody wants to play on live. I just wish I could, like, stream PTR content. Level 10 live. Oh, yep, that makes sense. That does make sense. You hop in my backline only to find out your backline's already been mezzed and you die. Yep. That's so, like, that's one of the biggest things, by the way, that I think Bards do or don't do. A bad Bard will hear a target call and they just focus the target and try to dump a combo on the target. A very good Bard will simultaneously take 8 people out of the fight in, like, you know, a raid versus raid by just CCing all of them with a mez. It's very impactful. Tank running around in your backline, not anymore, because you have a Bard that calls them out and mezzes them, and then they break the mez, and then they marionette them. And then the tank's just fucked because we only have 1 CC break. So if you incapacitate me, I've either got to use my 1 CC break to get out of an incapacitate that's not threatening my life, or I've just got to sit there and for 15 seconds going, yep, no, I'm going to peel you guys. Okay, you guys should be looking at this guy right now. Okay, let's switch target here. Like, that's literally the tank life right now. It's fucking annoying. I'll be completely honest. They figured out that they can't beat us, and if they can't beat us, they're gonna make us fucking dance. And that's not how the saying goes. I thought I was gonna get a lot more people on my side. You also have Nimble Dance to take off debuffs, and if you Mez Dance, you can also take off melodies of other bards, so they have to recast to get it back up. Nimbles are insane. Yes. Yes. If a bard is playing well, like, I feel like a bard is like a drummer in a band. If you're playing well and you're hitting your very basic things very well, groups in trouble and CC'd, nimble, you're initiating, mez backline and hit your in caps, then no one acknowledges you, nobody says a thing, and everyone just goes, look at our burst, we're so sick! And then the bard's just like, yeah, man, no, you guys are awesome. If you fuck up as a bard, everyone goes, what the fuck, why isn't the backline CC'd? Like, why aren't these targets dying? Why are their healers free casting? And then motherfuckers go to me and they go, Dusty, you're the tank, why aren't the healers CC'd? And I go, how you want me to stun all of them? It's rough. I really like when bards are good. Portland and or Augusta Sunday. We can yap about it off stream. We'll yap about that off stream. Toast, is that a safety dance? Because a safety dance is always one of the most valid dances. May just look at CS and Mana Shield before the end of P3. Like, you want like a counter spell, like with a lockout or anything? When the melody is up and you get stunned, it gets turned off. So, like, then you have to go through. How long is it for the recast? But Phoenix, what if my friends don't dance? Because I've heard some things about them if they do not. You got bracers to put on? I did? Oh. No, you're so right, bestie. The fuck? Why they just hook it up? Bro, I'm 40 power. I'm almost as geared right now as my tank is on live. This is... What the hell? This is insane. Hoofsy, would you be willing to walk 1,000 more? Because I believe you'd end up right around my door at that point, just in the general vicinity. So depending on like how your shoes are feeling, like, you know, how the motivation is today, it's up to you, but feel free. Just pull up. Did you do the tools side quest? Give the fatty one-hand mace eventually. Wait, the tools side quest? What do you mean the tools side quest? Like sweaty your brow? Which quest? Because honestly, I know they will fix the loot tables, but the new weapons did not really impress me that much on PTR. I know that the numbers are probably cooked right now. Like, they looked cool, but just effectively in terms of like a min-max, they weren't really worth it. Now, they were lower rarity as well, but... Second Tower gives a side quest to find tools that you need for another quest line. I don't think I did. I think I fucked up. Bad news, Brian. Jesus fucking Christ. What a throwback name. What a goated name. Shatterfist is the name of the mace. Pretty worth. Interesting. That quest is okay. I don't get it. Is it a side quest like when we went up that tower with the high level mob? Keef's cooked. Super interested in joining the Ashes test. Just wanted to pop into a stream before I do and ask whether I should wait for phase 3 and buy in / play then, or if there's still a good amount of people actively playing the live game right now with phase 2 winding down. Yeah, very good question. So, in terms of if there are a lot of people or like a good amount of people, that's very relative, right? Depending on what you're used to. The player peak on this server was over 8,100 concurrent players back in May. The player peak now is probably a couple to a few hundred, if I had to guess. It's probably higher than that with people just, you know, lurking about. But genuinely, it's in a bit of a lull before phase 3. I will say, though, there are a couple of options. I have noticed a pretty steady flow of new players coming in. The pre-phase 3 hype initially was building around August 4th for the phase 3 launch. The 20-day pushback is going to give more people time to get in and kind of fuck around and, you know, figure out what's going on before the actual launch on the 26th now. So I've personally noticed a good amount of new players coming in relatively constantly. We're actually doing some leveling loops right now with a small group, just kind of going through some stuff and seeing how questing feels. And then I honestly might make another character and see how mob grinding in an area feels. Because, like, it's right now a lot of prep for phase 3. So with that being said, you could still probably find people to play with. Would it be to the point where you go to an area and every space is competed for and you've got to, like, you know, fight against other players and you've got this huge, you know, massive populace? No. It's going to be a fraction of what the player base is on the 26th. So, I've actually prepared a little bit of a graphic for this that kind of will sum up exactly what your questions are. You let me pull up the right graphic. This is how to get your mount on the PTR. And then if we go here, this basically will observe both sides, the advantages and the disadvantages of both in a very concise way. So, now or August 26th, originally August 4th. So basically, the advantages of hopping in now, you acquire more knowledge and you prep for the 26th, but there are fewer players and you'll have less of like an immersive time and an immersive launch, right? So with that being said, if you want to hop in now, you'll be able to get familiar with your archetype, the class that you want to play, the gathering that you want to do, the core gameplay loop, how the game actually feels, how the class feels, you know, all of that. There will be substantial systems that, very core systems that do go through substantial reworks, for phase 3, the new phase in August. Like, gearing is going to completely change, so if you memorize all the gear now, you'll have to memorize it again. Yo, Leon, thank you for the follow. We got another Leon. Oh my goodness. Leon, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. So basically, if you want to hop in now, it's going to be way less of like, you know, this is an MMO launch feel, right? This is super immersive. This is super engaging. It'll be a little bit more empty, but that does also open up the door for you to explore a bit. Your character will also be getting Thanos snapped in less than a month. So, my recommendation, if you do want to hop in now, it's the same price as August. So in terms of the worth, that's the same. It's just about how you want your first experience with the game to be. So, the private test realm is a separate version of the game. I'm currently playing on live or Alpha 2 Phase 2.5. This will transition to Phase 3 on the 26th. The private test realm is a visually NDA'd version that has a lot more forward-looking early changes to the build. And with that, every playtester has access to the private test realm. Mr. Juan Restrepo! How are you, handsome? What up, dude? So, the private test realm, every player can hop into. And very frequently, they will have gear vendors there where you can level up your character if you want to. You can get gear if you want to. Or you can just start from level 1 and naked and quest and progress as you normally would. Advantages. Private test realm, you can explore very seamlessly and you're looking at the future version of the game. Disadvantages, private test realm wipes very frequently, so don't expect to like hold your progress, right? Now, August. If you hop in August, there will be more players. It'll be a more MMO-like first time, but you will have less knowledge and you'll probably fall behind not being completely into the full infrastructure of everything. Not having a community, not having the experience. Now, Exclamation Guild will get you started with a very, very large, very solid community in the game. And we're always recruiting more people. We PvP on the top end of things, and we also have community spots open for people that just want to chill the fuck out and play Ashes. So every type of player can get in as easily as you want to, as competitively as you want to. Zine, what up, my boy? Get on live. It's PvP night. I'm trying to drum some people up for it. So basically, it really just breaks down to like whether you want to hop on and have your first experience be like, oh my god, there are so many people. This is so lively. Holy shit. And don't get me wrong, there are still people in the starting area, but it is not phase 3 launch levels of people. There will be substantial changes in between now and then. In addition to that, the game will look a lot better come August 26th because we will be on the the Unreal Engine 5.6 build instead of Unreal Engine 5.3, which is what we're currently on. So, TLDR. If you want it to be like a launch-like experience, wait till August. If you do not mind fewer people and you want to learn as much as you can before August so you don't fall behind on the new servers, I would recommend hopping in now. Either way, !Ashes, you can make your account using that link, and you get a 90-day refund period where you can get all of your money back if you're not happy with the playtest. So, that's no hours limit. Very simple, very straightforward. The price is the same, no matter if you hop in now or in August. So, I'm a big advocate for people just trying it, dipping their toes if they want to, but I've also had multiple people that were like, hey, I'm looking for more of an MMO-like launch. I really want to have the best first impression of Ashes. And I was like, wait till launch. That's going to be the best thing. If you really want to have that first impression, you wait till launch. But is the game releasing? The game is heading to Alpha 2 Phase 3, which is the final phase of alpha development. So basically, we're in... Bride, thank you for the follow, dude. We're in Phase 2.5 right now, which was a 4-month stress test, May 1st to August 26th. So this was a big emphasis on, like, back-end infrastructure with dynamic gridding, which is a technology that Intrepid Studios, the developers, invented in-house that handles like the big seamless open world and make sure there are always enough resources where they need to be to run the world and keep the population smooth. So like they've done a lot this phase, between system stuff, between econ changes, both attempted and reattempted, all of the, you know, back-end stuff that keeps the game running extremely smooth. They've done a lot. And phase 3, very simply put, is going to be the rest of the game. Phase 3 is going to be a long-term server where their goal is no wipes, but it's going to be 1+ year for a server uptime. Also, bad dad, yeah, Tambuki's taking me on a fucking questing adventure. So phase 3 is going to be 1+ year. My guess is 1.5 to 2 years, very likely. And by the end of phase 3, it's not like it has a, you know, a done day. It's like by the time phase 3 ends, the game will be feature complete. After P3, we have 2 short betas. Those are going to be measured in weeks, not months or years like previous phases. And then from there, after the betas, we launch. So my guess is late 2027, early 2028. Keep in mind, I am simply friendly neighborhood streamer, man. I don't work for Intrepid. I have no actual idea. I don't have any insider info, anything like that. So, with that being said, wow. Ow. So that's unfortunate.
Like, why does Sword and Board have the best ability in the game now? Why did Firestaff get a 20% plague on the easiest ability to use? Why the fuck did I lose my grit?
That's fine.
Everything sucks and nothing makes sense.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. I got outplayed. That guy's got a better gaming chair, dog. You got it though, so you can turn in? I did not get it. It's right there. I need to scout the pillar. I know. Why did they have to go back and kill the fucking horse, dog? The horse didn't do shit. I'm just putting that out. Like, the horse did not deserve the disrespect that the horse received on this fine day. But yeah, so basically, like, not the full release, but this is going to be the start of, like, the final major phase of implementive content, and will be the rest of the systems eventually, just everything coming together. And again, that's not all going to be coming together on launch. That's going to be many updates over a couple years, in my guess. The fuck? Oh, okay. But by the end of it all, we'll be going into 2 short betas, and like I said, it'll be feature complete. So I'm looking forward to the growth. Phase 3 launch is also going to bring us into a 24/7 server uptime. Oh, fuck, I went to the wrong place. So right now, like, so far through most of phase 2 and phase 2.5, our servers have been Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday up, and then Tuesday, Wednesday down. And starting with phase 3, we'll have 24/7 uptime, except for, like, updates, of course. But overwhelmingly, like, close to 24/7 uptime, no set downtime days or anything like that. So it's most definitely an exciting time. Now, that was supposed to be on August 4th. Like I mentioned, it's August 26th now. There has been a delay with it so they can get some more content in prior to the start of that. But overall, I think it's probably for the best. How did I get these? Were these from a quest? Because that's kind of solid. 60 times. Thanks a lot for taking the time to give such a thoughtful response. Very helpful. I think I'm gonna know so I can mess around, learn, and experiment. Yeah, of course, dude. Let me know if you have any questions. I make Ash's content like 8 to 12 hours daily, and I just sit here and yap incessantly all day. If you've been to the stream before, you already know, but feel free to ask literally anything you might be wondering. We have people that play every single archetype on a competitive level. We have people that lead some of the dopest competitive and RP guilds in the fucking game in here. So the Ashes community is very, very small, but it's also a very helpful community. We all just really want more people to see Ashes for, you know, what it is in the long term, instead of what a lot of clickbaity YouTube headlines kind of make it out to be, dog. So if you do have any questions, please feel free to let me know. I run a community on my end of things, so you can always do !guild if you want to have a community to come through and play with when you start out. But yeah, we got a lot of people. It grows by the day, but We're just trying to help more people stay entertained with the whole thing. All right, so we're level 7 now, and I'm assuming it's slivers 3, and then going there, and then that's gonna be our level 8. Oh no! God damn it! Yo, Keith, you got Strider yet, dog? What if, like... Ah, shit. What's a man to do? What's a man to do out here? Because I can't even get my charge yet. Maybe I'll be able to. Hold on. Yes. Okay, we're up. We're actually so tremendously up. We'll go here. You go on T. You go on G. All right, chat. Ready? Demon time. The Beops. Oh my god, we're so up. Okay. We're loving that just as a startup. Absolutely making me moist in the loins. This is the good juice. Fast as fuck, yes, Sirski. I mean, honestly, if you're hitting the movement just right, like, I'm gonna Tony Hawk Pro Skater this bridge right now. So, like, we're gonna get up here, and then we're gonna get the high ground and the angle. Who needs a mount, dog? You simply don't. You just need to know the angles. You need to know the movement ability Tekkington. Stop at the caravan thing and open chest. Like here? Or where? Excuse me. Like, man, I am gonna miss this movement system a little bit. I won't lie. Like, to a certain extent, it is very, very fun for, like, actually traversing the world. This caravan thing. I'm on my way. Okay, cool. And then we go into the town. Alright, this is sick. Yeah, no, we're actually thumbing. We don't even need a fucking mount. Like, the mount might be more detrimental than beneficial at this point. Because this is truly, like, Dusty Usain Bolt levels of movement right now. This is ridiculous. Faster than me and I'm on a horse? Yeah, I mean, it's because a horse is held back by those extra 2 legs. Like, they have 4 skinny legs. I've got 2 very chonky, girthy, meaty dwarf legs propelling me. So it's like a lot of uptick and up force per jump. Like, look at that shit. Your horse can't b-hop like I can. You have 15 seconds to catch me. But I don't know if you'll be able to. We're hitting the sprint skis here. My Bard bunny hop keeps getting stopped by the server. They don't want to see you bunny hopping anymore, man. New movement system on the PTR. No more bunny hopping allowed. Keith almost had it. I think he might actually be able to get me with the next one. He's got 20 seconds to catch up. He may be able to close the gap here. I think it's going bad for me. I wasn't able to chain a lot of bunny hops, but the blink trick is faster than riding a wolf or bear. Oh, yeah, yeah. Movement abilities right now are fucking insane. If you... Wait. No. Oh my god. If you use your movement abilities properly, you can just outrun most fucking mounts. It's insanity. Go, Dusty. He doesn't know. He doesn't know the way. Oh, shit. I can't roll. No. No. I just need to be able to roll. Give me my stand back, please. Please. Thank you. Really nice walls, by the way, New Ayla. Very good walls. Super defensive. Incredibly defensive walls here from New Ayla. Impenetrable fortress of solitude and wallydom. Yes, yes, yes. Bard uppies into a sprint and flourish and it rockets you into space. Oh my god, yeah. Bard uppies sprint charge is... Like, the first time I got hit with that combo in a node siege, I went to jump over the wall for like a big breach, right? And instead of jumping over the wall in a normal fashion and landing where I wanted to, I jumped over the wall so far that I yossed myself into the side of one of the houses in Market. Like it... The best walls? Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely amazing walls. These are definitely going to keep a lot of people out. A ton of people out. I don't necessarily know who would even get in through those walls, dog. Like, it's... Those are such wally walls, like tanks everywhere are taking notes. Those jits are walling. Absolutely. I wonder, like... If they ever just see us doing dumb shit like that, and whoever designed the town's just like, God fucking damn it, not again. Because realistically, these are the same walls that are here during a node siege. And yes, you can just bard uppies over them literally whenever you want, right? But you can also just run all the way over here. You could probably get up there to there to there. I haven't tried it. You could definitely get up here to here to here if you hit the jump over. But like, in what world are we trying to market this? That's... You can do that in a node siege. It's 1,000 gold plus mats. I'm just saying, I don't... T4 node walls will stop that. You think that until I get propelled to the moon because it's just a higher terrain ussy. Like, cause that's really what it's all about. It's those terrain ussies, and if you can hit one of those just right, like Grave Peak has a couple of them where it genuinely sends you to a spot of euphoria that you never thought you'd go to. But yeah, I mean, T4 walls will be larger. I don't necessarily think they'll be large enough. T4 walls will probably stop uppies. But also, say that same area is like just higher walls. We could uppies into the roll tech, and then you just launch yourself even further. There's also a jump sprint quest line that's really good that you can do down at this level. Interesting. Interesting. I just... Like, this is nice, but I feel like mob grinding's just the way, man. I won't lie. I feel like mob grinding is just like actual Himothy levels of it for early on. Alright, fuck it. Hold on. Class. Yeah, fuck it. Yeah, we will. Oh wait, I need pulse. All right. This is the peak content. This is what the people came here to see. Oh, this is it. That's a... Oh, wait, he got out of it. The huge Dodgington. Is he active blocking? Oh, no. The punishment. You didn't see shit, bad dad. You didn't see a goddamn thing. Maybe we all just make level 1 characters and duel on those. That might be the play. Oh, the iframe. The iframe on the cast bar is going to be very rough to deal with, I will say. The stun into the slam just gets all of the HP right now. Tank too oppressive. Although that res dump just hit me harshly. But that's gonna hurt you a lot. I just don't have the catch that I probably need. But I may. I don't have anything to do in like the downtime to pressure. Although I don't know if you'll have the HP to sustain. Oh, it's over. Level 7 dual champion of the world. Tank. I don't even have a CC break yet. It's so hard so early. I've got so many high damage modifiers for these. I don't have a CC. Good, good. The fact that they give me a 73 HP amulet this early on too is fucking wacky, dog. Do we want to get on our 25s and go stack stones? Like, I will happily take gear off so I'm not oppressively tanky. We all have that amulet? Yeah, but are we all using it? That's a lot of damage very quickly. A lot of damage. Shrimp 2 for 2 on most commonly asked questions here, but what archetypes are underrepresented or sought after? Are there any oversaturated enough that I should avoid them unless I'm totally in love, or is it really no sweat either way? As Toast said, like, everything kind of has its own place. And if you do exclamation classes, that'll show you kind of like the long term of how things will break down as well. So, Ayo, win! Thank you for the raid. I appreciate the love. I hope the stream was great for you today. Raiders, welcome in if you haven't been here before. My name's Dusty. I do stream every single day starting around 2 p.m. EST. I've streamed now 761 days in a row, I think it is. I stream a whole lot, 8 to 12 hours of Ashes content daily. We're getting ready for phase 3 over on this end. Exclamation guild, exclamation Ashes, all those good things. What do you get up to today, my friend? So basically, right now, the primaries are what are in the game. You will have Summoner coming in soon, TM. And with that, once Summoner is in, that'll give us all of the 8 primaries. At 25, once secondaries are in, you will be able to use any secondary to augment your primary with elements of that. So it may be a little confusing, but basically what I mean by that is if I am a tank, soon TM. So basically, if I am a tank, I will always have tank abilities, right? But you healed me, your settings aren't right. Gameplay, combat, change your PvP settings to this. Uncheck, check, uncheck, and then it'll be fine. But yeah, so basically, I'm a tank. I will always have tank abilities. The secondary will augment the tank abilities with elements of that secondary. So like, if I'm a tank cleric, I'll have some self heals associated with some of my tank abilities, maybe some group heals type shit, and a huge amount of customization within that. So with that, you already have kind of like a little bit of a carved out role for each primary archetype, right? Cleric's going to be your just pumper healer, Bard, your Omni buffer. Bard's adaptable to any situation, also has some very good abilities like swap. Swap is just like a straight up HP swap. So if somebody in your group is about to die, you can swap them with your HP if you're full health and completely save them, play your life, get back, get healed, and then you're good to go. You've got movement, you've got incapacitates, you've got fucking everything, realistically, you need to be an Omni support. In terms of the DPS, in terms of mass scale, Cleric, Jesus Christ, Mage and Ranger tend to be your biggest, like, guild versus guild and Zerg versus Zerg, like, sought after ones. Mage is very glass cannon, a lot of just pure damage. It can freeze, but other than that, it's basically like freezing, not to CC, but to shatter combo, where it gets 225% extra damage. If you freeze something, then hit it with lightning to shatter it. So, mages can do a shitload of damage very quickly. Rangers have a snipe headshot combo that's devastating to single targets. You also have your vines that you drop down that's like an AoE root. But somebody had asked earlier about like how fighter was in the current state of affairs, and like if it was playable. Even things like fighter and rogue that a lot of people are like, oh, you know, they're not great, right? They still have a place. While you're not going to run 72 fighters or rogues, if you get the right player in the right situation on a fighter or a rogue, you know I don't have a CC break, you rat bastard. If you get the right player in the right situation, like, you know, with a group that's playing around them in the right way, it could absolutely result in a fighter or a rogue going absolutely crazy. Summoner is going to have probably a trillion different ways to play it in PvP for people to get used to. So, god fucking damn it, I hate this game. Wanna buy CC break? Will pay 1 fucking soul! You know what? You're getting SWAT teamed, bitch. Come on, 1, 2, 3, slam! Oh, you're so weak. Come here. Backies. Uh-huh. 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 It's so hard without a CC break. It's like a 5-second stun. Okay, we'll get Tank and Cleric first. Yes, we will absolutely get Tank and Cleric first for every primary. You'll also be able to respec freely abilities as well as your secondaries throughout all of playtesting for free. It will not be free respecs on launch, so keep that in mind. It'll be a little bit more like deterministic in terms of what you're actually doing. You'll have to plan it out a wee bit more. RIP to every Bard player that just swaps immediately for everything that they're doing, no matter what. That's going to probably be your biggest hell. So I do not envy that in the slightest. I, as a tank, I basically would have like, I mean, I have a couple different builds if I really want to get into it, but I think with ranks coming out for abilities, I'll probably just play like one build pretty consistently and try to get very into that. Charge is so nice early. Do we go to the 25s? I would be down. The 25s could be a very fun adventure for us. What if I go like reflect instead? Like a reflect into the trip. That could be a nice reliable source of trip. I could also drop 1 point somewhere to go into my Shake It Off CC break. Chat, what's the best level 7 dueling class in the game right now? But yeah, I think like overwhelmingly, I think it really just depends on what you want to play. Especially right now. No, you fucking rat bastard. I even had the cast to interrupt it. Oh, that's so much CC. Oh, you're such a fucking rat. That's good for me, though. That's real good for the boys. God damn it, though. I hate it here. You can't have that much movement left. This is bad. This is bad. I might need to change something up. I'm gonna take a lot of damage here. It's that fucking res dump. Oh, he fucked up. He got greedy. No, he didn't. Bards can't get greedy. They're unkillable. Unflappable. Unless... Can I do it? Can I pull it off? This would be comeback of the fucking year. We're hitting him with the head peaks. Oh. Oh. Big combo. Big combo, Dusty Wusty. Big combo. No! No! This is the end of everything! Oh, that's 3 seconds of pain and torture. My misery. My doom. Not like this. No! I needed 1 second for my Shake It Off and then I would have been fine. Oh, I tried to block. That's so tragic. That's so tragic. I needed 1 more second for my Shake It Off. Fuck. We almost had it. We almost had it. Yo, Bucky, how you doing, my friend? Your redemption arc, much love, much love. It's been a good day over on this end. We're trying to, we did a little bit of leveling prog earlier on the PTR. Checked out the ANVILS a wee bit, fucked around in some pocket dungeons, then came over to this side of things and did a little leveling loop, a little quest loop over on live in the Riverlands to see what was up. Personally, I'm not necessarily a huge fan of questing. If I had the option, I would much rather just mob grind. I think it's way more controllable. I think it is much more, I don't know, whoops, much more viable and very like, bruh, I keep losing my trade on that cast too. I think my cast time is actually faster, or it's like slower than the Mez cast is, which is a slight problem. Gosh, heckin' darn it. Oh wait, that's a big crit. That's a big crit. Oh my god, he's scared. Get back here. Come, come. Come, come. I've got something for you. Bruh. I hate it here. I never want to fight a bard again. Oh. No. Alright, we're good. Uh-huh. 1, 2, 3. I need the third. No, it didn't stun. That's fine, though. Oh, he's so weak. Not like this. No. Wait, I'm behind. I'm behind the wall. He can't see me. I'm unseeable. No. Why can't he see me? No. The wall doesn't actually break LOS. All right. I know what I need to do. Oh, gosh, heckin' dang it, man. I think it's just go here. Glad you figured it out. It should break LOS. This is some baby back fucking bullshit. I only question if it's worth it, and right now it isn't. Yeah, I mean, especially on launch, like, you're just naturally going to have too many people bottlenecking where you're trying to go, I think. And like, you'll still have that in mob grinds too, but questing relies on so many moving pieces to fall into place properly, and mob grinding is get to one area where it's cooking for you and use that area for literally all that it's worth. Would potting be considered cheating in a 1v1? I think it's unethical. Like, usually there's like an agreement to not consume in most 1vs. That's fine. You eat the Mary and then you shake it off with the mez. Everybody knows that the marionette's a debate. It's one of the greatest of all time. You just gotta be patient, young Padawan. Now I put the pressure on. What is the answer now? There's no way you're able to sustain through my combo. Nice. Big burst, big burst, big burst. Oh, no. 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 Not like this. That's fine. I'll tank this. He won't fucking do nothing. He won't fucking do nothing. Don't hit me with your fucking fiddle. Get back here. He didn't expect that break. We're playing around the wall just out of habit. God dang it. We'll bait out his dodge. Okay, that's a slide. One more and I can bait out the dodge here. I'm just gonna gap close with this. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, the CC break. One CC break to rule them all. Your mana? Did you start out or did I drain it? I mean, you only have like 200 mana right now anyways, so that's good. Is Marionette a big mana drain? Cause like, Marionette you just can't combo with anything. Like, if you hit a Mez, you can still lullaby with it. And the thing with Mez lull that's good is the stun after the fact, because you can get a free combo off on me if I use my CC break, right? Same with others, but it's still cast. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I usually just tank the Marionette as well, if I'm being completely honest. Because Marionette's gonna break before the full combo comes in. So I tank the Marionette, and then I save CC break usually for Mez. Because Mez lull is gonna give that full stun where you can just be nuked off of that, so. Antonio asked if I was tanking, by the way. Personally, I think that I'm gonna lean tank rogue or tank fighter. Tank fighter has been kind of like piquing my interest more and more as I, you know, get more involved with everything. I like the way that fighter plays and handles. But like, oh no, you can yell here, it's okay. We show excitement in this house. So like, tank fighter kind of is like an intriguing thing for me, you know? If I can get it pulled off, then that would be a very, very, like, I think difficult thing for people to deal with, right? I think it'd be quite oppressive Nice. And I think that it would have a whole lot of escape available as well. So like a lot of big in out, quick escape, like going place to place. Oh, I got this one. Hiya! Hiya! Take that. Be gone, foul beast. Oh shit, Kiefer, run. Keith, we've angered him. Alright, do I get over on my main? Fighter tank? I think fighter tank or fighter cleric would be like the two best options for fighter, if I'm being completely honest. Keep in mind, I'm not like a fighter main or anything, but a lot of what's commonly cited from fighter players that they just don't vibe with right now is currently the fact that you need to get in and stay in, and you're not able to actually stay in once you get in as a fighter. You've got to kind of like get in, try to get back out, which is very difficult once you're committed. And like a fighter is kind of, you know, go in and stay in until your nuts dropped. And then once your nuts dropped, then you kind of like walk out and either they're dead or you're dead. And right now, with the time to kill being the way it is, people being as tanky as they are, fighter can't really get the kills efficiently, especially diving into supports, comparatively to... Where do we log out? Do we log out in Nuela? Like, comparatively to, like, a faster time to kill or something like that. Like, it just simply needs, like, a little bit more, so to say. Iron rings, Illuminati rings, Riv shortbow. Interesting. Fighters and tanks working together might be huge. Yeah, I mean, in terms of, like, an aggressive push, like, on flanks as well, if you have a fighter tank front line and I don't have to worry about peeling to my back line, then I can put my protect on the fighter that's diving with me. And keep in mind, it's not even going to be like a we dive into them, right? Because if you dive into the enemy back line, it's cool and all, it's cinematic, but bards are going to have nimbles, they're going to have shielding dances, you're going to have bailout, you're going to have, like, well, this is one thing I talk about a lot, but like rangers. A lot of rangers will see, you know, a large opportunity to hit like, you know, 6 people with the vines, and they throw a 6-person vines and nobody takes any damage in it. Because if you put too many people close together in a CC, that CC gets insta broken because it's too high value. That CC gets healed through, and if you have 6 people in a close area that you're CCing, it's easy to AoE heal all of them. It's easy to bail them out. It's easy to drop, you know, banner on them, Aegis on them, whatever we need. So there's a certain element to like, instead of diving completely in and full sending as soon as the fight starts, you've got to play very patiently. And I think what would best be served is like, I'm going to pull in, you know, say we're looking at a target together. I pull them in, I wall them, fighter jumps on that person that I just pulled in, and we just like CC lock them like crazy and just blow them the fuck up. While we have snipe heady coming in, while we've got, you know, lightning strikes coming in from our mage, whatever it may be. I agree that them working together is going to be a big thing. I think one of the things I should say that plagues a lot of fighters right now is that they get a little too antsy and a little too impatient. And very frequently we see fighters that just want to jump in and balls to the wall all the time, no matter what. And that's not really the play. Even as a tank with 7,600 HP, that's not really the play. I sit back, I let my longbow do the talking, I let my longbow do my setup for me, I let my longbow do pretty much everything for me. And then, when my opportunity is right, I go in with my combo, with my full kit, and I lock someone down, and I try to 100 to 0 them the most that I possibly can. And that kind of starts a snowball in a lot of fights in Ashes. And a lot of people kind of underestimate, like, the impact of that full snowball. Fighters need trigger discipline. Yes, exactly. A lot of melees do, much more than ranged, and I think people also see very one-sided fights in Ashes in a guild versus guild sense, because if something's one-sided, it's gonna show. Like, you will just be able to walk into the middle of the group that you're fighting and then kill all of them instantly. And like, I think a lot of people will see that and they just go, oh shit, we need to full send immediately, nothing else matters, blah, 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 and then they get themselves into trouble because they're not coordinated enough. And people underestimate the power of just like a constant snowball, and like, okay, we're up one person, now we find another pick, and now we find another pick, and then you're up 3 people because you're able to burst even more efficiently, and then you take your full send on the remaining 5. You still get your full send, you still get your big wipe, but it's dependent on much more than just I go. Yo, what up, Crackle? What do you rate tuna salad? Tuna salad goes hard. Like, in what capacity are we talking? Are we talking like little ass finger sandwiches? Cause like tuna salad Sammy's like go fucking sicko mode. I think they're better when they're on those little like finger sandwich buns, right? Like the catering platter type shits. I don't know why, but those buns go insanely hard. Is that a Zop that I see? Good day, sir. Do you want to go find a random guild to use one of our decks on? I don't know who's around, but I'm sure we could find somebody. Like, surely. Yeah. Yeah, so if it's like... Yes. We can see if anybody wants 2v2s. I don't know. What would our best bet be? Where do the mushrooms live? Because I know Mr. Cheney is... he hasn't been posting in global, so is he not on right now? Who is on? Would there be 2 level 25s that would like some fisticuffs, some scrappy doos? What would be our best chance of finding people? Desert's absolutely cooked. Nothing in the desert. People probably aren't farming in the Goondark right now. It's definitely going to be Riverland somewhere. But I also don't know where. We could also try to find maybe a caravan or something, but if it's not a level 25 van, I'm not hitting it. Steel Bloom usually has people? Okay, word. Bro, I remember the days when I couldn't stop, like where I couldn't travel like 50 meters without stopping to show somebody my mounts. This world is going to be so full in less than a month. And it's kind of crazy seeing it this empty. It's like too peaceful. It's like a barren wasteland, so to say. But yeah, Crockle, genuinely like... So tuna salad sandwiches just on bread, I think are like, all right. But tuna salad sandwiches with like the finger sandwich rolls, like those bitches, those genuinely I think are S tier. Egg salad can be good, can be bad. I think ham salad is probably the worst out of them if I personally had to weigh in terms of like ham, egg, tuna salad. I think tuna salad's the best, then egg, then ham. But ham's still okay. Like, I would still eat ham salad. It's just easy for ham salad to be bad. Fungi had been farming desert, but I don't think it was their mains. Herm. For someone not worried about the visual NDA and not worried about losing any progress, should I opt into the PTR up until phase 3, or is there a good reason to show on live instead? If you're not worried about wipes, you're not worried about visual NDAs, and you're just kind of trying to explore and check shit out, I actually recommend for new players to play the PTR. If you're in the Ashes Discord as well, you'll get access to the PTR channels. Those, again, are covered by the visual NDA, but it's discord.gg/Ashes of Creation, and you can also do !guild to hop into our guild Discord if you are looking for a community to join when you do come in. But in the Discord, under the PTR channel, they will frequently post kind of like goals for the day. And it's not necessarily like you have to test this, but they're like, oh, today we would like to get information on, today was ANVILS Pocket Dungeons. So like the new zone that's coming in with these 5 new nodes, they wanted us to test Pocket Dungeons, which are like strong points of interest out there, and provide feedback for those things. So like there's very frequently a goal list. The cool thing about the private test realm as well is that there are very frequently gear vendors that are active. Right now, you can level to 5 or 15 off of the gear vendors because they do want people testing leveling progression, or you can just stay at level 1. You can also get some starting gear if shit's hitting a little too hard and you want a little bit more of that, that helping hand early, right? So it all depends on kind of like how you want to go about it, but the PTR is a very frictionless testing environment for people to check it out. So I would recommend going the PTR route. You can make a character, you can fuck around however you want to. When the gear vendor allows level 25, you can also just poof a character up to 25. You can get level 20 gear and you're all good to go. So in the month leading up to phase 3, I definitely recommend going over there versus live. It'll give you the most up-to-date feel of the game, give you the systems, the mob difficulty, drop rates, theoretically everything you'll have over on phase 3 launch. And another advantage to PTR is that it is Unreal Engine 5.6 instead of Unreal Engine 5.3. So that shit do be just looking better too, in a very, very, very simple way. It looks better, it plays better. Papa Chons. Like, my game feels substantially better over on the private test realm. So it's quite cool. They're also just throwing in a whole lot of changes all the time over there. Very rapid deployment. Massive changes such as econ, gearing, like time to kill reworks. Small things such as calling in your mount is no longer that timer. You call in your mount and it just kind of like pops in, and then when you unsummon it, it runs off into the distance and then desummons. So that way you have a more instantaneous like mount spin up time for PvP call-ins and escapes and stuff. So it's pretty cool. I like a lot of the PTR changes. You'll also see dynamic gridding over there, crate system, ton of things. So normal bread with cucumber, at least A tier. That's true, but are we talking like, because now we're going deep, we're augmenting the tuna salad. Like, I thought that we were just going basic like tuna salad on bread. If we're doctoring it up, like you can go 1,000 different directions with tuna salad, really. But yeah, I mean, I'm also a cucumber fiend. Like, when I was growing up, we were poor. So we would take bread, we would take mayo or Miracle Whip, salt, pepper, cucumber slices, and then another slab of bread, and we just eat that bitch. Cucumber sandwiches went fucking hard, and still do. Them shits are phenomenal. And cucumber sandwiches will not stand any slander in this bitch. So sounds perfect for what I want to do with this time between now and phase 3. Yeah, absolutely, dude. Let me know if you have any questions. PTR is a fucking blast. I usually stream a lot over there. Granted, I can't show anything, right? But I usually just like run a VOD visually, do PTR testing so I can get the most up-to-date stuff. Live, I kind of pop over so people can have gameplay that's somewhat synced up with what we're actually talking about sometimes. It's a very delicate balance in the month leading up to P3, navigating a visual NDA as a full-time streamer, so we try to balance it, but I'm always here, man. I start a stream around 2 p.m. EST every day, and I quite literally just exist. This is what I do full time, so I'm just trying to hold it down for the boys. A lot of content creators are on break, a lot of players are on break, but we're still growing the community. We're still having fun as much as we can. Hold up, race me. I think you're getting cooked. This thing's 195. Yeah, this thing zooms. This is like the fastest ground mount in the game right now. I'm not even hitting the Digidash yet. Oh shit. We might be cooked here. No, we're still good. So we go peep Steel Bloom. What if my iguana's bugged? Like slower? What's the iguana supposed to be? Because this doesn't even, like, Fox the Pirate doesn't even have a move speed yet. I'm pretty sure it's 195. Toasted bread and a little bit of olive oil make that S tier. I think cucumbers just go hard. I don't know why, but cucumbers do not get the love that they deserve, dog. Yo, South Shore. Hope you're having a beautiful day, dude. August 26th for the big P3 launch. We will have a lot more changes coming in on the 26th than we would have if it had come in on the 4th. So, while it is a bit of a, you know, a downer, I personally consider it an overall victory for the boys, for everybody involved over on this end of things. It's just, you know, a big inconvenience for those that took time off. That is for sure. For certain. But the good news is, if you guys did take time off for the 4th, guess who will be here on the 4th? Hi. I also applied for Twitch front page on the 4th. So if I get approved, we're gonna have a shitload of people in here, and we're gonna have to figure out some stuff to do. So, fun events planned for the 4th and beyond, boys. Stay with us. We're always here. Yeah, that's a big Akko on my part. We gotta try to deal with that. Tragic? Yeah. I mean, it's still cool though, cause like a front page day is still a front page day. Like, don't get me wrong, 8 hours with a couple thousand viewers is still 8 hours with a couple thousand viewers that are seeing Ashes. Is cool. Tambuki, hello. Wait, a guild versus guild deck wouldn't include you though. Or do you have a guild scroll? Cause hear me out. At the very least, there is still ad revenue off of that. May 1st was a fun day. It wasn't anything insane, but like, how many front pages are you allowed to have? 1 every 90 days if you were approved. So I got it on May 1st, my first time ever applying for it. And it's not like a guarantee by any means that you will get it when you apply for it, right? So I was kind of shocked that I did even get it in the first place to begin with. So that was great. Got it on May 1st and then reapplied again for August 4th. Because launch was supposed to be August 4th. Unfortunately, that does not appear to be working out. So I'm kind of like low-key, high-key hoping I get declined. Because if I did get declined, then I'd be able to reapply for the, like, next month sometime. Mr. Lefty. Hello. I'm just kind of roaming. I'm looking for some PvP. And I don't know if these lads can help me find it or not. Bro, they should be dying slow as hell. God damn. Like, it's not like I'm not doing damage either. The shit just doesn't want to fucking die. Golly. Did they buff those mobs? Bro, it seems like it. Although this is also a 19, an 18, and a 20, and it's Cleric, Bard, Cleric. So this is an entire group minus, well, quite literally all of the DPS for the group. Like, this group is 4 DPS short of having an actual group comp. Just food for thought. But yeah, either way, man, front page or not, like, the 26th will still be a really good time for Ashes. Like, I think the channel will be going crazy at that point anyways. Like, with May 1st launch, like, we did very well in terms of growing the channel through that. The hit points that we didn't even hit in the New World scene all those years. So, like, I'm really encouraged. It's just, we hold out, we make it till then, and hopefully, you know, hopefully we just keep some momentum rolling and we keep some people interested along the way. Why do I hear a rogue near me? Who's trying to be all stealthy and shit? There's like a spy, a Suterfuge. Alright, what's going on over here? Motherfucker, is there nobody in this bitch? Huh. Huh. Very intriguing. Like, I actually don't think there is. Excuse me, pardon me. We'll check over here. I don't know whether there would be people here. There are always people here. Well, technically, there's a group grinding here. Because, like, a lot of people that have been trying to recruit people still and be active, bring them here to level them and to gear them out. So it's been pretty good for finding, like, guilds. And we're trying to find content by any means necessary. So, like, I want to find somebody. But it's like nobody actually exists. Whenever I log off, I hear all these tales of caravans being hit in epic battles and beefs and shit like that. And then I'm on and everything's just like this peaceful bliss-filled world, you know? It's almost discouraging. I want more discordance. I want more chaos. Shit, I try to organize PvP and I can't. Hello, Zombler. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Every day I log in and they're like, we defended Thogley's honor, we did this, we did that. And I'm just like, nobody wants to play live? Well, I'm aware, but we can't fucking PvP on the PTR right now at 25. So, like, the options are play live. I don't know. I don't know. PTR doesn't have PvP accessibility? It could. I'd be down to PvP at level 15. Fucking 15 scrims would be... Can you PvP at 15? Yeah! You absolutely can. Just ping the public chat? Oh, that's pinging a lot of people. Oh, that's a large inconvenience. I think Corla had posted an officer chat about wanting to get like an actual event going to try to keep some people interested. I'm hoping that we can do that. Figure something out. Just finished watching vid. Now I need to find someone to whoop me. The PvP lawless areas, if you're over on the PTR, should be good. Gonna need to be a good event. I mean, I also think it's a certain extent of... We have to keep in mind that if people aren't playing right now, then it's gonna be something that probably continues with them. And we need to do stuff like this to figure out who our core will be. Because if people aren't going to log in for events where we're like, hey, this is a good opportunity to get PvP practice, whatever it may be, then that shows that they're not really willing to get the reps necessary to be on the high level that we're trying to be on with our guilds, at least on the top end, right? So I think doing stuff like that, especially in the downtime, is honestly good. Gives us an idea of who's going to be there grinding, who's not going to be there grinding, from PTR to live to, you know, pretty much everything in between. So I think it's a really good time to pulse check like who our actual like demon time committed players will be. The people who you don't have to pull teeth to get logins, the people who will be there all the time trying to learn and grind no matter what. Because those are the people that you build a community around. And then when everybody else comes back and they go, oh, why am I not in the best leveling group? Why am I this? Why am I that? We say, well, look how hard we had to try to get you to play. Sorry, these people are working harder than you. That's how I kind of market it to people, and I know it might be a matter of people don't want to play live right now, but I don't want to get our shit kicked in all phase 3 because our entire clump sucks at PvP. If I'm being completely honest. I would like to have people being familiar with target prios and comms and everything. And from myself included to everybody else, we got a whole hell of a lot of work to do. A lot of work to do. So I'm hoping people realize that, but yeah, I know getting logins is a bitch, and believe you me, it's nothing like leadership can even do. But so many changes in the PTR though that people haven't tried yet. Oh, there are so many changes in the PTR in general that are fucking phenomenal changes. Like, I think live to PTR are essentially two different games as a whole. Just in terms of how they're functionally playing, how they're handling, just everything with that. So yeah, it's definitely going to be a little rough trying to get live logs like crazy. I mean, look, global hasn't moved. Like, global hasn't moved since we were in Steel Bloom. And I don't necessarily expect it to be popping, right? But won't get far behind unless you organize things on PTR. I mean, we try to organize things on PTR. Like, we've done scrim days on PTR and stuff. It's just PTR doesn't have the leveling accessibility right now. So, like, I understand they want things focus tested. But the people that want to focus test are going to focus test regardless of it being level 0, 15, 5, 25, 35, 45, 55. What cutting out the level 25 gearing is doing is preventing the people who want to test things but don't want to pocket dungeon test from testing things in somewhere completely else in the world and getting simultaneous data. And like, I understand focus testing goals, this, that, the other. But even just having a concurrent population over there that is testing something is more productive than completely shutting off access to that testing route. Like, if we're going to eventually have this gearing coming to live and this TTK, why are we not getting more data on the TTK and the gearing to try to make it come to live in a smoother way? That's just kind of how I think about it. And I would really, really, really love to be able to organize things on the PTR. I think the big thing about it too is that we can't show anything on the PTR. So like, even if we had a massive ass like event planned with hundreds of people. Yo, what up, Keith? Even if we had a massive event planned with like hundreds of people, we wouldn't be able to show it. It'd be intriguing. I'm gonna fill up my water, smoke bowl, go pee real quick, and then maybe we try to like find somebody that's on. I don't know what do. Sop and I hold it down for the lads. The inactivity page is crazy. Ah. Oh, that's what he meant for ready. I'm very ready. Yes. Wait, no, I'm not. Hold on, my settings are borked. One sec. Hold on. Sorry. I didn't know I needed to redo my settings on every character that I had ever. Combat. Wait, what? Why did... What? Well, that's not supposed to also go on you. That's quite detrimental if it does. Anyways. Sorry about that. My bad. My bad. Stupid PTR, that was supposed to be a snipe. You're chilling. Okay, I'm good whenever. I have prepared. The duels begin. I'm just so tanky. I feel like I should just take off some of my tanky gear. Did that not hit you because it was too far? What happened there? Aw, shit. Why is that going to you? Yeet. Tank's too tanky, man. Why is Reflect not working? What into Sam hell? What's that bullshit? Alright, I'm relogging real quick. I'm intercepting to my adversaries. I'm reflecting and it's doing no damage. I was waiting for it. I cast it! I don't know. I cast it twice. I'll be right back. I'm too sober for these duels. Gosh, heckin' dang. Bitches. Chat, who has cool mounts? Close. Also, never pay your taxes. Taxes are a scam. Do these guys have cool mounts? Hold on. Come here, friend. Trade. I have... Here. You have one of these now. We'll give him the Drippington. I don't know what he's got, but he's got a cooler one now. I don't know if his friend's still here either, but we can get him cooking up with one. That shit's slow as hell, though, I will say. The Tide Snapper is not the fastest. It's cute, though. He just kind of like chilling. He just balling. The jump is crazy on it. That thing do be gliding, though. Where's his friend at? We'll hook him up with one as well. They were looking at... Did we give him matching? Yeah, let's give him matching ones. We'll get them all kitted. Enjoy, lads. Wait, is that the otter? Enjoy. Alright. Well, those are the only two players we've seen in like a year. It's like a fucking post-apocalyptic Vera out here. I'm still force flagged. Let's see. Fungi Fellowship. We're catching him in town. Do we do it to him? Wait. I can check this. Search by item. Grave thread. Oh shit. Oh shit. Wait. Epic grave thread, 2 gold. Zop! Zop! Ruvidium ingot. Oh my god. Wait. Get one. I have the Lego ingot and Jova. Oh, you have Lego and Jova? Oh, massive. I can't believe it's only gold, by the way. Where's Emu? We need Emu. Or any carpenter. Oh wait, is that one of their low levels? He needs more drip. I have all the logs in Jova. I don't know if he has the recipe you want, though. Ruvidium longbow, right? Swag. Hawk has the rest of the logs. I don't know if I have any recipes left in my storage over here. I feel like I gave them all out to someone. Like a lot of... Never mind. River Stalker, Ruvidium Focus. Oh, I had Ruvidium Focus this entire time. I got that hella early. I forgot that I got that Omega early. That's like... Isn't that a pumper focus for clerics? But didn't everybody just end up going Tide Wardens because Tide Wardens was like way too OP? Just like disproportionately strong? Brother on the horse. Let's get him swagged out. I should have traded him another horse. All right, we got 3 more to give for today. I wonder if they even care that it's like... Do I need to come smelt? Keith. No, he has the Lego ingot. I think we're chilling. I think we just need to get the rest of the logs. And then get somebody to craft it. So, I mean, we'll need Pock for the logs anyway, so I don't think it's like a huge urgent thing, so to say. You can come PvP if you want to. I wonder where anybody would be. Where were Porcini's people farming in the desert? We could just buy the logs at this point, probably. That is also very true. Yeah, I don't know what your monetary status is, but we could also just run a caravan. Like, I don't know. Wait, do we want to just do a van and get some gold out and see if anybody comes and hits it, since we have a good amount of people here? Like, we could just group up and run vans I would unironically be down. Who's gonna hit it? I don't fucking know. Like, maybe somebody logs on to hit it. I don't... Kiefer? Where's that Vythar bastard at? I haven't seen him today. I would just need a van. But, like... Can invite Kiefer to guild, by the way. If I invite Kiefer to the guild, we can't PvP anymore. Ran a van this morning. So what are we looking for? Braidwood? Like Lego braid? Legendary. Braidwood wood, 440, 412. Jesus Christ. How the mighty have fallen. Holy shit. So did they change the ratios to 1-1-1? So now all we need is the actual, like... Oh, okay. So now all we need is the lumber milling. I have 35 epic boards. Yeah, but fuck epic. Let's just get Lego. The fuck? Would you really want your guild lead running around with an epic bow? No. No. That would make you look bad as, like, you know, a member of CATS. I have to represent you through my gear. Also, I wonder if there's another steel ring anywhere. Because I got mismatched rings on right now. Steel ring. Fuck! Iron ring. Ring. Anyone have a steel ring, chat? /global wanna buy steel ring. I would like a steel ring. Steel. Materials. I don't think anyone's just selling steel ingots, huh? Steel bloom emblem. Gosh dang it. Down horrendous. Down horrendous. Installation is done. Not usually a big Twitch guy, so probably won't be back much, if at all, but I want to thank you again for the help. Yeah, absolutely, dude. Absolutely. Let us know if you need anything. More than happy to help. And if you ever do reach any points of questions, just feel free, pop by. More than happy to help out, dude. Wish you all the luck in Vera, and let me know if you need anything. So, I feel like we got a lot of ungilded lads here. I have 20 wood and podcast 14 already cooked. Isn't it 35? So we would still need one. Mix it with the Lego and Emu's rarity. Yeah, so if we could get Emu on, that would be pretty easy. What player markets are actually lit at this point? I'm assuming Winstead's probably the one. If I had to wager a gander, I don't think Jova's gonna have anything. Winstead? Yeah. That's what I thought. With Emu's quality though, will 100% be Lego, I think. Okay, cool. I mean, I can always just give you the 440. Do we have any caravans, by the way, that are just cooked up? Because I will 1,000,000,000% run a van. I mean, I have enough glint here to actually get shit. So, I'm down. I have a decent van in Nuela. We don't need to. Yeah, it'd be fun. Might be fun. Maybe somebody PvPs us. Unless you want to. Yeah, but like, I'm down. Like, there's nothing else to do. Might as well start running vans and try to incentivize people to PvP us. Fun until Dusty says, why aren't we getting hit? Well, I'm not gonna... I mean, like, maybe I would need to run it across the entire world, but... I think my 4x8 says qual 10. God damn. God damn. Maybe there are caravan parts, like, up on Winnie Market? Because I could just buy the van parts and then call that good. I could go over to Jova. Oh, wait. Vendor van parts are cooked now, aren't they? Shows how much vanning I've done this phase. I hate that shit usually. But, like, if there's a chance that it gets us some PvP, brother, I'm more than down. Absolutely. Yokin, good morning. Hope you're having a good day. Seems y'all know a bit more ashes, a bit more about ashes than I do. Are there any unique leatherworking recipe drops, aka classic WoW to craft? So, it's a pretty cool recipe system, and I can kind of give you a rough breakdown of it. Now, Zop is our guild crafting lead, so he's a really good resource for it as well. But basically, with loot tables from mobs in Ashes of Creation, You have set items that can drop. So I'll use a named item as an example. So Dunmore Helm. Dunmore Helm is a very specific helm that has a lot of fizz power rating on it, right? So Dunmore Helm drops from the Lamplighter, which is a named mob that spawns at the top of this tower. And if it dies, it's a 20-minute respawn because everything is open world, right? So if you kill the Lamplighter, you have a chance for a null loot table. You have a chance for the item itself. You have the chance for the recipe for that item. Or if it's a named item from one of the named mobs, you also have to acquire a crafting mat that only drops from that. So you'd get like the Belsong oil or whatever it is from the Lamplighter to craft it. So in order to be like a very good top-end crafter, you will need to PvE to have the recipe from the actual thing that you're trying to craft. So like Hawkbow was a very popular bow for a lot of people that had crit damage on it, like basically just fizz crit damage. And it dropped from a pocket dungeon over here in the June Dark from one mob, Lady Aislinn the Hawk. So you had to farm that one mob until you either got the bow, the recipe, the mat, whatever you needed. So you've got to also, if you're a big crafter, you can do exclamation crafting in the chat and that'll bring up a nice graphic. But there are a lot of different lifestyle skills in Ashes, and you have to specialize which lifestyle skills you actually want your character to, you know, evolve, kind of like ascend to the next tier. So you can't be like just the Omni Crafter for everything. But crafting is extremely important. Everything in Ashes is player to player based, and it's a very heavy emphasis on that crafting. From the base level acquirable gear, consumes food, everything except for the rations that are on my bar here, player made. Some pieces of my gear are player made. More of them I actually found through named mobs, but you'll notice player made gear, legendary rarity, named mob drops, and regular mob drops, green and blue rarity. So the highest rarity version of gear, Yoken, thank you for the follow. The highest rarity version of the best gear, which is going to be your strongest version of it, is always going to be controllably through crafting. So we're actually cooking up right now, just kind of like scheming to upgrade my bow from green to legendary. So we have a lot of the mats through the community because it's a little bit later on in this phase, and our community kind of helps each other out anyways. So we've all just been kind of scrounging, trying to source what we can for mats and prep it out while we also run around and just look for some content. Speaking of which, Ayo Poc, can we grab those logs or the wood if you're around? If you're not, no problem at all. We're scheming right now. We're trying to get the wood. I gotta get the ingot from Keith. Keith, do we need to run over to Jova for the ingot? Because I'll run over with you. 3 heroic grave lily. Oh, I got an epic grave thread. It was like a gold. It was 1 gold, 10 silver, I think. Do you have heroic or higher? Yeah, we're getting Lego Riv. Jesus Christ, I can't talk. It's made there anyways. Okay, cool. I'll head over to Jova. So we'll have Lego wood, Lego Riv, epic grave thread, and then Emu is also like Omega qualled out. So heroics for ingot and thread give you legendary still? Yeah, but like, so legendary, actually, good you say this. Because legendary isn't the end of legendary, as you know. But this is a really good talking point. Poc, you're such a fucking paid actor. Oh, I just want to right across your bald little booty. Thank you, sir. This is going to be such a good opportunity to show this off to one of our crafter friends. So, Ruvidium Longbow is what we're going to be crafting here. So Ash's Codex is an absolutely wonderful resource. You can go over here and you can basically type in weapons, figure out what you want to do. You can compare uncommon, common, you know, Lego, whatever you want it to be, right? But over here, you can also do crafting calculator. That's going to bring you into the crafting recipe. And down here, this is what I wanted to yap about based on what Poc said. So you'll notice that it's not just like an instant jump up, but it's a smooth actual like gradient scale all the way through. So through changing the rarity of the input materials, that'll up the quality of the piece itself, slowly but surely, into different rarity brackets. Now, keep in mind up here, there's quality rating. So we said Emu, or Carpenter in the guild, is qualled out of their mind. I think they're like 700, according to what the guild's been saying. So with that, that quality rating is also going to improve the actual quality of what's going out. So that's going to improve the stats. Now keep in mind, if we go back down to common and no rarity or no quality, that's 1431. So what we're going to be doing is 35 legendary braidwood. So instantly up over 50%. We're going to be doing epic grave thread, legendary ruvidium, and then we'll also be doing approximately 700 quality. So we'll get 2438 roughly, 274, 286, 2605. Compare that to what I have in game right now, which is 1529, 171, 178, 2294. Large difference. So that's kind of like the power of rarity plus quality. And within this, you'll notice progress to next rarity. So its quality right now is 75.46. Say Emu had 7,000 rating. That would jump it up from 2438 to 2636 and would put it at 93.44 quality. So there are different elements of like gear augmentation in Ashes. So you'll have tempering, which is in the game right now, where you can raise the quality of something within the same rarity bracket. Gear Ascension, which jumps it to the next rarity bracket. Temper it again, ascend it, temper it again, ascend it, temper it again, ascend it, temper it again, ascend it. Then enchant it, takes these stats and adds either 1% or base integer 1, whichever is larger, per level of enchanting to each of these rolls. So 1% would be the applier for pretty much all of these, except for your con. You'd get 1 con, and then you get 1% on all of these rolls per enchanting level, and 20 is the max enchanting level, but it's very dangerous to get there. Once you hit +8, you can actually brick the entire item. Just poof. So very, very, very dangerous. Very expensive as well. A big dump, but it's worth. Then you'll be able to socket gear on top of that, and sockets will give more customizability to like how your total gearing is. But yeah, so essentially we're trying to go from like the Honda Civic into the Lambo. So the crafting calculator is a way to kind of see the differences in what you'd be putting in. So if we made the same thing but with heroic wood, 2438 down to 1885 already, and from legendary down to heroic. So having that top end, and keep in mind that's one weapon. You have that in your second weapon, that's going to be another roughly, because keep in mind this is 1,000 power rating roughly, higher than my current weapon. So between two weapon sets, that's going to be about 2,000 fizz power rating, which is essentially almost a bonus weapon equipped from having them both Lego. Then you get all of the rolls on your armor and everything else legendary, and then you enchant that, and you can see how the quality is going. Do you have any quality Riv ingot I could get? I'm going over to pick one up from Jova right now. I can grab you one. I don't know how many Keith has, but I'm sure he has more than one. So, did you see on PTR a level 2 vassal to level 0? A level 2 vassal to level 0? Didn't you just buy the epic one at Winstead? No, I bought the grave thread. I didn't buy the epic one because Keith said he had the... he said he had them. So, I figured I would just run down and grab those. Might as well. Give us something to do while everybody assembles. Because we don't even have Emu yet to craft it. And I can't get my carpentry up that quickly. Jova had new Ayla vassaled. Interesting. Interesting. I did get verification that nodes lock out at level 1 from Roshan. So, I guess, like... Do you mean that a level 1 stops a level 0 from becoming level 1? Because if it's the same as the vassals, we just didn't see that on PTR. So I'm assuming that's like a to come thing. Not stops, but slows and basically like a soft vassal. I think current PTR is broken all hell. That would make sense. Well, yeah, not stops like permanently, but like level 1 with basically temporarily stop a node that's vassaled at that point, vassaled just for the sake of it, from also becoming level 1 until node A becomes level 2, then node B can become level 1, and then once node A becomes level 3, node B can become level 2, and it can kind of like tail it up, right? Is my understanding of it. They don't stop progression, but I'm not 100% what it does. Okay, so multiple nodes can still level up. Yeah, because on the PTR, like, multiple were level 2 at the same time, and it was like a race to 3. So maybe, like, the vassal is determined at 1, but that wouldn't really make sense. At least, I don't know. Fuck. Dude, there's so much to this goddamn stupid fucking game. Why can't I just know everything like I did with New World? It was such a shallow-ass game, bro. I swear to God, a chimpanzee could learn New World's entirety of its gameplay loop in like a week. This shit goes so fucking deep. Oh, hey, Strag. What's the Stragosaurus Rex doing? Invite. I had a question answer from Steven, by Steven from Jalon back in 2019. And as Roshan's understands it, that is still correct. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't fuck. I wish I understood every step of vassaling. And I'm sure they'll give us more clarity, probably in the dev stream too. Maybe a really good... Have you submitted something like that as a Q&A for the dev stream? Just kind of like... with the rework from nodes to T6 to T5 on the highest end, how will that impact vassaling and what will the new vassal system look like? And then will, you know, lockouts begin at this? Like, I feel like that could be a banger question for Steven or someone to go in on the dev stream itself. I might be optimistic, but... because a lot of the questions that they get are very, sometimes not the most, like, thought out, and Steven's just like one time someone was like, will the entire, will the Eastern continent be in before the launch of the game? And Steven had like a what the fuck look on his face, and he was like, yeah, the entire map will be in before the launch of the game. I have videos of several twos next to each other. Might have locked someone else, but really just don't get it. I think my question would be absolutely hated questions for the general community. No, I mean, I think anything that gets people talking about the systems in a deeper way, personally, like, is good. I think a lot of, honestly, what I try to do is find ways to take the complex systems of games and break them down in a very simple way, even if it's just like a very, you know, complicated build or meta or rotation or whatever it may be, right? And I think there's a certain element of that Steven does very well in dev streams with very complicated topics. So personally, like, questions that the general community may just be like, Pog, this is too fucking complicated, shut up. Steven may look at that and see the different parts of it and be like, oh yeah, so like yes, like this tier of vassal, or this tier of node vassals this many of this tier, and these, you know, vassal this many of this tier. So in total, your vassal structure will look like this. And then at this level, this happens as an interaction between the nodes. And like, Steven is very good at parsing that information quickly and breaking it down in a way that's not convoluted, which I think is a very good talent to have if you're a forward-facing person. I try to do a lot with builds and like stream-related stuff, and as soon as I like started watching Ash's dev streams very heavily and their updates, I was just like, oh, these devs are real people. That's fucking phenomenal. I'm gonna make some things. What are you making, Stragosaurus? I do some gross things to get that Invoker's gem. It's from Carf, right? Right up in the top room. Shit, I mean, how big of an upgrade is it for you? I don't think it'd be too hard to farm. Probably do it quite easily. We got a month to fuck around with it, so it is hard to farm. Oh. Can't be too hard to farm. Why is it hard to farm? Because you gotta get the mob from the back of the room and shit, and you can't just like solo it? Or is it just like an omega low drop rate? Yep, you read my mind. Yep. So both, A and B. You're so me-coded sometimes. So I felt that even Roshan didn't understand my question because he felt I was still talking about Vassal, and I have no misunderstandings on Vassal at all. I get all those. Yeah, like, I think the vassaling system in terms of, like, what controls what is... at least was straightforward until you had 3 nodes being vassaled by a T4. Which we previously thought it was 2, I think. So I don't know. Everything's changing. I try not to understand it too much or think I understand it too much until they fully clarify, and then it all clicks at some point. But god fucking damn, yeah, there's a lot. I am excited to learn more about it though, man. Like, I'm always, because keep in mind, I haven't really done anything. It's 2 as of July 2025 live stream per Chris. July's this month, you goober. Are you in the future? Anyways, yeah. So June live stream. Fine. Point Dusty. But yeah, no, that makes sense. So I'm assuming you went back and watched that. Someone in chat this morning had the recipe. I would need the gem and the rubidium and the paper. I'm not really close. 2 epic invocation rings would make my build 100% complete. What would that get you up to for like damage? Or at least like power rating? I feel like we've seen the map for it. Because we farmed it for a little bit. What's it called? Oh, thank you, sir. A gentleman and a scholar. Truly. A wonderful lad. Is it like the Invoker's gem or something? Gem of the Invoker? Probably be in Winnie if I had it. Maybe I don't. Maybe I was all cap. It might have just been too optimistic of a take. I have some beetle plate helm stuff. I got a whole lot of poop and shortfoot. Need poop for anything? Cabbage? I can get us whatever. What is this? Yep, nope, you're cooked, bud. Bad news, bears. 230 magic power. Jack, goddamn. I think this bow will probably get me up to like 208, which is more than enough, in my opinion. And it looks cool as shit, I will say. Rubidium bow looks absolutely fire. This is a very, very cool looking bow. I can't believe I slept on this. We just need a processed braidwood and a crafter. Alright, I can buy 1 more braidwood. Because we could just... whoops. Braidwood. Braidwood wood Lego. Braidwood plank, beam, plank. What do we need? Give me the braid you need processed. Oh, word. Lego. Okay, cool. Are you over in Jova right now? Excuse me. Pardon me. Huh. I'm coming. This is not the wood shop you're looking for. Apex order. Wait a second. Hello, Mr. Rogers. Hello. Did Apex order? Oh, is that the guild that ducked on Zombie? Or is that a different guild? Why do I know Apex order? It's ringing a bell to me very much as like a recent interaction. That is? Ah, okay. Mayhaps. We have like an hour. This is 20 minutes plus 20 minutes. for what you need. Trade Pock your wood. Pock, where are you? My Pocky Poppy? Where the fuck is he? Wait. No, unironically. I can't trade Pock my wood. I don't know where Pock is. I see Zop. I see no Pock. Okay. Hold the fuck on. First of all, there are 2 fucking wood shops up in this hoe. Just first things first. Second of all, here's a tip. Keep the change, you filthy animal. You weren't either of them. Okay. In my defense, I've got a lot going on right now. I've got a lot that I'm trying to sort out right now internally. It's a tough time to be me. It's always a pretty tough time to be me, but now more than ever. In my defense, the lumber mill when I was Grandmaster was here. This is where I did my lumber milling when I was Grandmaster. I just want that pointed out, but this is where their factory is. So I think this is Biss lumber mill spot. If I do have to say so myself. Ye old Vira mill. It's the muscle mems, dude. Like, I was fucking GM lumber milling. I was grinding in that bitch. I had asbestos lungs. I had fucking popcorn lung because I was going so crazy at the lumber mill. You also were not at that one either. I'm gonna say something mean about Taylor Swift. You were GM lumber milling too? Yeah, gang gang. I was GM lumber milling. I was journeyman plus lumberjacking. I was out there yopping. I was out there chopping. I was out there zopping. I was going crazy. Imagine changing servers a year after it's been out. I mean, hopefully you don't have to. Hopefully. There's always a chance, but... also, yes, if you want to store the mats and you think it'll run into Emu, because, I don't know, Emu probably died or went to sleep or something. So, I'm fine with that. Nobody else zops, the one true zopper. I am the one who zops. Surely there's like a guild that we don't like. Wait, so... No, is Apex Order... They made like a splinter guild after they decked on Zombie that night, right? If I remember correctly. That's that same guild, right? They decked on Zombie and then we counter-decked them and then some of them broke off and made a splinter guild. I want to get my epic-ish braid together for him to make me a bow as well, but I won't have the rubidium. Oh, Kiefer has extra rubidium. Just got riv from Kiefer. Do you need epic wood? I hit a cluster like 10 minutes ago. Well, I'd say that takes care of Pock's epic wood. Oh, tremendous. I still have gray level 0 shoulders. Yeah. I mean, the encouraging thing I will say about that is that I don't know if you need a Lego hemlock for anything. You will get a very large value upgrade. Do we want to pivot into a Lego Hawk Tua bow? Does Hawkbow need the same shit or different stuff? Because I do have a Hawkbow mat. Although I don't really need the crit. I need the attack speed more than anything else. And the fizz power rating on Riv is a lot better. Oh, it's banyan trees? Oh yeah, fuck that. Fuck that. I have a mat if anybody needs that shit. But yeah, you'll get I have Riverstalker pauldrons that are fizzed and I'm a cleric. Yeah, fuck it. Fuck it. What happens if your magic weapon breaks and you're unprepared without any fizz scaling? You're gonna leave yourself susceptible to getting caught slipping, getting the block spun, getting the op stopped. Like, brother, it's gonna be rough. It's gonna be rough. So, you gotta prepare for everything. Good day, sir. Is your guild inviting? Discord.gg/cats with abs. Always taking more. Mr. Buddha, sir. I like his enthusiasm. Those are some big capital letters. That shows that he's excited to me. I love that. He's going directly to the source. He's enthusiastic. He's got some pep in his fucking step. I feel like that's something that a lot of people just don't have these days. They don't have that spark. This guy, he's got the spark. I feel it. We can make a second in theory. It would take more epic droppings. I don't think I have epic poop. Although maybe in Shorefoot. How many epic poops do we need? Because in game I do not have many. Although I may. Buddha! What up, my boy? Spawn a 4K PC to play Ashes? Yes, I'm enthusiastic. I fucking love it, dude. I fucking love it. Here, let me get you a guild invite. I'll throw you one right now. Make sure you hop in the Discord. For phase 3 launch, everything is hyper organized. So it's all about activity. It's all about being a part of that. Exclamation guild will get you the guild Discord. Go through the new person experience, like the onboarding there. Once you make your ticket, an officer will reach out to you there. They'll get you all squared away. It's super nice onboarding, super smooth. So exclamation guild, get yourself set up with a link, pop in the Discord, and you're good to go. All right, I have heroic poop droppings. Winnie, Miraleth, Halcyon, Sunhaven, Shorefoot. If it's not in Shorefoot, then we might be cooked. Wait, why is it not highlighting the droppings? Excuse me. It's not doing a very good job. Maybe it's because it's like... Anyways. Let's see. Those are common. Caps? I don't want to not yell. But it worked like if I do this. I think it's just super dark because of the UX over here. Like if it's not your current node that you're at, I think it just like dims the shit out of it. Okay, I do not have any good poop. I have one epic zinc. That's fucking slapper. Unfortunately, no poop. Buddha, what do you end up going with for a PC? 4K is an investment, but brother, that's gonna have you running smooth, especially over on the PTR with 5.6. That shit about to be nice. Ooh, new cleric. My goodness gracious. Goodness gracious, new cleric. Boys, we're blessed up on these days. Holy shit. We think that it's just gonna be a lull and we keep rolling. We keep progressing. We're truly up tremendous. So, what do we need to try to get people squared away with? 5070 Ti and a 9800 X3D. Ooh, that's nice. That's nice. I have a 4080 Super and a 7800 X3D. So I can vouch like you're gonna be running smooth as shit. If you're already on that, then I'm sure you're feeling it. But yeah, it's nice. Similar to Carlos PC. Carlos PC, Stops PC, like that's a good fucking build. Yeah, you'll be running smooth as hell. And keep in mind, if you do get bored over here on live and want to level up a little bit quicker and experiment with some like mid-level different classes and stuff, the private test realm, you can download that through the launcher as well. You just log out, switch the environments, drop down tab to PTR. It's visually NDA'd, but you can pop over there and it's Unreal Engine 5.6 instead of 5.3. So, lot smoother to fuck around with there too. It pushes my frames up even higher. I run at a 144 cap, but if you really want to uncap and just let it rip, you can pump. Smooth like butter, jump from a 1660 Ti and a 9700. Yeah, I would say you're getting some. I'd say you're getting some good fucking value out of that personally. That seems like your old build. You rode that shit until it could no longer be ridden anymore, man. So RIP to that fucking super soldier. Like, that 1660 Ti got you some goddamn value. Before I built this one, like Christmas time last year, it was a Christmas gift from chat, and I love them. I was on a 2080 Super and a Ryzen 9 3900X. So, oh, give me your mats, Dusty. Yeah, you're so fucking right. Hold on, I'm on my way. I'm so sorry. So it was a couple generation upgrade, but like it was immediately noticeable. So I can only imagine how good you're feeling with that big jump, man. It's gonna make a complete fucking difference. Dragon Mercenary Corps is recruiting. We escort caravans and more for money. They're a cursing free community? What the fuck? What do you mean cursing free community? Don't get them started? I respect that commitment, but like, are they that passionate about it? Oh my goodness. That's crazy. I love that. Good for them. Less cursing would be good. Yeah, I figure that somewhere out there in the world, there are some people that are not like swearing much at all. So that way I can just say fucking bitch all the time because they're really fun to say. So I like to think it's law of averages, and I've got to hold it down and weigh it down on the top end. So that way the people that are out there with the no cursing communities also have the exclusively cursing communities. So there's like the duality. If things aren't perfectly balanced, then it sways one way, you know, too heavily. And it's just the dichotomy is gone. The duality isn't there anymore. It's a monopoly, and monopolies are bad. Monopoly, it's bad game. It's bad to have in business. And personally, I'm happy to hold it down for the lads. We're really holding the front lines. Big advocate for some, you know, some curse words being some of the most fun words to say. But also, I do think some non-curse words are extremely fun to say too, such as unflappable. I think unflappable is a banger fucking word because when you are saying it, like just say unflappable out loud, you naturally have to emphasize like the flappable, and you get some like cursing just means you can't think of the right word? I absolutely disagree. I think that many times I choose to curse simply because it rolls off the tongue. It's a part of the natural conversation. It's a part of the dialect. I willingly say bitch because it's a descriptor. If I say this bitch, I could very easily say this man, this woman, this person. But this bitch articulates many feelings all at once. I think the simple 2 words of the fuck, that can convey so much emotion, you know? This tramp, this wench. You know what? Maybe I do need to diversify, Red. God damn it. Maybe you're right. Whore. Isn't whore still a bad word? I feel like calling someone a whore is worse than calling him a bitch. That doesn't fit into the no cursing. I think that's worse. God damn it. Depends on if they like it. I mean, sometimes it's just about finding the right word. You're so right. You're so right. I've been so barbaric. Jesus Christ, I'm actually crying. That horror came out of nowhere. Oh no. Things you do not want to say while you're driving at night. Woo! Oh my goodness. Fuck me. That was glorious. We love you anyway. Listen, I will say, sometimes I do take a trick out of Samuel L. Jackson's book, and I have a light stutter occasionally. I can feel it coming on though, and I can feel like the hang up of the word coming. So I typically will drop instead of stuttering or just trying to be like, I'll drop a good old fuck in there, or I'll be like fucking, and I'll give one of those, right? And I try to, it's a sentence enhancer, as the great SpongeBob episode taught us. So, I don't know. It's a certain level of bailout, a certain level of comfort. It's like a nice warm blankie. It's like conversation getting a little is just as bad. Yeah, because keep in mind, I 8 to 12 hours a day constantly every day, and I try to not be annoying to listen to for that long, right? And I know that it is not always easy to carry on a conversation with a lot of people for that long, and I work very hard to try to, I actively VOD review my streams, and I work very hard to try to make sure there's a good flow to the constant conversation of everything, and naturally you have your your likes, your shit like that, right? But I definitely think some people are just annoying to listen to a certain extent, and I try to minimize that with how much I stream. I feel like it benefits me a lot more to not be completely annoying to listen to if I am trying to stream as long as I do every single day. So that way people don't need like a massive break from me, right? Wait. What does Sam Hell? I wanna stop grappling my adversary, please, for 100. Good day, sir. I feel saucy since I've been playing on the BTR. Yeet. That reaches so far. It's basically a ranged attack. I love tank. It's so fun to just flick a bunch of stuff around a bunch of different ways. Is basically an introduction to the American lexicon now. It goes so unnoticed except for the people that are anal retentive. I say fur instead of for a lot, and it makes me upset, but I can't stop doing it. I say milk. People tell me that I'm saying milk and popcorn wrong. People say that I say it like a puppy, but I'm saying popcorn. So people say that I say milk with like an E instead of an I. You also put a G in onion. I put the G in ego as what? I'm so sorry. Yes, I do also say that. Now, I do know that it's onion as like the proper pronunciation, but it just feels so weird to do with my mouth, so I choose to say it improperly for better mouthfeel. I'm not making that up, by the way. Onion sounds too bouncy for too many parts of my mouth, and it sounds... It's a very similar mouthfeel to just going, Anya! It's just a different emphasis. And if I say onion too many times, it's going to end up in Anya! So, I try to separate these things. It's all about the mouthfeel. Mouthfeel is one of those moist words. I don't mind moist as a word. I don't really know what words creep me out in terms of words. But like Moist Critical's also one of my favorite content creators, so I can't really hate on Moist too much. I used to be weirded out by it a little bit, but like, for me, how about kelp? No, kelp's fine. Kelp's fine. Yeah, I don't have any issue with kelp. I don't see why I would. I don't really think that's a bad word at all. Let's see, what really, like... Yo, Mr. Azawa, over on YouTube. Hope you're having a beautiful night, friend. Appreciate you coming through. What would be one of those like mouthfeel words that's just icky? I don't know. I'm not really a big mouthfeel like icky person. Some things just feel weird. I will say though, the concept of writing on a chalkboard with chalk makes me actually want to claw my eyeballs out. Like, it makes my skin crawl. I would rather drag my toes across a concrete road, like my toenails, than write on a chalkboard with chalk. Any time in school that I got called up to write on a board and it was a chalkboard with chalk, I just fucking cringed. It is one of the most disgusting feelings in human history. I don't know why, but I detest it. Especially like a new piece of chalk when it's got the sharp like corner in it and it's like not rounded. Ugh. Ugh, dude, it makes my fucking skin crawl. I think your diction is good for the most part. I've heard that a couple times, but a few people have their complaints. You know, you can never satisfy everybody with addiction. Some people say it's too small. Some people say it's not small enough. But I do try to have something that a lot of people can enjoy. Couldn't agree more. Hate chalk? Yeah, genuinely. Fuck chalk. Like, it makes it sound so cringe. The sound it makes it so cringe? Yes. Yes. It's awful. And like the feeling, like the friction. Because when I write with a pen or something, I value like a nice smooth flow and smooth write. Not that I write much. I'm a fucking streamer. What the fuck do I have to write for? But when I do, like, nice little Pilot G2, right? It's smooth enough. It's got a good flow to it. It's nice. It's nice. Chalk is legitimately like just friction and unevenness and disgusting. Absolutely fucking disgusting. And then you take the gritty ass eraser and you're wiping it across the chalkboard and it's just gripping to the chalkboard. Nah, fuck that. Fuck that shit. I hate it. It gives me goosebumps. I legitimately have goosebumps on my legs right now. Like, fuck that shit. I don't know why I hate it so much, but I will never write on a chalkboard for the rest of my life if I can avoid it. Throw back to the school days? No, that's what I'm saying. That's when my hatred started. Because I enjoyed school. Like, I was kind of a fucking nerd. I liked video games and sports and then, like, school. And I wasn't a complete idiot because WoW had me interacting with, you know, a lot of people in a very social manner and learning a lot of things. So I'd try to answer stuff in class and I'd go up to the board and I'd have to write in stupid goddamn dumb chalk. And I'd hate it every time, bro. Every time. 54 or 55. What about it? Dude, the eraser was awful. Oh my god. Oh, I hated chalkboards. I will do everything in my power to never write on a chalkboard again. I don't know why I hate it so much. I really don't know. I don't know what a chalkboard did to me in a past life. I don't know if I like got thrown through one in a bar fight or something. But like, I really hate to see a piece of chalk coming. That's for fucking sure, chat. I will do just about anything in my power to not write on a chalkboard. I'd rather learn American Sign Language than write on a fucking chalkboard. Was cleaning keyboard. Oh no, you're good. I didn't know if that was like tied into something. I didn't know if there were like 54 chalks attacking you or something. What's your go-to for cleaning your keyboard? Like, what was the method that was being used that led to 54? Were you just like smacking keys and holding it upside down? Was it a canned error? Like, were you just wiping off some keys? Because now I'm intrigued. How do we get to just 54? Did you have like a Clorox wipe and you were doing the old like piano wipe down? Because I will say that's a nice go-to for the top layer. Some hand sanitizer on a paper towel also works quite well. Little rubbing alcohol, key wipe down. I like rubbing alcohol on a cotton ball as well, because that's really good for getting all the oils off. So that's a nice number pad. The fuck's a number pad? I haven't seen a number pad in years. Last time I used a number pad, I think Bush was president. It's fucking insane. But yeah, number pads, not for me. Not for me. I'm a man of culture, I'm a man of class. I play on a vertical 60% keyboard at all times. That bitch is rotated at pretty much an almost near vertical angle. And it is not coming down at any point because it's comfy as hell. I love it. I spent so much time like figuring out exactly what mouse mat I like, exactly what mouse, what keyboards, everything. Next, you're gonna tell me you don't fucks with Excel? I fucks with Excel heavy. I'm not the most creative with Excel, but I think Excel is very useful for storing information. It's just, I'm not like an Excel goat. But the craziest thing, you wanna know something wild? I have watched the entire YouTube like edit, like the entire YouTube recap of the Excel like World Championships and the speedrunning stuff. Can you check DM and give me a general response? Yes. I have reacted to your message, sir. That should be a general enough response. There's like one person from every guild, but no guild has two. I know. It's fucking insane. It is, thanks. Yes, of course. Of course. That's something where like, honestly, Zom, just in terms of an ideal, just throat goat him. Just open it up, and just swallow them whole into cats. That's what I have to say. Just completely like unhinge the jaw and just bring him into cats. That's my vote. I think at this point there'd probably be a small holdout, but I think that's getting less and less by the day, realistically. I think that one and a couple others could probably fall into place too. I don't necessarily know what your thoughts are on that, but it'd be the same thing with the other acquisition of just, you know, I think like leadership reps, stuff like that. Like at least one position for him as like an officer, but we'll see based on, you know, how many they would have and stuff in that element. But we just, yeah, I think that'd be very good. I think that'd be very good. Between either like a formal or even like, you know, just a community expansive thing. Either way, I see literally no downside with that. Also, community PvP night. We should do one. Wait. Oh shit, fuck. Wait, no, there's no downtime this week. Never mind, we're good. I thought PTR server was about to go down. Or not PTR server, live server was about to go down tonight, so I wouldn't be able to get my bow. But we're good, we're up tremendous. So that's a beautiful feeling. It's on Friday? Downtime's on Friday? I gotta read that announcement. I guess I'm lost as hell. Where'd they put that? Alpha 2 News. Alpha 2 testing period has been extended to go to Monday, August 4th. Go through Monday, August 4th, 9 p.m. Oh, community PvP night. Oh. No, I know. We should do another one, though. Like tomorrow or something. Probably not going to get bow tonight unless Ebu randomly pops on. No, that's fine. That's fine. I'll be around. I was worried that we wouldn't be able to get it till Thursday, but with Tuesday, Wednesday uptime, we can just get it tomorrow. I guarantee Emu will be around tomorrow. And I think Carla works again tomorrow, so tomorrow I'll actually probably be on, like, early. I was cleaning the dishwasher and stuff and being depressed about viewership comparatively to New World and stuff this morning. It was a rough morning for me. I texted Carla and I was like, what if I just go back? And then I was like, no, I don't actually want to. But I was like, it's rough over here right now. But we're not going anywhere. We never will. If I was going to, I fucking would have long before now. But I do want to get more stuff going over on live, at least like during this remaining uptime that we do have. I think as many reps as we can get for people is massive. Bruh, there's nobody out here. I think especially like Monday, 10 p.m. There probably aren't going to be too many people out this way if I had to wager a gander. Let's see. What do we have down here? Streg, you see anybody down there from any communities that we don't like by chance? Or is it pretty empty? Because something tells me it's gonna be pretty empty. So I don't necessarily know if that'd be worth going down to. I've done so many tropics loops at this point. I haven't seen anybody out in the tropics for like 2 weeks. I was gonna see if we could convince some of the random 1 to 2 people guilds to form a random guild into a Cats versus the world. Bro, literally just anything at this point is pretty empty. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe I just go over to the Divine Gate and hand out a couple of mounts to some late night starters. What is a social aggro? Ah, leave me alone. Because I could always just hoof it down this way. And then we could hand out a couple of mounts. Inspire the new lads. I have 3 left to give out. I've got a Tidebreaker, a Tide Snapper, and then a Skinwalker. So the Skinwalker will be a cool upgrade for somebody. The other 2 will be absolute trolls because they'll think that it's an upgrade. But it will not be. It will not be. It will be a substantial downgrade for them. Finally downloaded... excuse me. Finally downloaded PTR. There are guilds on this server. You can make a guild, but it wipes so frequently that not a lot of people are. With that, though, they did just rework the guild skill tree. So, like, the guild progression tree that you have. They reworked that over on the PTR. So we do have to do a little bit of information sourcing to see what that bad boy is looking like and compile some info going forward. So I would say if you can find a guild, go for it. I'll probably make cats. I have a guild creation scroll over on my level 15 over there. So I can just fucking relax. I can just make cats over there like tomorrow or something. And then just invite people. Set it to like everybody invite. I severely underestimated, by the way, the amount of maintenance that you're supposed to do to a dishwasher. And, like, not even the amount of maintenance, but I didn't know they were supposed to get, like, special dishwasher, like, cleaning packs and, like, put them through the dishwasher and stuff like that. Like, this may be a very dumb statement, but I thought running the dishwasher with the pack that came with it that was like dish soap and stuff was enough to keep it clean. I just figured a lot of soap cleans something. So yesterday I was at Walmart because I had to grab more of the drying agent for the dishwasher because we ran out. And we were looking and saw these like dishwasher cleaning packs that you're supposed to run through like once a month or something. And I was like, okay. Well, maybe we try them out. And I ran one through and it looked solid. So then I ran another one through to see if it looked even better. I haven't looked since I ran the second one through, but I'm kind of, this might be me becoming like an old man, but I'm really excited to load up some dishes, like some really dirty bastards, and just let it rip and see if the cleaning was actually worth it or not, right? At this point, if they don't come out clean, I'm going to be extremely disappointed, and I feel like that's reasonable. But I've done some maintenance to the dishy today, and we'll see if it was all worth it in the end in a little bit. PTR testing will be so much fucking better once we get level 25 back. Genuinely, I will be so much happier. This cliffhanger? I know you guys are gonna have to tune in tomorrow on Dusty Ball Z to figure out if my dishes came out clean overnight. I think the plan after stream tonight is have a small fire because it's pretty nice out and it's gonna start to get to the point where it's like quite cold. It was 90 out earlier today, and as a result it is 73 right now, and it's gonna be 92 again tomorrow, and then Wednesday is thunderstorms. So I think after stream tonight, Carla and I are gonna chill by a fire for a little bit, hang out, probably like, I don't know, watch some YouTube or something by the fire, whatever, you know, modern lovers do. And then I don't know, we have hot dogs. I kind of want to put hot dogs on sticks and cook them over the fire and like just channel my primitive man. I don't know why. I want to cook meat over a fire, and hot dogs are the only meat that I have that would be valid to cook over the fire right now. So I might need to get hot dog buns as well. But those are some banger ass hot dogs, chat. If you've ever just like do it, I think I shall. I think I shall. Have you watched Happy Gilmore 2 yet? Wait. There's a 2? Wait. Wait a minute. When did 2 come out? Friday? Wait, last Friday or this Friday? Well, I guess if you're asking if I've watched it yet, last Friday. Netflix on the 25th. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. All right, we got something to watch on Netflix, boys. Happy Gilmore 2 review coming soon, tomorrow's stream. Carla, I don't know if you can hear me. She's probably playing Islanders. Chat, anybody ever play Islanders? Carla fucking loves that game. Wait, why did that make a noise? Carla's been going hard pushing high scores over there. Free arrows. Let's find someone that looks like a brand new player that's just vibing, doing nothing. Somebody that's not like in too much of a hurry. Phoenix Fellowship. Burner. What up, dude? Burner got the drip. She probably never watched the first. Yo, wait. No, that's actually such a good comm. She unironically probably has not watched the first Happy Gilmore. Do you need the first to watch the second and enjoy it, chat? And is the first also on Netflix or no? You don't need the first to enjoy the second, so you can enjoy the second without the first. You could watch the second one? Okay. I didn't know if there were like canon lore dumps and shit that she had to be up to in the Happy Gilmore universe, because I know it's like an always expanding thing, but first is leaving July 31st. Oh shit, so the first is up on Netflix right now? Oh, so you get to do Happy-thon. No, that's huge. Okay. I think that might be a good thing. Oh, look who it is. What up, dude? You're gonna need something faster than your default horse to get around. Especially on the new PC. Brother might be AFK. He might be. We'll come back to him. We'll save him the zoomy one. He's just happy to be in Lionhold, man. He's just happy to be here. What if I stand next to the stable master and then I hand the first 2 people that come by to get their mounts 2 mounts? That may be the play. They can either trade with the stable master or they can trade with me and they can get something slightly cooler, but also probably a little slower. Never played it, but there's a place named that near my house and it feels like a drug front. Bruh. Why does it feel like a drug front? What do you mean? There are some restaurants near me that genuinely feel like drug fronts, but the food is really fucking good. And I don't think a money laundering scheme would necessarily. This is one of you. This is a sir. I know who this is. I know all of these people. Damien. Damien? Damien? The food's decent, but there never seems to be anyone in there. Have you considered the fact... Discord.gg/cats with abs 200 plus members, always recruiting. Cool. I did a plug. We did it, boys. I am the recruitment specialist. This man said, anyone's guild recruiting? I'm looking if you're willing. We're always willing. We always need more. Oh. Are they about to get them out? Cats with abs. Thank you, Strike. Good backup there, brother. Good backup. The food's decent. I read that one. They look to be open on days when their schedule says they're closed. Yeah, that's a little strange. I don't know, like, takeout places, as in people standing outside. What if they're like doing cleaning or prep or something like that on those days? Have you considered that? But yeah, that's a little sketch. I don't know, there are a few places near me where it's like the food is really fucking good, right? Like it's really good food. It's really cheap food, but nobody's ever in there and I don't really understand why. And I'm like, like, surely this should be busier, but are they just killing everybody that's not me that comes into the store? Like, I'm very confused by something. Why is the horse on the roof? What? Mr. Pyle, are you aware that you've got a horse quite literally on the fucking roof? Horses are not meant. Look at how scared he looks. Brother has no idea how he's gonna get down. Jesus Christ. I simply can't support that. I cannot be standing in a stable that has such inhumane conditions. He's got a bear. He's already drippy. Let's see. You're level 8. You're fine. He is level 8 with a horse, though. Mayhaps. Just got my ass handed to me by a rogue a bunch of times. Those level 15 duels, what'd the rogue do? How did they cook you? What did you die to? Was it the mana burn or was it some CC combos? Dusty, emergency. Actual or what? Is there a spider? I'm sending it to your DMs. Okay, so it's not a spider. CC chain is nutty? Yeah. One of the things that you have to be aware of, and this is actually something that I really want on tank as well, is... Alright. Bruh. What? So you have Sappy, you have Saggy, you have Savvy. So you kind of like fucked yourself. Why is your first word in Wordle twerk? That is such a bad first word. You only have one fucking vowel. Why don't you start with like canoe or a do or something like that? Why is your first word twerk? You go twerk into loins. What are you thinking about? Sammy? Why are you double letter guessing everything? I'm so confused. Are you hungry? No, hold on. Look at this progression. Look at this progression. What do you fucking mean? In what world is this where we're at? This was the emergency. It's not Sally, the L's here. I'll zoom out so you can see the board. So it's sappy, saggy, savvy. Yeah. I was just trying to have fun. You were trying to have fun, and then you came in for a carry. Sappy, saggy, or savvy? Hold on. Do we do a poll? Sappy, is that a word? Sappy? Yeah. Sappy is a word, like a sappy letter, like a very like emotional, sappy, sad, like mopey letter. Yeah, that's a word. Savvy, smart, saggy. Your big hangy danglies between your legs. All of those are words, and they're all double letters. So the S-A blank blank Y leaves a lot of double letters open, and she would have been better off literally just, I don't know, guessing like a random amalgamation of all of the double letter combos. There's zero chance that it is anything but savvy. But what if it's saggy? Genuine question, what if? Carla, which one are you going with? And are you fully locking in or nah? I'll eat cold carrot cake like a psychopath. Cold carrot cake's better than warm carrot cake. I'm just saying. I'm just fucking saying. You can't sell me on warm carrot cake. Like, you're talking like room temperature, or are you talking like warmed up? I think saggy. Voyle thinks savvy. Zopper thinks savvy. Ear, what up, Eclipse? Microwave, but not hot. Okay. Bait used to be believable. Wait, what do you mean? Like, are you a cold carrot cake or a warm carrot cake enjoyer, Cypher? Because cold carrot cake fucks. What's the question? Sappy, saggy, or savvy? Which one? You have to pick one. Carrot cake with the cream cheese frosting. Who would want that warm? A psychopath! That's what I'm saying! Yes, he's out of control! Like, what do you mean? He legitimately is telling me I gotta microwave the bitch for like 20 seconds. Maybe I'll try it. I feel like I should go to the store and I should get glizzy buns. And I should roast glizzies over the fire and eat like a shitload of glizzies. What do you lock in? Wait, on God. Carla, I was talking about this earlier. So I was saying that like we could cook glizzies over the fire and then put them in buns. Yes. And we could do like a little barbecue. We could get other things to roast over the fire too. And do food that way if we wanted to. I don't know what else is like a good roast over the fire thing, but we got glizzies, we got buns. We got a lot. Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao. Ni hao, Mr. Eclipse. What you went up to, brother? Carrot cake ice cream. Wait, carrot cake ice cream cake? Oh, that sounds yummy. That sounds very yummy. But yeah, I don't know. Like, carrot cake warm. I see the appeal in it. Like, you get a nice little bit of, not runniness. Ew. Not runniness. But like some softness to the frosting, right? Instead of it just being like this super dense thing. Not hot, so it's like boiling and melting, but like I'll put on my shoes to be prepared. You take your time. Yes. The frosting isn't the part you want warm? So you want the frosting cold. Ideally, you warm up the cake and then frost it. Oh, no, you're a psychopath now. I mean, like, maybe room temp? But I feel like even when you're making a carrot cake and frosting it, don't you put it to cool? Don't you put it in a... You put it in like a fridge to cool and then you frost it, right? Yeah, I'm not much of a baker by career, but I did help my mom with a cake one time and I started frosting it too soon and the frosting melted. And she told me, you dipshit, you have to let that cool, and then I ate the frosting. I've 100% just put fully frosted carrot cake in the microwave and it fucking slaps. Easiest option is to not make carrot cake. What if I told you I didn't make the carrot cake? I bought the carrot cake because it was on sale at the store for a pretty good value. So it was like these clamshell like closing carrot cake things like that the bakery like hand cuts and packs, right? And basically the sizes were not symmetrical. So like some of them were this, right? Some of them were this. So all of them were on sale. The entire like selection of carrot cake, right? And Carla and I were pawing through, like, not pawing through like throwing them, but just gently moving the smaller ones to the side and only picking out the carrot cakes that were like the big chungus slices that barely fit in the container. Like, we hand selected our slices to be the largest slices humanly possible, and they were the same price. I have an issue. I downloaded the PTR, but now I can't find or even have the option to select my Lyneth character or realm. Oh, Lyneth is long gone. Yeah, Lyneth and Vyra have been dead since May 1st. Those characters don't exist anymore. The private test realm wipes relatively frequently, but once you make your character, there's a gear vendor that you can talk to outside of the castle area. They only have level 15 boosts right now, level 5 or 15, whichever one you choose. There will be a lot of times where level 25 is available through there, but right now, it's only the level 15 boost. So just keep that in mind. If you do want to boost, you can. If you don't want to, you don't have to. But even over on live, like, Vyra and Lyneth are long gone. So Vyra and Lyneth merged into each other for one day, and then they became Resna for a day. That closed down after the one day, and then Shoal was born. Shoal is the 3-month stress test. So where do I access live servers? So instead of the PTR environment in your launcher, you just switch it over to the Alpha 2 environment. Do you know multiple servers will be open on P3? One for NA and one for EU is their plan for launch. Now, if there's a demand for more, you know, down the road, I'm sure they are open to opening more, but yeah, 4-month stress test, actually, yes. Actually, 3 months and 21 days. Anyways, or like 26 days or whatever. I don't fucking know. But yes, 4-month stress test. But yeah, it's a separate install as well, like Tambuki said. Means I need to fight that person's guild. Whose guild? Oh, are you talking... Wait, whom's guild? Because, like, we fight every guild, but we're also friends with a lot of guilds. So if there's ever a guild that's a hard fight, you know who? Oh, the software man? Oh, that's fine. Believe you me, his biggest streamer, Asmongold? I mean, Asmongold isn't even like the largest streamer at this point. Kai Cenat? Bro, if Kai Cenat came over here with a guild, that would be so fucking hype. Like low-key, high-key, Kai pulls up Zine. That is true. That is true. The Blade Ashes in P1. Are you talking about P2? Pirate? I don't necessarily think he's coming back, and if he is coming back, you have to remember that Pirate, with all of his PvPers on Lyneth, lost to Fed who lost to the Vira guilds. So like, I don't know. He told me he's coming back P3. I mean, it'd be cool if he does. It's a large community, and having like a massive streamer in the directory is cool. I mean, it'd probably bring a decent amount of hate watchers and trolls with it at this point, with all the drama attached. But like, having a massive streamer bringing a lot of eyes in and bringing a big community in is wonderful for the game, I will say, for the playtests. I just think they're going to be met with a very like swift welcome, so to say. I think a lot of people in the community, PvP-wise, have been waiting to give them the smoke for a while because they said they wanted the smoke against quite literally everyone. So, how do I change from the PTR environment? In your launcher, log out, and then it should have the environments drop-down tab for you. Here. Get drippy. Get drippy. I'll be under a new guild in P3. Who are you playing with in P3, Voil? Are you going with Supple? Or where are you going? Are you leaving Aura? Because you were still with Aura, right? For a little while? Yeah, of course, Buddha, enjoy. Yes. I hope... Oh, thank you, Strug. I hope that goes well. I know New World communities, and I know how New World communities slotted and structured and did everything, and I also know that if you try to social slot heavy in Ashes, you just get cooked because of that. So like, again, I hope it goes well. I pray for him. But I've heard from a lot of insiders, like, on the inside, right? Like people that are associated with them, that they don't even think a lot of their people will make it through the leveling process. Everybody thinks they understand, like... Everybody thinks they understand how it is until they actually get over here and see how it is. And like, once they run into that, it's like a different level of... Yo, Ants, thank you for the raid, my friend. I hope the stream was fantastic today. Like, once people get over here, it's always a different level of like, wait, what do you mean I'm not max level the first day? What do you mean I don't have all of my gear immediately? Like, I really hope it goes well. But I really just... I don't know that a lot of New World communities will come over here, especially for the long haul. Because keep in mind, communities that are bouncing game to game to game are also going to hit this point where they just bounce from Ashes too, because it's a playtest. It doesn't have an infinitely repeatable amount of content. TNL had more content than Ashes is going to present for them right now. Genuinely, if they got bored in TNL and players left because of that and they left the game, the same thing will happen here. So, I don't know, man. They played TNL, which is almost worse than this grinding it, and it was until it was burned. That shit was torture? Sure. But I don't necessarily think that this is going to be any better. I like it a lot. But I also know a lot of the people... I mean, I don't know what their group that they're bringing over is like. I don't know if they lost a lot of the New Worlders and went to more a true TNL base. But I know a lot of the people that were like in their core war roster and stuff like that in New World. And like... not a lot of those people would embrace a full PVX in the way that Ashes is going to require. You cannot have people in your community like not actively contributing. It can't just be a like, oh, if anybody wants to gather and contribute, do it, haha. It is, yo, every single person go out and hit trees right the fuck now for 2 hours because we need to have this much of this material. Every single person needs to have your materials for your apprentice axe. If you don't have your apprentice axe, we have extras. Be here at this time and then go hit willows because willows are becoming available. Like, it's a different level of not just like PvPing. And even PvP-oriented players will spend 85% of their time PvEing. We'll see, maybe we got some pocket PvEers in the making. See, that's my worry, is like the PvX. Because a lot of people are going to hear PvX and they're just going to think like, oh, I can PvP all the time everywhere. And they don't realize that they have to do everything here. You have to PvE, you have to gather, you have to refine, you have to craft, you have to do all of it. And it's all open world. You can't just queue instances and run it over and over and over until you get what you want. If you're not able to PvP for the spot in the first place, then you can't PvE to get the best thing to help you PvP. So you need to find a way to play from behind and play without the best in slot stuff. And there can only be one person holding down a named mob at one time or one group. So those systems for me are all really, really, really cool, but they can also be turn-offish to a certain extent of players. But I always say I think the people that will enjoy the game the most are absolutely going to be your PvXers. Technically, you could just go open world PvP as long as someone else provides the gear. Oh, sure, absolutely. But if you're coming over with a community and you're trying to like figure out a way to be self-sufficient and everything and sort all of that out, and you're trying to rely on other people to get your gearing all squared away for you, oh Lord, oh that's gonna be a rough task. So I absolutely get that. Like, you could just source gear from elsewhere. You could just try to sneak caravans and get gold stocked up and then buy the gear and this, that, the other. Good luck running your caravans as a large community if you got a train going though, and you can't defend that. That's a whole thing. So like, what if Eve players came to Ashes? So like, there are also elements that are very anti-Zerg to a certain extent. So if you have a Zerg of 200 people and I have 50, but your 200 people don't play together, they aren't geared, they aren't playing cohesively, our 50 could wipe your 200. And past that, there are guild versus guild decks to isolate parts of the clump that you want to attack. There are a lot of ways where you can get around the pure Zerg element. There are also a lot of ways, like systems in Ashes, that are meant to alleviate some of the Zerg pressure. The map being so large is one big thing. Time and distance in Ashes are meant to be core gameplay elements. The safety in that and everything associated with that extra space, that extra time, that extra travel, all of those things cumulatively will kind of be measures that determine who you fight, what tier of community you fight, what's going on with everything. So Zergs are Zergs. You can absolutely bring 500 people to hold down one area, but there's also the opportunity cost of if you have 500 people and you're holding down one area with all 500 of those people, you're not going to get 500 drops. You're only going to get the drops that are available there. So your entire community is going to be weaker because you're not managing your resources well enough. So it's cool. As you get more players, you've also got to, from a leadership end, play chess with all of those people. On launch, we're going to be planning our leveling groups to go to different spots throughout the world, but have enough leveling groups right beside each other where they are able to help each other should anybody need it. Say one of our groups is getting contested, they need a little bit of backup, they need, you know, our big group to come in and provide some punch. All of our people that are nearby will be able to form a big raid, and we'll be able to just actually back each other up and make something happen. And that's really cool. So that's just one of many systems in Ashes that I look forward to a lot, man. I really, 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 really do. And as Zergs come in, there's always an element of like, if you get run over by a Zerg, you got to figure out how to deal with them. You either go somewhere else, do something else, or hit them when they're not expecting it. But there will always be a way. They changed commissions in PTR where the reward was a guild seal of valor. Is that normal? Yeah, I think it's different, like basically Gamba crates where you can get different shit for the commissions themselves. Pac's been a big fan of it over on the PTR. He was doing some sourcing to see like what was what over there, but quite nice. I also think guild seals of valor are giving 100k over there instead of 1k, which could also be a very large thing for guild prog. I need to make a guild tree, a guild tomorrow on PTR and see what the guild tree changes are. That'll be quite large. So, oh man, I'm excited for glizzies, boys. I'm not even gonna fucking lie. I have no idea why I'm so excited for the glizzies, but I'm very excited for the glizzies. All right, lads. So, tomorrow, we got some big things on the agenda. 2 days away from the dev stream. Some more PTR testing, some more information gathering as always. Probably going to be trying to make our bow over here. That'll get me up to like 210 fizz power. We've got all the mats for it. We just need to run into Emu for it. And once we get Emu, we get bow. So, outside of that, try to find myself a steel ring, get that attack speed going even more. And we're balling, we're set. Maybe try to get a couple of PvP reps in and just stay entertained, and then maybe some PTR testing later in the day. It all depends on kind of like where they're going with the gear vendor though. If gear vendor's into 25 tomorrow, then we're very likely going to spend a lot of time PvPing on the PTR. As soon as that is back up and running, then that's gonna be it. Y'all still PvPing? Brother, we never started. It's so hard to actually find PvP right now, Zine. So we just been chilling out. Carla and I about to go have a fire and vibe out for the night. So tomorrow, brother, you'll get on tomorrow. No PvP right now, but I have a level 25 scroll still for you. Okay, I mean, that'd be massive, but nobody else is 25. So I can definitely get that set up tomorrow though. All right, boys, tomorrow, PTR, PvP, hopefully a lot of fun stuff. Over on live, we'll have my bow. We'll be pumping. We'll try to find some content over here, maybe a guild versus guild deck or something. So we'll be balling out. Lads, if it's your first day here, I greatly appreciate it. I do stream every single day. Today's day 761 in a row, 8 to 12 hours a day of Ash's content. Drop the follow if you guys are not already. It means the world. All the support keeps me here full time. I will see you guys tomorrow at 2 p.m. EST. I love y'all. I appreciate you. Peace.